territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Mr. Jackson, dry as a bone. Our last hope of water for the herd.
Not quite, Pecos. Cottonwood Pond is just over the rise ahead of us.
Well, it may be dry, too. Bet they haven't had a rain on the prairie for 6 months.
It won't be dry. I've been bringing cattle up here to Dodge City for 12 years. Drought or no drought, the pond's always had water.
It better have. We're losing 15 head an hour now. We can't push them much further.
There'll be water. With luck, if the railroad's got the cars for us, we can start loading this afternoon. By this time...
Hey, sounds like the boys up ahead run into something.
Yeah, come on. There's a pond, Pecos. Plenty of water.
Yeah, I guess you were right.
Wonder why the herd's piling up. They ought to be stampeding to that pond. You think you have to... Hold up, Pecos.
A barbed wire fence. Somebody's fenced off the pond. Mr. Jackson, it looks like we've got a fight on our hands.
I don't like it, Doc. It's too quiet. When things get too quiet in Dodge, it always means a blow-up's coming.
Just sit down, Matt. You're just getting yourself a case of nerves. You've been a law officer too long. Shot at too many times. You ain't getting so you just act like a spooky old horse. You're jumpy and you're gun-shy. Hand me those forceps.
Oh, yeah. You mean this?
Mm-hmm, thank you. Now, you take me, Matt. I don't rant and rail against fate. I just sit back and take what comes.
Yeah, sure, Doc.
Mm-hmm. If I get a patient, fine. I steal him blind. And if I don't, well, I keep my hand in setting a broken leg on a dog. Yeah, that splint ought to hold him. Matter of fact, I could use a fee or two. Not planning to shoot anybody, are you, Matt?
Yeah, if this drought doesn't break, I'm in the mood to shoot myself.
That's a bad one, all right. I don't think I've ever seen the prairie as dry as it is this year.
Oh, there you are, Mr. Dillon.
Well, come on in, Chester.
I've been looking all over for you. We've got trouble, Mr. Dillon.
Huh? Trouble?
Old man Howard just sent a rider in. A trail drive's pulled in from the Big Bend. They're threatening to cut his fences so they can water the cattle at Cottonwood Pond.
Well, there's your blow-up, Matt. A real head-on smash. A thirsty herd against that skinflint Howard. I bet I could get myself a few fees out of this before it's over.
Good old Doc, always hoping for the best, huh? Now, come on, Chester, let's ride out to Cottonwood.
Dyke Howard had no call to fence that pond, Mr. Dillon. There's enough water there for all the trail herds in the next 10 years.
That's on his ranch, Chester. He's got a right to fence his own range.
Got a right, maybe, but no decent rancher would take advantage of it. Howard's mean. Just downright mean.
I think it's more than that, Chester. To the old business of making $2 grow where $1 grew before. I think Howard figured on something like this when he strung that fence last month. The trouble is that
Look yonder, Mr. Dillon.
Huh?
Must be 50 or 60 riders facing each other across that fence.
Yeah.
Looks like a couple of armies.
Well, it wouldn't be the first range war that started over water rights. Come on! Over.
Who says so, mister?
I do.
Who are you?
Dillon, U.S. Marshal out of Dodge.
Marshal, that man and his gang are threatening to break through my fences and trespass on my property. I demand the protection of the law.
You'll get it, Howard. You the owner of this herd?
That's right, Marshal. Jack Jackson from the Circle Z spread down in the Big Bend. Maybe you can make this fella see reason. I got a herd of cattle here that's dying like flies for lack of water. Over there, 100 yards is plenty of water. Only a sneaking crook has fenced it in. How about it, Marshal?
Well, it's his land, Jackson. The law gives him the right to fence it.
Law? Right. Everything I got in the world's tied up in that herd. There's 25 trail riders there in the saddle. I can't even pay wages to if I lose these cattle. Does the law uphold pushing a man against the wall and wiping him out?
It wasn't intended to. Howard, why don't you ride up here to the fence and talk, huh?
Sure, Marshal. No objections at all. It's my fence, ain't it?
Well, nobody's doubting it. Now, look, is there any reason why you can't get together with this man and let him take that herd in and water it?
I made him an offer. He turned
An offer, $1 a head a day for water, or buy the herd himself for $3 a head.
Those are pretty stiff terms, Howard.
Better than losing everything like he's gonna do.
Why, you dirty
All right,
loser.
hold it, both of you. Now, look, if there's any gunslinging starts, I'm going to be in on it, too, you understand? Howard, I just don't understand you. Most people out here on the frontier stick together when trouble starts. They don't kick a man when he's down. And they don't look on a drought or a blizzard as a chance to make a personal cleaning.
Just a minute, Dillon. You call yourself a law in Dodge. All right. Does the law say I can fence in my own land?
It does.
And never mind your opinions, Marshal. All I want out of you is enforcement of the law.
All right, Howard, you'll get it. And that's all you'll get. Jackson, you better have your boys start the herd circling.
This mean you're backing him up, Marshal?
I'm backing up the law, that's all, Jackson.
Then I don't think much of your laws up here.
I only enforce them, I don't make them. Now, you better circle that herd.
I say you better. I'm ordering my boys to shoot the first man or steer that comes through that fence.
Chester, you cover Howard.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
And if he orders any of his men to fire a shot, kill him.
Be a pleasure, Mr. Dillon.
What's the idea, Marshal?
You wanted the law enforced. All right, you're getting it. But I'm going to do the enforcing, Howard, not you. So if you're smart, you won't give any orders about shooting.
All right, Mr. Dillon, you got a tough job. I guess you're trying to do it fair and square.
Man does what he has to do, Jackson.
I know. It's like with me. That herd of mine beds down without water. Most of them won't get off the ground in the morning. So law or no law, we're going through that fence tonight.
Matt.
Huh? Oh, hello,
What's the
Kate.
matter? Bad liquor or a busted string?
Neither. How are you?
Eager. But you probably noticed that before. Seriously, though, what's wrong?
Plenty. One of the bloodiest little range wars you ever saw is just about to break.
Out of Cottonwood Pond, I heard about it.
Did you hear, too, that I'm back on the wrong side?
Here, pull a stool up to the bar. Harry, a drink for Mr. Dillon.
No, thanks. I can't stay, Kitty. I gotta try to round up some deputies, and try is probably about as far as I'm gonna get. Old town will be siding with the Texas boys against Howard. And against me.
Maybe you ought to switch sides, Matt.
Oh, sure, I oughta. I know, but I can't. I started making my own rules, it'd mean the end of law and order in Dodge City. Yeah, I just can't do it, Kitty. Much as I'd like to.
Well, not for me to say. You're the one who has to decide.
Yeah, Chester. What'd you find out?
Mr. Hightower down at the railroad depot checked clear through to Topeka. They can't get enough cattle cars here to load that herd out before day after tomorrow.
Well, that's that. It's an outside chance anyway. Yeah, I just can't do it, Kitty. Much as I'd like to.
Well, not for me to say. You're the one who has to decide.
Yeah, Chester. What'd you find out?
Mr. Hightower down at the railroad depot checked clear through to Topeka. They can't get enough cattle cars here to load that herd out before day after tomorrow.
Well, that's that. It's an outside chance anyway. I thought we might load them up fast, Kitty, and run them up to Walnut Creek. It's still got a little water in it. But
Matt, there's something wrong with the law that upholds a low-down scheme like this.
Well, what Howard's doing is wrong morally, but it's right legally. I gotta find a legal way to stop him.
I bet a lawyer could find a way of some kind. Too bad this town doesn't have one.
Oh, heaven forbid.
Just the same, Matt.
Yeah, what is it?
My name's Fenton. I'm range boss.
Yeah, I know. You work for Dyke Howard. Well, what's on your mind?
Well, Mr. Howard figures you ought to be arranging to protect his property.
Jackson gave me his word he'd lay off until 9 tonight.
His word, sure. But Mr. Howard figures it'd be a good idea if you deputize his riders.
Fenton, get out.
Oh, wait a second, Mark.
Go on, get out. When I want Howard's advice, I'll ask for it. Now go tell him that.
Well, yeah, but...
Go on. Get out. Move. Deputize his riders. Sure, he'd like that.
Well, it just may come to that, Mr. Dillon. I couldn't get anybody else.
You know, I ought to throw this badge away and go out there and help Jackson cut that fence.
Matt, I still think what you ought to do...
I know. I ought to get a lawyer.
Well,
Kitty, the only lawyer Dodge City ever saw was that young fellow from Boston who died here last year on his way... Hey.
What is it, Matt?
Chester, what happened to those books of his?
Well, nobody never claimed them. They're still in the back of the jail there somewhere.
That's a long shot, but... Kitty, I love you.
Matt.
Come on, Chester, let's find those books. I don't know, Chester. Take a man a year just to learn what these words mean.
Well, I sure can't help you, Mr. Dillon. Looky there. Tort. Replevin. Statutory malfeasance. Why don't they write the laws out in English?
There'd be no work for lawyers, then. The only thing that might do it is this one. I'm not too sure what it means.
Evening, Matt.
Oh, Doc, come on in here, will you?
I figured I'd bring you a little courage for the battle.
What?
Might be snakes out at Cottonwood Pond.
It's very thoughtful.
Yes, sir. Calomel and Irish whiskey. No doctor west of the Mississippi ought to be without 'em. The calomel's for the woman, you understand?
Yeah, sure.
Mm-hmm. Of course, a bottle of Jameson might not cure a patient, but it sure makes him enjoy his illness.
Yeah. Look, Doc, you've been to school. At least I guess you have.
Oh, well, I browsed through a couple.
Well, listen to this now, and tell me what you think about this paragraph right here.
Well, you see, a schedule of territorial ordinances and judicial precedents. Handbook for local administrators. Well, I didn't go to law school, man.
No, but you've read books, and you know big words. Now listen to this. The local administrator or other duly constituted authority in a territorial division is hereby empowered to declare a state of acute emergency in case of riot, rebellion, or any natural catastrophe which threatens the general welfare. Now, Doc, would you say I'm a duly constituted authority, huh?
Well, in Dodge City, I guess you're about the only authority.
Yeah, now, would you say this drought we're having is a threat to the general welfare?
Well, I've never seen a worse one, but...
All right, now listen to this.
Yeah?
During the period of such emergency, the officer in charge is authorized to seize, confiscate, allocate, or otherwise administer critical materials and facilities in accordance with a common need and his own discretion.
All right, Matt. Water is a material.
Yeah?
And as far as keeping cattle alive is concerned, Cottonwood Pond is a facility.
That's all I wanted to know.
I don't see how it'll help you, though, Matt. Howard will never stand for it. You're still going to have a pitched battle on your hands.
Maybe so, Doc. But at least I'll be fighting in the way I want to fight. Well, come on, Chester, let's go. It's 8 o'clock.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment, but first, you personally can help to make sure America has an impregnable fence against invaders along all its borders by volunteering as a ground observer to watch the skies for unidentified planes. Men and women from teenage up, write or phone your nearest Civil Defense Center. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
It's dark now. Must be pushing 9 o'clock. Hope they don't jump the gun on us, Chester.
I figure Jackson will stick by his word, Mr. Dillon.
If Howard lets him.
You know, we might get a break in this drought if that storm comes this way.
Now, I'd say it's only heat lightning. All thunder, no rain.
Well, if it goes on a few more weeks, this prairie will be dried right down to the
All
nub.
right. Hold it. Pull up them horses.
He's right there by the fence, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I see it.
Who's there? Well, speak up.
I usually answer bushwhackers with a 6-gun. This is your lucky night, Fenton.
Oh, the marshal. I didn't know.
Where's your boss?
All right here, Dillon. About time you got here. That mob may try to rush the fence any minute now.
Not yet, Howard. I said 9 o'clock. You got 5 minutes yet.
Come on over here, Jackson. I want you to hear this, too.
I kind of wish you'd stayed out of it, Marshal. Rather not have fought against you.
Never mind. Mr. Howard, by the authority vested in me as a U.S. Marshal, and under the territorial laws and ordinances of the United States, I'm hereby declaring a state of acute emergency due to the drought.
What are you talking about, Dillon?
The U.S. Territorial Ordinance Schedule of 1858, Section 721C.
What are you trying to say?
Just this. For the duration of the emergency, I am taking charge of Cottonwood Pond in the name of the United States government. And I'm allocating use of it to Mr. Jackson here to water his herd. Now, if you want to try to make a deal with him, you got 5 minutes. Before I cut the wire and open the fence.
I've never bought water before, so I'll give you 10 cents a head, Howard. How about it?
I'll see you dead first. And I'll be struck dead myself before I see one head of your stock onto my property. Dillon, I don't know what's behind this move. Maybe you've sold out, made a deal of your own.
Easy, Howard.
If not that, then you've lost your mind.
Your 5 minutes are running out now. What are you going to do?
Fight! What do you think I'm going to do?
Going to resist the law?
You call it the law, I don't. Dillon, I'm giving my boys orders to shoot any man who lays a hand on this fence. And that goes for you.
Listen to me, Howard. You got a chance to do something that costs you nothing and means life or death to somebody else. And you're refusing to do it. Well, I'm sorry to see it that way. But in any case, this herd gets water.
Maybe they will. All right, boys, you heard it. Keep that fence covered. If they want to fight, I'll get one.
Jackson, I guess I'm going to need some deputies.
Well, I got 25 men here, Marshal. They're yours if you want them.
All right, boys. Will you all raise your right hands? Do you swear to uphold the Constitution, ordinances, and bylaws of the United States to the best of your ability, so help you?
I do.
All right, you're all temporary deputy marshals acting under my orders. Now bunch the cattle in this way and start them through the fence as soon as I open the wire.
They won't need much starting, Marshal. They've been smelling that water for hours.
Now don't shoot unless you're fired on. If you are, protect yourselves and your herd. All right, let's go.
Hey, Gus! Keep those flankers closing them in toward the opening here. They crowd on that fence, they'll cut themselves to ribbons.
Right, boss. Over this way.
Chester, come here, man.
Yes?
You got the wire cutters?
Here you are, Mr. Dillon. You know, I think we got a fight on our hands.
Yeah, I guess. All right, keep me covered.
I'll watch the left over here.
All right, Mr. Jackson. Well, there's one strand.
Look for the fence, Mr. Howard!
All right, fire at the flash, Chester.
Yes, sir. Oh, my gracious, I wish there was a moon.
There's one more strand.
I spotted him.
And here's the last one.
All right, boys, the fence is open. Bring them through.
Come on, through, boys! Heads up, Chester. They won't give in this easy.
Yeah, you can hear them out there, but you can't see for the dust.
Yeah. Wind's coming up off that cloud. Oh, come on. Let's try to find Howard. I'm going to take him in for attempted murder.
Last time I heard him, he was down along the fence here, Summers.
All right, boys. Fire the flash.
What the?
Look! Look at them torches, Mr. Dillon. They're setting fire in the grass.
Yeah. As dry as it is, they'll set the whole prairie blazing. Jackson! Get your herd through the fence. They're trying to stampede it.
It'll take more than fire to turn those cattle away from water.
I guess you're right. Look, send as many of your boys as you can to help me. We got to get that fire stopped and fast.
I don't know, Mr. Dillon. I don't know if we're winning or losing.
Well, if that backfire holds it, we're winning, Chester. Otherwise...
Couldn't have been a worse time. The prairie's dry as gunpowder.
Well, at least the herd's safe. They wouldn't leave that pond if the whole world caught fire.
Any orders for the boys, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, just have them keep working along the edge of the backfire, Pecos. Beat out any sparks that get across.
Right, Marshal, I got you.
Have you seen anything of the Howard gang?
Oh, not a sign. I guess they figured they'd done all they could.
Yeah, maybe.
Mr. Dillon, I'd swear a storm's gonna break. I can halfway smell the rain.
I don't know about that, Chester. But it's doing one thing it won't help us.
What do you mean?
Look, the wind's shifting. Starting to drive those flames across the backfire.
Well, if it catches there again, it'll get clear away from
Yeah, it sure will. Now, come on. Let's grab some of the boys and start working behind it.
Yes, go, Dillon.
Well, Fenton, I figure you'd be halfway to the Mexican border by now.
You figured wrong. You keep your hands still, both of you. One move and it's your last move.
That's about the way you planned it anyway, isn't it?
You wiped us out, Dillon. That backfire of yours took the ranch house and the barn. There's nothing for us to do now but drift. Only first somebody...
Hit the dirt, Chester. Aggie, drop the gun. You're under arrest.
I'll drop it, you dirty... Dillon,
Well, you warned him, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, it doesn't matter much now. Look, Chester.
Yes, sir. It's jumped the backfire. With that wind driving it, it'll burn the whole prairie from here clear to the river.
And Dodge City along with it. Not a way in the world of stopping it either.
The shot, Marshal. You all right?
I'm sick at my stomach, that's all. Dodge City's gonna burn, Jackson, and there's nothing we can do.
I sure didn't figure on this. I let him have the herd, gladly.
No, it's my fault. I should have jumped him first.
The man does what he has to, Marshal. I don't think that's your way.
Well, maybe my way's the wrong way. When it leads to burning 10,000 acres of prairie in a whole town, there must be something wrong.
Wait, Mr. Dillon.
What is it, Chester?
I told you I could smell it.
Smell what? What the devil is... Rain!
Yes, sir. By heaven may be the right expression.
Well, I don't know about that, but I know it's the only thing that can save Dodge. Well, come on, Rain! Faster! Cut loose and rain, will you?
What you doing in this, Dillon? Look at it. He's down on that bar.
Right. Chester, you know, out here on the frontier sometimes, when a thing like this happens, it makes you wonder if maybe... Well, I don't know. Come on, Chester, let's find our horses.
It's sure not letting up any, Mr. Dillon.
No. We're still quite a ways from town. Let's swing over along the bluff, Chester, and find a place to wait it out for a while, huh?
That's what I was hoping you'd say.
Come on.
So it took a long time to break loose, but it's sure making up for luck. Wow! I never saw lightning this big before.
Usually lets up once the rain starts. I guess it's just a freak storm anyway. Off your horse, Chester. Flat on the ground. Now.
I saw it flash, Mr. Dillon. It come from that lone cottonwood tree.
Yeah. It's a bad spot. He's got cover and we haven't. Well, I guess we found out what happened to Mr. Howard. All right, Howard. Come on with your hands up. You're under arrest.
Why don't you call it yet, Dillon?
I'm going to flip a shot at the tree, Chester. Roll away as soon as I fire. Yes. All right. Now.
Dillon! You're not smart enough!
That was close.
There's enough light for him to see. He's got all the odds. If he keeps it up, he'll get us sure.
Maybe we might just well rush him, Mr. Dillon. We haven't got much to lose.
That's an outside chance, Chester. And he's bound to get one of us.
Yeah, but this way it's both.
Yeah, I know. All right. We'll go in on the count of three. Fan out and move fast.
Yes, sir.
And, good luck, Chester.
Same to you, Mr. Dillon.
All right. 1, 2, 3.
Mr. Dillon, what happened?
It was lightning. It struck the tree. I think Howard's lying over there on the ground. Come on. Yeah. He's down, all right.
He said he'd be struck dead before he'd ever give in. Well, he was.
By heaven, I don't know. For the second time tonight. You know, Chester, I think I'm going to change my ways.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell and Lou Krugman, with Joe Duvall, Barney Phillips, and Georgia Ellis. Parley Bear as Chester and Howard McNear as Doc. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Where there's crime afoot, look for gangbusters. Tonight, listen for CBS Radio's
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Chester, do you have to do that? You're just stirring up a lot of dust.
Well, cleanliness is next to godliness, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I know, Chester, but all you're doing is getting it off the floor into the air. Man can hardly breathe in here.
All right, Mr. Dillon. I'll do my sweeping later.
Yeah, good.
My mother taught me that, Mr. Dillon.
Taught you what, Chester?
That cleanliness is next to godliness. She was a fine woman, too.
Oh, look, Chester, it's a good saying, and it's probably true, and I got nothing against your mother, except that she also should have taught you how to sweep.
Well, maybe she just didn't have the time, Mr. Dillon. You see, there was an awful lot of us, and with chores and...
Oh, hello, Doc.
Come on, I'll buy you a drink.
What?
Doc said he'd buy you a drink, Mr. Dillon.
He really said that?
You coming?
Doc, you gotta quit throwing your money around the way you do.
Maybe you don't need it.
No, wait a minute, Doc. I'm with you. I'll tell you all about it when I get back, Chester.
I'd be mighty interested, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, sure be glad when it gets winter again.
Why, Doc? You'll just complain about the cold, then?
I suppose. You go sit with Kitty, Matt. I'll bring a bottle of Irish.
Okay, Doc. Hello, Kitty.
Hello, Matt. What are you and Doc up to?
Hey, he wants someone to talk to, so he picked me. And you.
Fine. I'm a good listener. Lots of practice.
I see. You like Jameson's, don't you, Kitty?
Sure, Doc. What are we celebrating?
Let's see here. We'll drink to a fellow that you don't know. Cain Vestal.
Well, here's the hint.
Yeah?
Here's him. Yes, he'll be dead in a couple of months.
What?
That's what I told him.
What do you mean, Doc?
Well, I'm not the only one who's told him that. I'm just the last.
Well, who is this Cain Vestal, Doc?
Oh, it's just a fella came in on the train last night, leaving for Arizona tomorrow. That's where he's going to die, in Arizona. He's a musician. He plays the guitar, he tells me.
Well, how's he going to die?
Consumption. He's got it bad. I'm the last doctor who's going to ask about it, he says.
Poor fella.
Yeah, the climate out there, keep him going for a little while longer. I don't know. He's such a sad man for some reason.
Well, who wouldn't be, Doc?
No, Kitty. I think Cain's been sad for a long, long time. He's a very nice fellow, too.
Nothing can help him, huh?
No, nothing.
You know, it's a funny thing, Doc. I'm just sitting here thinking. Sometimes you have to tell men they're going to die. Sometimes I have to.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, there is. See that fellow with the car there? He just came in.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't think he knows anyone around here. You mind if I ask him over?
Well, sure. Your party, Doc.
Oh, good. Kane? Kane? Over here? Sit down. Sit down. Kane, this is Kitty.
Hello, Kane.
Kitty. This is Marshal Dillon.
Hello, Marshal. Pleasure to meet you.
Stand it down. Sit down. There we are. Have a drink.
Oh, thank you, Doc.
This your first trip west, Kane?
Yes, Marshal, it is.
Oh, where are you from?
Why, no place in particular, Miss Kitty. I seem to spend most of my life on the Mississippi River.
I thought you were a musician.
I am. I was hired to ride the river boats and play my guitar for the passengers.
Oh.
Well, at least you've had a constant change of scenery.
After 20 years of going up and down that river, it got pretty familiar, Marshal.
Well, Kane, I knew a young fellow back in St. Louis before the war, and he was learning to be a river pilot. Say, I wonder if you ever ran into him. Name of Clemens, Sam Clemens?
No, Doc, I don't believe I did.
Oh, he was a very amusing fellow. He was just chock full of stories.
You leaving Dodge tomorrow, Kane?
I'm headed for Arizona, Miss Kitty. No reflection on Dodge, though.
If you hit a place out there called Tombstone, I wish you'd look up Virgil Earp for me. Tell him I sent you, huh?
Well, thanks, Marshal. I'll do that.
Say, Kane, I wonder, could I ask you a favor?
Why, certainly, Miss Kitty. Anything at all.
Or would you play something for us?
I had an idea that's what it'd be. Anything in particular?
Oh, play something you like, Kane.
Another girl I knew used to like this one. Thank you, Miss Kitty.
I wish you were going to stay here a while. Maybe you could teach me to play like that, huh?
It'd be a pleasure, Miss Kitty. But I'm afraid I won't be around for long.
Morning, Mr. Dillon.
It's, noon, Chester.
Yes, sir, I know, but you went off with Doc yesterday, so I figured I had a little time coming today.
Well, that depends on how you spent it. Now, if you've been gambling,
Now, Mr. Dillon, you know I never gamble. No, sir. I was out helping a fellow learn to shoot a 6-gun, that's all.
Now? You mean there's a man in Dodge who doesn't know how?
This fellow don't. Never had one in his hand before. He's a musician.
What?
Plays the guitar, he told me.
You mean Kane? Kane Vestal?
Yes, sir, that's his name. Nice a fellow you'd ever want to meet.
Yeah. But he was supposed to leave on the stage this morning. Now, what's he done with a 6-gun anyway?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Dillon. He just come by here early this morning and asked me if I'd teach him.
Where'd he get the gun?
Said he just bought it. Anything wrong, Mr. Dillon?
No. It just doesn't add up somehow, that's all.
Oh, well, he won't cause any trouble. He's not the sort.
You never know, Chester.
No, sir. My Kitty looks pretty this morning. She's got a yellow parasol, Mr. Dillon.
Kitty? No, I think I'll go see her for a minute. I'll be right back, Chester.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Kitty?
Hello, Matt.
Kitty, I'd like to talk to you for a minute.
Oh, sure. What is it?
I'm curious about something, Kitty. Maybe you can help me.
Maybe.
How long was Cain Vestal with you yesterday?
Cain? Oh, he didn't leave till the evening. Why?
Well, he didn't go out on the stage this morning, and he's bought himself a 6-gun. You any idea why?
Gun?
Huh?
Doesn't sound like Cain.
Anything happened yesterday, Kitty, or did he tell you anything?
Oh, yeah. There was one thing, Matt. Joel Adams and a couple of his men came in.
Yeah.
Cain got pretty upset when he saw him had a bad coughing spell.
Huh?
Later, he asked a lot of questions about Adams.
Well, what'd you tell him?
Just that Adams is a big landowner around here, that nobody who isn't working for him likes him very much. That's all I know, anyway.
Yeah. They didn't talk, Adams and Cain.
No. I don't think they even know each other.
Well, anyway, he sure isn't the sort to be packing a gun.
Now, you'll just get into trouble, Matt.
Yeah. Where's he staying, did he say?
Dodge House, I think.
Yeah. Thanks, Kitty. I'll see you later.
Come in.
Hello, Cain.
Why, Marshal Dillon. Come in.
Thank you.
What can I do for you, Marshal?
I thought you were leaving Dodge on the stage this morning.
Well, I was, Marshal, but I changed my mind. You know how it is.
Sure, Cain, sure. Now, we're glad to have you around. I'm just curious, though. Your staying have anything to do with that gun you bought this morning?
Oh, Chester told you. I thought he would. He's a good teacher, Marshal.
Yeah, but that doesn't answer my question.
Do I have to answer it?
I'm just trying to help you, that's all.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Marshal, but I'm afraid there's nothing you can do.
Look, Cain, you're new in this country. A man like you just can't pick up a 6-gun and call himself a fighting man. Not and expect to live through it.
I certainly lay no claim to be a fighting man.
Then why did you buy that gun?
There's no law out here against a man having a gun, is there, Marshal?
No, but any man who carries one is expected to use it when the time comes. You'd be a lot safer without one.
Being safe doesn't mean a whole lot to me, Marshal. Not now.
Yeah, I know. Doc told me. What's it all about?
It's a long story, and an old one, I suppose. I'd really rather not talk about it.
I can't force you to. But tell me this, does it have anything to do with Joel Adams?
Yes, it does, Marshal. I'm going to kill him.
When?
I don't know. Anytime.
Well, why?
That's the long story I mentioned.
All right, Kane. But if you try to face him, he'll kill you before you got that gun halfway out of your belt. And if you shoot him any other way, you'll hang for it.
You've forgotten something, Marshal.
What?
No matter what I do, I'm going to die soon anyway. A month or two isn't going to make any difference.
You hate Adams that much?
I wouldn't kill a man I didn't hate, would I?
I didn't think you were the sort of man who'd kill anyone.
Only Joel Adams, Marshal.
Then I gotta warn him about you.
Well, I understand, Marshal. It's all right. He doesn't know me anyway. Never even saw me before.
But you want to kill him?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'll take your gun away from you, but you just find another one. And I can't arrest you unless I catch you trying to bushwhack him.
I'm sorry for the trouble I'm causing you, Marshal.
You know, I've never had to deal with a man like you before, Kane. Maybe I ought to just tie you up and throw you on that stage.
You could. But I'd just come right back.
Yeah, I guess you would.
I'm sorry this has to happen here in Dodge, Marshal.
Then why don't you leave?
I guess I hate Joel Adams too much.
All right, Kane, I'm through trying to convince you. So long.
Goodbye, Marshal.
I never heard of Kane Vestal, Marshal. I never saw him before last night.
You must have known him somewhere, Adams.
You're trying to make me out a liar, Marshal.
I'm trying to save Kane's life and yours, maybe.
Oh, he ain't gonna shoot me. I'll kill him first time he looks sidewise.
Maybe you won't see him.
Oh, shoot me in the back, eh? Well, in that case...
In that case, what?
Why, nothing, Dillon, nothing. Forget it.
If Kane's shot in the back, you'll be the first man I'd take in, Adams.
I don't even know him. Why should I shoot him?
I'm only warning you.
Well, just leave me be, Marshal. I can take care of myself.
See that you do, Adams, and only yourself.
Why, sure, Marshal. Only I don't much like the idea of some stranger gunning for me. Makes me sort of uneasy.
There must be some reason for it.
Don't start it again, Marshal. There ain't no reason.
I know. You've led a blameless life. You never hurt anyone.
I told you twice.
There are men around here who'd shoot you on sight if they thought they could get by with it. I don't think you were ever any good, Adams, so don't tell me Kane's got no reason. I don't believe it.
You're pushing me now,
I'm
Marshal.
tired of your talk, that's all. Maybe it's true you don't know him, but he sure knows something about you.
Well, then I wish you didn't. That's all I got to say.
But just keep out of his way. Give it a little time, and maybe there won't be any killing at all.
Why, sure. All the time in the world.
All right, Adams. I've done all I can.
Just don't worry about me.
I'm not.
Then goodbye, Marshal.
Goodbye.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, back tomorrow night. Pull up your chair, or better still, roll back your rug. It's the Vaughn Monroe Show returning to the Star's Address. Listen for Vaughn, the Moon Maids, the Moon Men, and their wonderful way with popular music and songs. Once again at their old familiar Saturday night time on CBS Radio. Remember, they're coming back tomorrow night. You and the whole family are invited to this season's scintillating premiere of the Vaughn Monroe Show on most of these same stations. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
Sure is quiet around town tonight, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. There's a trail herd due in a couple of days. I suppose business will pick up then.
You'd think those cowboys be too tuckered out after a ride like that to have any juice left in them at all, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, they're too poor to cut loose any other time.
Well, that don't stop them down in Texas, Mr. Dillon.
No?
No. It's just like an uncle of mine back in Waco. He was poor, oh, he was mean poor. But he always said the only good money was to have fun with.
Oh, did he have fun?
But, no, sir. He was too poor, like I said.
All right, Chester, all right. All I ask is that you don't try to explain it to me.
Well, but there's nothing to explain, Mr. Dillon. It's just that he was the one poorest man who'd ever...
Marshal, say, you want to talk to Cain Vestal?
What?
Cain is upstairs in my office.
He been shot?
No, not shot. Beat up.
Well, how is he, Doc?
Well, he's not too bad. A couple of cowboys found him just outside of town. They heard a shot and said 2 men rolled off before they could stop them.
Yeah?
And I guess whoever it was, they didn't have time to finish the job. They just got started working on him.
So Adams made the first move, huh? I'll be back soon, Chester.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
They hit him on the head with a gun butt. Scratched him up some. Outside of that, he's fine.
That's still assault, even if they didn't kill him, Doc.
Yeah, I suppose it is. Anyway, they took a shot at him when they heard those riders coming along. Went right through his coat.
Yeah. They probably think he's dead.
So that's where you went, Doc. I might have known.
Didn't even give you a chance to use that gun, did he, Cain?
I didn't have a gun on me, Marshal, but it wasn't he. It was they.
Huh? Did you recognize them?
Well, I don't know many people around here.
You know Joel Adams, so you told me.
It wasn't Adam.
Could you pick him out if you saw him again?
No, Marshal, I don't believe I could.
Where were you when they grabbed you, Cain?
End of Front Street. I was taking a walk after supper. They rode up behind me, one on each side, lifted me up, and carried me out of town a ways.
You must have got a good look at them, at least when they got off their horses.
It was too dark, Marshal.
Yeah. Doc, how long has he been here?
Oh, about half an hour, Marshal. Why?
Those cowboys who saw you, Cain, they brought you right in here, didn't they?
Yes.
So it was maybe an hour ago when those 2 men hauled you out of town? It was plenty light enough then.
Was it, Marshal?
You're gonna fight it yourself, aren't you?
Yes, Marshal. It's my affair.
It was, Cain, but you've been assaulted and shot at, so it's the law's business now.
I won't prefer any charges, Marshal.
You don't have to. I've seen you, and I know who did it, or who hired it done, as well as you do.
Please, Marshal, I got to handle this my own way.
There's a law that says you can't murder a man, Cain, and the same law says he can't murder you. Are you so full of hate you can't get that through your head?
I guess that's it, Marshal.
All right, Cain. You do what you have to do. So will I. Hello, Adams. I've been looking for you.
It's late, Dillon. Can't you see me tomorrow?
It's not even midnight. That's early for you.
You see how this marshal's always trying to get me on the prod, boys?
These boys of yours play pretty rough themselves, Adams.
Meaning?
Didn't they tell you?
Tell me what?
What they did to Cain Vestal?
They did not kill Cain Vestal, and you can't prove it.
No, Adams, I can't. Cain isn't even dead.
What?
You know, I'm curious, Adams. Why'd you think he might be?
Why, somebody said he got himself hurt.
Joel Adams.
You arranged this, Marshal?
You know I didn't.
Who is he? What does he want?
Hello, Joel Adams. Don't strain yourself so you don't know me.
Who are you?
Cain Vestal. But my name doesn't matter.
What are you haunting me for? I never saw you before in my life.
That's true. You didn't. But we had a
friend in common once.
A friend? Who?
Julie Travis.
What about Julie?
You were a riverboat gambler then, Adams, and you had money and fine clothes and a way with women, especially young girls. Julie was only 16 at the time.
Never mind all that.
So she went away with you to be married, you told her.
Oh. I think I guessed the rest. You wanted to marry her, but I got her instead. Is that it?
That's it, Adams. That's exactly it.
Oh, now I thought you really had something on your mind, Vestal. Well, all right, why don't you get out of here and quit bothering people while you can still walk?
Julie killed herself, Adam. She committed suicide.
What?
You didn't know that, did you?
Well, it's got nothing to do with me.
Because you never married her after all. It was just a year after you abandoned her in New Orleans. I think it has a lot to do with you, Joel Adams.
What are your plans, mister? I see you got a gun in your belt.
Gonna kill you.
Oh, so? When?
Now. Right now.
All right, Vestal, draw.
Leave the gun where it is, Kane.
One thing I always promised myself, Adams. Someday I'd spit in your face.
Why, you... Give me the gun, Adams.
Hey.
He's dead.
Well, he was going to kill me. You heard him.
He wanted you dead, Adams, any way he could manage.
I know it. That's what I say.
You're under arrest for murder.
For... What? It was a gunfight.
He never even moved for his gun.
Well, then I'll hang for this. He couldn't have got me any other way.
No, don't suppose he could have.
I remember the river gamblers used to say, don't matter how you win, so long as you win. That Kane should have been a gambler.
Maybe he was. Come on, let's go.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was especially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, with Georgia Ellis and Larry Dobkin. Parley Bayer is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc. Clancy Cassell speaking. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Both back this Sunday night. Edgar Bergen and Company and Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks. Yes, it's the Bergen and McCarthy Show with Mortimer Snerd, Podine Puffington, Effie Clinker, Ray Noble's Orchestra, and guest stars. Back Sunday nights at the Stars Address starting this weekend. Returning the same night is our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden as an English teacher ever seeking her special degree in romance. For comedy galore, enjoy Bergen and McCarthy and our Miss Brooks on most of these same stations. Back this Sunday night, presented by CBS Radio.
This is Amos, but my real name is Freeman Gosden. I urge you to vote. And as Amos would say, follow the election returns on the CBS Radio Network.
to HOJO Radio. More classic old-time radio coming your way next.
At the gallop! Ho!
Fort Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier, the saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire, and the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
Well, I still don't understand it, Captain.
I don't imagine the War Department worries itself about what you and I think, Gorse.
What I mean is, it only makes plain sense that a troop of men ought to be called a troop, not a company.
What's wrong with company, Sergeant?
I don't know, Captain, but it kind of makes us out to be an infantry outfit, don't it?
That bothers you?
I joined the cavalry, not a bunch of road builders and day laborers.
I'm not sure Captain Lawson and his men would like to hear themselves called that.
Well, I didn't exactly mean any disrespect to him, sir. I know any frontier post ought to have some infantry stationed on it. But I just think somebody ought to get around to changing the designation company.
A good enough name during the Civil War.
I guess so.
Oh, cheer up, Gorse. May take 'em 10 years, but sooner or later they'll change it. I'll be commanding a troop instead of a company.
Yes, sir. I'll be a whole heap older by 85, but I'll sure feel better about it.
All right, Sergeant. Have Corporal Mercer make out some copies of this, then post one at the saddler's shop, another at the AQM stores.
Yes, sir. Captain?
What is it?
Looks like Lieutenant Seibert's and the men coming through the main gate now, sir.
Yeah, they're about 7 hours late. Come on. We'll go meet them.
Platoon! Up! Prepare to dismount! Dismount!
That's pretty ragged.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Glasser, take over. Dismiss the platoon.
Sergeant Gorse, have Lieutenant Seibert's report to the orderly room as soon as he's free.
Yes, sir.
Well?
Captain...
What is it, Gorse? Say it out.
Lieutenant Seibert's is awful young, and he come here straight from the point.
I know that, Sergeant. You want me to be patient with him, that it?
Something like that, sir.
This is Indian country, Gorse. There's not time for a man to be young. I've been patient with him for 3 months now.
Yes, sir. But there's something else this time.
What's that?
His column out there's one man short.
I can see the empty saddle, too, Sergeant. Just have the lieutenant report to me.
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant Seibert's reporting the captain is ordered.
Stand at ease, Mr. Seiberts. You've just completed a fairly routine mission, Mr. Seiberts. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
If I recall, your orders were simply to take a platoon from B Company, proceed along the wagon road to Fort Collins, accept delivery of 60 remounts from Garrison Quartermaster, and return to Fort Laramie.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
You were to hold strictly to the route assigned, avoid all contact with Indian irregulars or any action which might provoke hostilities or reprisals. Were those your orders or not?
Yes, sir. They were.
Were they clear? Did you understand them?
Yes, sir, but...
Just ride to Fort Collins and bring back 60 horses. Those were your orders. Now, why didn't you carry them out?
I did, sir, until circumstances changed things.
Circumstances never change an order. The most you can do is alter the way you carry it out. All right, let's take a look at the way you carried out your orders.
Sir,
Up until last night when you bivouacked, everything had been normal. Then, during the night, a band of Indians jumped you and got away with 35 head of horses. Why? Because you'd already violated one order, a standing order applying to all night camps in Indian country, to use 4 sentries on the picket line and 4 more out in the points. You'd only posted 3 altogether.
We were only 4 hours from the fort, sir. I thought...
Then you violated 3 more orders. You sent a detail into the fort with the horses you had left, and you led the rest of the column in pursuit of the Indians.
But, sir,
In doing so, you left your assigned route, you made deliberate contact with the Indians, and you committed an act you knew would provoke hostilities. In fact, you did everything but tear up your orders and feed them to your mount.
But they'd stolen the horses, sir, and those horses had been placed in my charge. I couldn't let them get away with it.
Why couldn't you? You're an officer of the United States Cavalry, Mr. Syberts. You're not permitted the privilege of getting mad and hitting back. We've got a job to do out here, a tough one. To keep order over an area of 10,000 square miles, and to do it without men or the guns we need.
I know that, sir.
We're sitting on a powder keg, Lieutenant, every minute of the day and night, and don't you ever forget it. Just because some Indian strikes a match, that gives you no excuse to light one in return. That clear?
Yes, sir.
You brought back an empty saddle. How did it happen?
We were ambushed, sir. Private Linley was killed in the first volley. Corporal Dean and Private Wagner were wounded. We killed 2 of the hostiles before withdrawing.
Did you bring in Linley's body?
I'm sorry, sir. We were unable to recover it.
All right, that's all, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir. Captain Quince, shall I expect a board of inquiry?
That's up to the Major.
Sir, won't he go by your recommendation?
I can't be expected to cover up for every green lieutenant who comes off the point. I'll give him the facts.
Without recommendation?
That'll be all, Mr. Syberts.
Yes, sir.
Now, just a minute, Captain. You can't expect to cover up for every green lieutenant who comes off the point.
And I wouldn't attempt it, Major, but I still accept full responsibility for Mr. Sybert's actions.
Actions? The way I hear it, unofficially, of course, he simply lost his head, violated his orders.
Maybe I didn't make the orders clear to him, sir.
Clear to him? How could he possibly misunderstand a simple mission like that?
He's young, Major. We do things different out here on the frontier. It takes a while to ease into it.
We haven't got a while.
He'll realize that, sir.
Left his route, attacked a band of Indians, and Lord knows what else.
Major Daggett, you asking me for a detailed report?
Yes, of course I'm asking for... Oh, no. No, by heaven, you've already accepted responsibility. I don't want to know the details, at least not officially.
Whatever you want, sir.
You mean whatever you want? Confounded Lee, you mother that troop of yours like an old hen with a flock of chicks.
Yes, sir.
You'll take 'em out in the woodshed and whale the daylights out of them yourself, but you'll be hanged if you'll ever let the neighbors find it.
Yes, sir.
All right, you've accepted responsibility, so I'll let it go at that.
Good.
Provided you also accept the responsibility for pulling us out of the fire. A band of renegades, whoever they were, have attacked a cavalry column, stolen 35 horses, and killed a trooper. If they get away with it, more Indians will jump reservation and join up with them.
I think we can prevent that, Major. With your permission, I'd like to have a try at it.
What'll you need?
40 picked men from B Company, a second in command, and half a dozen of the best Indian scouts at the fort. Quanto for one, Dancing Fox, and maybe Will Granby and Pete Hazen.
All right. Who'll you take as your second? Peterson?
No, sir. Lieutenant Syberts.
You're handicapping yourself.
I'd like to move out by 1 o'clock. That way a forced march will put us at the site of the ambush before dark.
All right, Captain Quince. Make your arrangements.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, and Captain.
Yes, sir?
Good luck.
Thank you, sir. Sergeant Gorse?
Yes, sir?
Just what do you find so funny?
What? Nothing, Captain. Nothing at all.
Prepare to dismount. Prepare to dismount. Dismount.
Lieutenant Seibert's reporting, sir. We're ready to move out on order.
Good. Sergeant Gorse?
Yes, sir?
What do the scouts say?
Quanto talked with the scouts that were with the lieutenant at the ambush, sir. He's pretty sure they're a bunch of Cheyenne. Bison clan, with Squaw Dog leading them.
Squaw Dog. How many braves?
Around 30, sir. And Quanto thinks they won't be very far away.
I agree with him. This time of year, they're not likely to go north of the Laramie Mountains or west of the Sweetwater Ridge. 10 to 1, they'll hole up somewhere in the Butte country this side of the Laramie foothills.
Well, that's what Quanto thinks, too, sir.
All right, Sergeant. Tell Quanto and the other scouts to move out. They can cut the sign at the side of the ambush before the column arrives. We'll be there at 5.
Yes, sir.
Quanto, you and Will Granby move out.
All right, Mr. Seiberts. Post.
Column! Check! Prepare to mount! Prepare to mount! Mount! The guide is left, soldier.
Scouts have moved out, sir.
Right, Sergeant. You, get coffee this morning, Gorse?
Yes, sir.
I'm glad. I have a feeling it might be a spell before you get any more. Mr. Seiberts?
Yes, sir.
You will move out with a point. Once we clear the fort, you will deploy the men as skirmishers.
Yes, sir.
By the column of 2's left. On the guidon. Forward!
Forward!
Forward! Ho!
Captain?
What is it, Gorse?
I sure do like getting out in the open air now and then.
I just hope you feel that way 2 days from now.
I think I will, sir. I think I will.
Lieutenant Seibert's reporting, sir.
Yes, Lieutenant?
I've checked over the mounts, sir. They're standing it well, all in good shape. Private Harrison's mount has a stone bruise, not serious.
Fine. You got a match, Seiberts?
Yes, sir. Here you are.
Thanks. Sit down. Rest your feet.
Thank you, sir. Captain, may I ask what the plans are?
We'll let the men rest here till midnight, then push on north following the river. Unless Quanto or one of the other scouts makes contact before then.
And after that, sir, when we find Squaw Dog and his men?
No plans. At least no detailed plans. As a matter of information, Lieutenant, or instruction, as you might say, I'm operating under one general order. To get the horses back, punish the Indians responsible for stealing them and for killing Private Linley, and do it without starting a blood feud.
You pardon my saying it, sir. It Sounds like a difficult mission.
Most of the jobs the cavalry does out here are difficult, Lieutenant. In time you'll realize that.
I'm beginning to, sir.
Hope so.
Who goes there? Advance and be recognized. FUNKO. Go.
Captain Quince, it's Quanto, sir.
Over here. Any luck, Quanto?
Much luck. Fine squaw dog.
Where?
Upriver, at Ponowico Fork, 1 mile west. Camp in Buttes.
Ponowico Fork. And a forced march, we can make it before dawn. Corporal Mercer, get my horse.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Syberts, I'm going to ride out with Quanto and get a look at him. You'll take command of the column.
Yes, sir.
Have the men tie down their bridle chains, muffle all equipment. Stay by the river, but keep moving. Wait at the fork if I haven't rejoined you. Sergeant Gorse knows where it is. That clear now?
Yes, sir.
All right, Quanto, lead out. Carry on, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir. Bugler, sound boots and saddles.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Gorse.
Yes, sir.
We'll move out in 10 minutes.
Well, that's them, all right, Lieutenant. If it was anybody else, a point flanker would have stopped him.
Wonder what he plans to do.
I just wouldn't know, sir. I never try to outguess the captain.
He's a good officer, Sergeant Gorse.
You couldn't find any better, sir. When we got a little time, I want to tell you something else about him.
Made good time, Mr. Syberts.
Thank you, sir.
Be full dawn in about half an hour. Things are working out fine. There are about 30 of them camped in a narrow ravine between those two buttes there to the west.
Luck sure is with us, Captain.
The ravine's about 150 yards long. Only way out's at either end. Sides are too steep to climb. So here's what we'll do. Sergeant Gorse will send 4 men to each of those 2 buttes. They'll climb on foot, take positions on the rim of the ravine looking down on Squaw Dog's camp. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant, you'll take 12 men and circle south to come up on the far side of the buttes. You'll approach on foot, establish a skirmish line to command the mouth of the ravine. It's all broken ground. There's plenty of cover. You'll have 20 minutes to get in position. That clear?
Yes, sir.
I'll move in, cover this end of the ravine. You'll fire at will on your own discretion as soon as you hear my guns open up. And with this point in mind, don't kill a single Indian unless you have to keep from being overrun.
But sir...
That's an order, Lieutenant. This whole operation has just one purpose. I want Squaw Dog to realize one thing fast, that he's trapped, and that we can kill him and every one of his braves if we so choose. After that, we'll just see what happens. That clear to both of you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, move out.
It's 20 minutes now, Captain.
Then we'll assume Syberts is in place. All right, Sergeant, let's wake him up.
Yes, sir.
Prepare to fire. Ready? Fire!
Hit him again, Sergeant.
Ready? Fire! At the ready, hold!
Well, that ought to show him it'll be a little rough trying to come out this end.
He ain't even going to try it, sir. Not one brave has shown up at the end of that ravine. There go the boys up on the rim.
That'll give him something else to think about. Well, he ought to run into Syberts down there at the far end any second now.
There he goes now.
We've stopped firing. We've turned him back. Well, Gorse, I guess we can settle back now and wait.
What do you figure Squaw Dog's going to do, sir?
I know what I'd do. I'd hightail it out here and talk things over. You got a match, Sergeant?
No, Doc. Maybe not.
If Squaw Dog wishes to say something to the captain, let him get off his horse and speak the English he learned in mission school. And let him hand me his rifle.
Squaw Dog, ask why it is white man's soldier attack peaceful hunting party.
Is it possible Squaw Dog thinks I'm a fool?
All Cheyenne know. Captain is wiser of all men.
Then is it possible that Squaw Dog has lost his eyesight and gone blind?
Squaw Dog sees like the eagle.
Then why can't he see 35 horses in there, in that ravine, with the mark of the white man's government on their flanks? Or is it possible that some of the chief's braves have made a fool of him?
A fool?
Could it be that some of them have stolen horses and killed a soldier of the white man's army, and Squaw Dog knows nothing about it? Could it be that they've lied to you? Told you they traded for the horses? Are you a chief, Squaw Dog? Or a fool whose men laugh at him behind his back?
I am a chief.
Then why are you not able to control your men? Why are they able to fool you so easily? Have you lost your authority?
I am chief.
If you were chief, you would identify the guilty men and punish them yourself. Why is it necessary for the white man's army to do your job for you?
I do not know who does this thing.
Well, I'll give you 5 minutes to find out. And if you can't, then we'll look for the guilty men with bullets. And a bullet has no eyes, Squaw Dog. It can't tell the guilty from the innocent.
How many brave, you say, do this thing?
I don't know. But one trooper was killed. I'd say it would take about 4 braves to kill a trooper.
Squaw Dog, go now.
Just 5 minutes. And when you come out, leave the government horses in the ravine and leave your rifles there, too.
We do not keep rifle.
You do not. It may help remind you to supervise your braves more closely in the future. Now get going.
The 5 minutes are just about up, Captain.
Yeah. He may decide to fight, but I was hoping he'd take the bait.
He took the bait, Captain.
Yeah. Well, it's rough justice, but it's better than a blood feud and a punitive campaign by a full regiment.
There they come, sir. They're riding out.
All right. Let Mr. Syberts know he can follow them through.
Yes, sir. Bugler, sound recall. Well, they probably shot the 4 oldest.
Yeah, probably. Have Squaw Dog and his braves stand by till Lieutenant Syberts gets here. He took part in the action. He has a right to share the surrender.
Yes, sir.
Guilty braves are punished. Squaw Dog is free to go now.
Yes? You have my permission.
Now go. Chilanya.
Oh, just one more thing, Squaw Dog. Every chief should have a rifle. But you have none.
No.
I will permit you to have a rifle, Squaw Dog. Here, take this one. Now, go in peace.
Peace. Bye. Yeah.
That bloody old reprobate.
Revenge is a luxury out here on the frontier, Sergeant. Better this way in the long run.
Captain, why'd you give him back his gun?
Because that gun will break his back, Lieutenant. He took that rifle off of Trooper Linley's dead body. I saw the serial number. That made him a big man with the clans. But then we outfoxed him, forced him into a spot where he had to execute his own braves to save his skin. And as a final gesture of contempt, I gave him back the gun. That'll break him. It'll save lives in the long run. They'll laugh him off the reservation before the month's out, and... What's wrong, Lieutenant?
I caught a bullet, sir. One of the Indians at the other end of the ravine. It's not serious.
Why didn't you get attended to?
Well, I had direct orders to report to you at once,
A
sir.
bullet wound's an exception, Lieutenant. Go find Corporal Grayley and get him to dress that.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Lieutenant.
Yes, sir?
About that board of inquiry.
I heard about it, sir.
Who from?
Sergeant Gorse, sir.
Gorse?
Captain, he's going to do all right. He'll make a good soldier.
He'll do better than that, Sergeant. He'll make a good cavalryman.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry, with Vic Perrin as Sergeant Gorse. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by Les Crutchfield, with sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, Jack Moyles, Joseph Cranston, and John Daner.
Company, tension! Dismiss!
Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. Now, a public service message from CBS Radio. In time of flood or fire or other disaster, feeling sorry for the victims is not enough in itself to help those victims resume their normal ways of life. When disaster strikes, someone must be on the spot and on the job to help. And with your support, the Red Cross will be on the job wherever and whenever emergencies arise. Join and serve your local Red Cross chapter now, and enjoy knowing that your membership and your contributions are helping people when a need arises throughout the months ahead.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We have more classic radio coming your way next.
At the gallop! Oh!
Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier, the saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire, and the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
Mr. Syberts! Mr. Syberts!
Yes, Captain.
We're wasting our fire at this range. Pass the word. Men are to flank the canyon, dig in, and hold their positions.
And their fire, sir?
Cease fire.
But they'll think we've quit, sir.
I hope they do, Mr. Syberts.
Yes, sir. Captain, what about your leg?
It's fine. Now pass the word, Mr. Syberts.
Right away, sir. Cease fire. Flank the canyon, dig in, hold your position. Cease fire.
Gorse! Sergeant Gorse!
Yo! Right here, Captain.
Give me a hand. Behind that boulder.
Yes, sir. Can you bear weight on that leg?
I can get behind that boulder.
Are you easy now, sir?
Don't know when I've been more comfortable.
If you're dry, I got part of a canteen here.
No, save it. You'll need it.
Captain, there's a clearing about 100 yards back. We got the horses back there. Harrison and me together get you there.
I'm fine here, Sergeant.
Well, you'd rest a mite easier there, sir.
Maybe you ought to take up nursing, Gorse. You're developing a fine manner for it.
Well, sir, I reckon it's all this easy living. It's kind of got me soft.
Go back to your position, Sergeant, and dig in.
Flanking the canyon this way, you must be figuring them Injuns will try another run-through.
No use 40 men spreading thin against 200-300 Arapaho.
Yes, sir.
Go on back, Gorse. Send Lieutenant Syberts here.
Right, sir. Lieutenant Syberts. Captain Quince. You set for me, sir?
Men have their orders.
All down the line.
How about ammunition?
We've enough, sir.
What's enough?
Well, sir, I
Enough
think...
to lead a charge down the canyon and run them off?
No, I don't believe so.
Enough to hold our ground here and stand off an assault?
That would depend on the size of the assault.
Mr. Syberts, there are at least 200 Arapaho firing what's left of our camp down there. I want to know if we can hold these positions.
Not long, sir. Not if they turn on us full force.
Then we don't have enough ammunition, do we, Mr. Syberts?
No, sir, I guess not. What do we do, Captain?
Sit here. Hope they think they wiped us out on their last run-through.
That why you ordered the men to hold their fire?
That's why.
They're riding off, Captain. Don't look like they counted us too important, Captain Quince.
That a complaint, Sergeant?
No, sir. I was born plain insignificant. I mean to stay that way. Help me get the captain back to the clearing, Sergeant. His leg needs attention.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Syberts. We can't waste any more daylight. You have 6 hours of good riding left before nightfall.
Sir, you can't ride hard. You've lost a lot of blood.
The patrol's going back to the fort under your command, Mr. Syberts. Harrison and I'll take it in easy stages.
We can't leave you here, sir.
Mr. Syberts, you'll reach Fort Laramie tomorrow night, if you're lucky. Major Daggett needs a full report as soon as possible.
Captain Quince, sir, we could strap you in your saddle.
No need for that, Sergeant. I'd slow you up, and Major Daggett needs that report. Now, send Harrison to me. Prepare to move out.
I know this country better than Harrison, Captain.
Mr. Syberts will need you, Gorse. This will be good experience for my orderly.
Yes, Captain.
Patrol, report to the clearing. Check your mouth.
Well,
Prepare to move out.
Good luck, Mr. Syberts.
All of you, patrol.
Thank you, Captain.
Report to the clearing now.
Good luck to you, sir.
you're all played out, aren't you, sir?
There's fresh water ahead. To the left there. That clump of trees.
You can't go on just water, Captain.
Well, it'll help. We can water the horses, too.
Not much sunlight left. I hoped we'd find a settler where we could bed down for the night.
This is Arapaho country, Harrison. They routed out most of the settlers.
They sure got a way acting like they own the place, don't they? Running off white men.
They were here first. I guess they got a funny idea that makes it their land.
If we'd have had the whole company back there, we'd have run through them, sure. Showed them whose land it is.
Well, it would take an awful good company. Those were dog soldiers leading that raid.
Dog soldiers?
Toughest fighters in the tribes. Hand-picked for their daring. Hote Mintanio.
How's that, sir?
That's the Cheyenne name for dog soldiers. But most Plains Indians have a select band like them. Sioux and the Arapaho.
Oh. Guess we were smart to take cover in that canyon, Captain.
Yeah, I guess we were. In through the trees, Harrison. Good grass there by that stream.
I'll be right there to lend a hand, sir.
Stand to steady me as I come over on this leg, Harrison. It won't bear weight.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Oh.
Guess I'm weaker than I thought.
Now, don't you worry, Captain. I got bull strength. Here, let me help you. Now, you just sit back against this tree. There. How's that, sir?
All right, Harrison. Thanks.
I'll get you some fresh water. You gone all white.
I'm all right. I'll ease those cinches and lead the mounts down to the stream and water them. Go on. I just need to catch my breath. Rest a bit.
I sure wish I could make you right comfortable, sir. In bed with food and all.
I know. Mind the horses.
Yes, sir.
Harrison?
You awake, sir?
I shouldn't have gone to sleep.
You just didn't have no choice, Captain. Once you drank that cool water, you was plumb through.
What's that? Horses?
No, they're not making a sound, sir. I hobbled them before I set out.
Wait a minute. There's horses, all right. Sounds like they're riding this way.
I sure don't hear a thing. Could be you got some fever, Captain Quince. Some folks hear things when they got fever.
You keep listening, you'll hear them.
Yes, sir. Well, what I was going to say was, while you was resting so easy like, I set out and took a look around. There's a cabin, sir, not more than a couple of 100 yards away.
They're coming from the north.
Yeah, I can hear them now. Could be cavalry, Captain. They move south long ahead of us.
Not cavalry. Look through the trees.
Indians.
Dog soldiers.
Captain, we better make for that cabin.
No. We're better off here. Trees will hide us. Unless they already know we're here. Lie flat, Harrison. If they start through the trees, fire.
Can you handle that carbine, sir?
Yeah, I can.
They're making for us, sir. Sure seeing them.
Wait them out.
They're right at the tree, Captain.
Easy.
I'm sure not keen on them seeing me first.
Shut up, Harrison. They're riding right along the tree line. Going on south.
I can't make them out anymore. You see them?
Now, they've gone on past the thicket. I can't see them.
Man, that was closer.
Still close. They stopped.
You want I should get our horses, sir?
I do not. Can you hear them?
They ain't moving as I can tell. I counted 6, Captain.
6. That cabin, where is it?
Near as I can tell, that's where they are, sir. It's that direction, not more than a couple 100 yards away. Oh, I tell you, sir, that's a welcome sound.
You were talking about a deserted cabin, Harrison?
Not a living thing around. Likely been that way for years.
You'll have to near carry me. I can't mount again.
Just you don't worry yourself, Captain. I'll take right good care of you. Not 10 more steps. You can make it, sir.
I don't know, Harrison.
You just lean heavy now. We'll get there. You'll make out fine.
You come no closer.
Well, ma'am, there's no cause for shooting. We're your kind, white folks.
I'll judge about the shooting. What ails him?
He's all shot up and weak. Ma'am, I'm not even asking for a hand, but I gotta put him down inside.
Army?
2nd Cavalry, Fort Laramie.
Harrison, I think I...
Captain Wentz! Captain, you all right, sir?
Is he dead?
No, ma'am, not yet. Would you just try to help? Put that shotgun down and help a body?
How are you on food?
Oh, 10 of jerky, maybe.
Blankets? Shot? You got anything?
I got an awful sick captain here, ma'am. That's what I got. And I'm lifting him up right now and taking him in there.
How much money you got?
I don't know. A little.
Hand it over.
Once we inside...
I tell you, son, I'd as soon shoot the both of you as jaw this way. I want your money and your guns.
I don't rightly know how you stand yourself.
His money, too.
I'm bringing him inside now.
Not for long. For this little bit of money.
Open this door for me.
You're another weak one, are you?
My arm's full of logs.
Put them by the stove and quit your whimpering. Soft bellies, the lot of you.
How is he?
Ask him. He's only pretending to sleep.
Captain?
You can't fool her, Harrison. Don't try.
Oh, you gave me a fright, sir. I wasn't sure you was going to come around.
I'll be all right.
She get the bullet?
Yeah. Yeah, she got it.
I see new cubs are tougher hide.
Captain, she took everything we had. Jerky, guns, money. What kind of white woman is she?
You'd best quiet him. I've buried 4 husbands, 20 children. A couple of strangers don't faze me.
Better get some sleep, Harrison. She says you watched me all night.
You sure you're all right?
I'm fine. Now go to sleep. That's an order.
Yes, sir.
Four husbands, ma'am?
Outlived them. But they was men, regular men. Didn't go around sirring every other man and mamming women folk.
Yeah, they weren't in the army.
Indeed they wasn't. No call for the army in those days. Mr. Pelfrey and me lived as peaceable as could be with the Indian folk. We come here peaceable, me and Mr. Pelfrey.
When was that?
In the 30s.
Things are different then.
No different than with Mr. Griffith, Mr. Albright, even later on with Mr. Netherton. Yeah, there was lessons to learn in the West in them days. Eat the porridge.
Much obliged, ma'am.
Hattie.
How's that?
Hattie, I say. Hattie Pelfrey. I go by that. I can't abide being called ma'am.
Oh.
I lean toward Hattie.
Hattie, you live alone, middle of Arapaho country. How do you manage?
I come by your guns. Such little money you had. Sometimes it's food, sometimes robes. I'll take what I can get. No matter to me if it's settlers or scouts or army folks.
Or Arapaho?
Folks don't find Hattie less'n they lost, or half dead. It'd open your eyes to see what they part with.
You always greet 'em with a shotgun?
If need be.
Before we came here last evening, a band of Arapaho braves stopped here.
I got good arrows, strong bows, rifles. Even a couple of buffalo guns off a hunter broke his leg down the canyon.
They got a camp near here, the Arapaho?
You got something more to give me?
Oh, Harrison said you cleaned us out.
You're getting full measure.
What's going on? My ring. Hey, you can't have that.
But I got it. Well, I ain't had a pretty first spell, and that's a fact.
A man ain't safe sleeping here. I bought that ring myself in St. Louis.
Oh, it'll fit fine once I wrap some twine around it. Body's fingers thin with age.
Next you'll be picking my bones, you old buzzard. Mind your tongue!
Give him his ring back, Hattie.
Not likely.
Captain Quince, what says you can't hit an old woman when she's so contrary?
Oh, for one thing, she's got a shotgun.
I'd soon use it as jaw with you.
You take his ring, you give us something, Hattie.
I do admire a pretty. Clean forgot the bright feeling they give you.
Our guns for the ring, Hattie, that's fair.
I come by your horses down the creek this morning. They're grazing on my grass, swilling my water. The pretty's to pay for that.
Captain, I better see to them mounts.
You'll stay with the sick and ailing. I'll see to the horses.
You saying he can't leave the cabin?
Not alive, he can't.
Why, you...
She means it, Harrison.
I do that. Now, I've got tending to do. Outside. No need peering around for your rifles whilst I'm gone. You won't find them.
Captain Quince, we gotta move out of here.
Well, we need horses to do it. Here. You steady me.
You ain't fit to stand yet, sir.
Just you stand still. Yeah. We'd have to crawl once we're outside anyway. I can manage to the door.
Like as not, she's just crouched out there waiting for us.
It's worth a chance. We may not get another.
Yes, sir.
Get the door. Get on your belly. Move small through this brush. Toward the stream. Can you see her?
No, sir.
Stream, how far is it?
A good 50 yards. Maybe more.
I don't see the horses.
Not yet, sir.
Flatten, Harrison. It's Arapaho.
She come out of those trees by the water, sir. She's talking to them Indians.
Don't even breathe. She's going back toward the trees.
Yeah. But there ain't a sign of our horses, sir.
No sense trying to go it without them. We'll have to go back.
To the cabin?
Without guns or horses, we're no good out here, Harrison. Come on.
What you reckon? She's done with them, Captain.
That woman, she might have eaten them.
I'll steady you for the walk, sir.
I'd give a lot for some of her strength right now.
You think I could find him alone?
Get yourself killed doing it? It's no good, Harrison. We'll have to wait.
You're just about as foolish as can be, ain't you? Crawling around in the brush out there. What's ID?
Fresh air, Hattie.
Got no guns, no food. There's Arapaho all around. You don't think too good of your hides, do you?
Where are the horses, Hattie?
Your color's coming back some.
You heard the captain. What about the horses?
They come right high in these parts, youngin'. Yeah, I could get me a passel of things. Trading horses.
You're real friendly with the Arapaho, Hattie.
They treat me good. Of course, they know Mr. Pelfrey and me come peaceable to their country. Not to run 'em off what rightly is their land.
You never seen 'em at the killing? White women, babies, no matter to them.
You ever ask yourself who started it all? I seen it happen. The whites and their guns moving in. Wasn't pretty work they did. Women and children, too.
They let you live here. It's got to be a reason.
He come here like you, full of shot, ailing. White men's doing. Mr. Pelfrey and me, we took him in, tended him. He was a young chief then. But Standing Bear never forgot. Not in all these years. He's as near to a relation I got.
You're from another age, Hattie. You and Standing Bear.
You got anyone? A wife?
No wife.
Mother, then?
I got her memory. Pair of her earrings, that's all.
Not on you. I'd have found 'em.
They're back at Fort Laramie.
Oh, that's a pity. Yeah, that's a pity.
Think you can get the guns without waking her?
I can't make out good with no light. But I can fight an old woman in the dark.
Not long till sunup. This may be our last chance. Easy now.
Now, that's just close enough. Stealing up on an old woman. What kind of men are you? I don't mind shooting. A bit.
You're a witch. That's what you are. Seeing in the dark, hearing. You're no kind of woman at all.
Maybe not now, young'un. But I was once. More woman than you could imagine.
Now shut up, both of you. Someone's coming.
Come earlier than I said.
It's probably them same engines again, Captain.
Yeah.
Now get. Back where you belong. Over there, to your beds. Welcome.
Captain, I had my gun, I'd blow us all up before I'd let them take us.
I know. Maybe I'd help you.
She's out there right now. Trading for us. You know that.
Get ready. Someone's coming.
Now, that side of beef will last me the winter and more. Gift for my friend, Standing Bear.
For us, Hattie?
Now then, you're worth a sight more than that.
They're riding off, Captain.
You sparing us, Hattie? For what?
Sparing you?
You didn't tell them about us.
They didn't ask.
You acting human so sudden-like. After near scaring us to death.
I ain't gonna miss this, young'un, that's a fact. I'd soon keep company with a bawling calf. I tell you, I'm bone brittle with you two around.
Well, we'd be glad to get out of your way. Trade for guns, our horses, and a cut of your new beef.
Been thinking about them ear bobs.
I've been thinking about our guns.
Under my bed. There's 2 horses saddled at the spring. Now, them ear bobs.
They're back at Fort Laramie, Hattie. You mean to ride back with us?
I gotta watch who I'm seen with.
Yeah. Well, I might get back your way someday. If I do, I'll bring him to you.
For these old ears? Yeah, here, young'un. Pretties ain't for me, not no more.
I'll take my ring, ma'am. And thank you. But I ain't even pretending to understand you.
If you was regular men, you'd find yourself a woman. Pretties don't belong on a man's hand, locked up at no fort. Now, us women folk, it gives us that right feeling, having a pretty.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry, with Vic Perrin as Sergeant Gorse. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by Kathleen Height, with sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper, musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were Virginia Gregg, Sam Edwards, and John Daner.
Company, tension! Dismiss!
Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. Anyone who has ever been helped by the Red Cross can tell you how important help is when the need arises. And everyone who is a member of the American Red Cross can tell you how much deep satisfaction comes with knowing you have helped provide aid in an emergency. Make your investment in humanitarianism soon. CBS Radio urges you to join and serve your local Red Cross chapter. Your membership and your contributions make all Americans neighbors in a time of need.
You're listening to HOJO Radio.
Romance of the Ranchos. San Fernando, 1845. Armies prepare for Battle of Cahuenga Pass. San Fernando, 1874. Senator buys Garden of Eden in Valley. San Fernando, 1941. Movie star buys ranch in beautiful Valley of Homes. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, a weekly dramatization around the colorful history of Southern California. Each week, there's a new story narrated in all its excitement and drama by our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham. The historical accuracy of tonight's story, like that of all these presentations, is assured by the records in the files of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles. These records contain the detailed history of land ownership in Los Angeles County from the days of the first grants by the King of Spain. The older ones are handwritten, of course, and many of them are in Spanish. Since many of our early-day leading citizens and landowners were unable to read or write, signatures consisting of a mark attested by witnesses are rather common. In many ways, the records themselves are as interesting as the stories they tell. And here to tell the story is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Our story tonight deals with the lovely valley we call San Fernando, but which was once Encino, the Valley of the Oaks. And from the days of the romantic mission of San Fernando and the days of the Dones to the great valley of today, it is a story rich in the romance of the rancho. Our story of the rancho of San Fernando starts about the year 1790. For several years, the Franciscan friars who had founded the missions of San Gabriel and San Buenaventura had traveled many weary miles through the broad green valley they called El Encino, the Valley of the Oaks. Another mission was needed, a halfway stop between San Buenaventura and San Gabriel. To break the tedious journey and to complete the chain of missions that stretched away to the north, a party set out in 1795 to search for the site of a new mission. Into the broad Valley of the Oaks they came. Then...
Padre, this is about the point where it should be, see? But we have left El Camino Real. We are distant from perhaps 2 leagues.
See, I know. This is all right, my brother. Here in this upper end of the valley, we will find the spot we want. For it is here that the springs come down from the mountain. It is good land, with plenty of water. Many Indian rancherias.
But the mission should be constructed on El Camino Real.
You forget we do not found the mission for our own comfort, but for the good we can do for these poor Indians. He will be the better, my brother.
See, I had forgotten. You are right.
There is a pasture land and firewood not far away. And rock for the foundation. Everything we need. But also, from here we'll be able to easily reach all of the Indians of the valley and furnish them with a central place for teaching and worship. See, my brother, this is the place. Here we shall found the 17th mission.
And so it was that on September 8, 1797, Father Lasuen stood before a great gathering of curious Indians.
Here, my children, we have planted a great cross, a symbol of our Christian faith. May it stand through the years in veneration, and may the blessings of our Lord fall upon this land, its fields and streams, and bring this new venture a long, prosperous life of service. And so we dedicate this mission, San Fernando Rey de España, in love of God and the name of our glorious King, San Fernando III. O Heavenly Father, as we are gathered here, we thank you.
After the ceremony, many Indians were given baptism, and work was started on building a temporary church, granaries, and storerooms. Crops were put in, and the land stocked with cattle. The docile Indians of the valley quickly became converts to the new religion of the White Fathers, and soon hundreds of them were learning the arts of farming and building. In most cases, they readily took to the new ways of the white man. But once in a while, the Padres had a little trouble.
Tomas! Tomas! Come here.
I come, Padre, I come. You want?
Tomas, where are your clothes?
I ride horse. No want other skin. Make hot.
How many times have I told you, you must not go around like this without your clothes? It is not decent.
Never wear other skin before white men come. Good, then.
You did not know any better then. Now you do.
Can ride horse more better without skin.
No matter. You must go get your clothes.
No want.
But why? Why don't you want to wear them? Come, tell me.
Squaw, she laughed. Me, man, dress in other skin like woman. Women laugh. Me no like. Me, man. Me no woman. No life. No life.
In spite of such inconveniences as the new clothing, the Indians of San Fernando Valley learned the civilized arts. And as the years rolled peacefully by, the valley sprang to life under their care. By 1822, there were 1,000 Indians living at the mission itself, with many hundreds more scattered throughout the valley. And an accounting of the great herds owned by the mission showed rich game.
Cattle, 7,000 head. Sheep, 6,500 head. Horses, 1,300.
And that is all?
No, there are 40 goats, 50 pigs, 80 mules. Quite an animal community, isn't it, brother?
The missions prospered, but it was not to last for long. Already the settlers of the pueblos were forming a movement against them. Many a debate went on between church and secular powers.
But, senor, you are an official of the pueblo. We have always gotten along well together. What have you against the missions?
Nothing personal, you understand, Padre. Nothing at all, in fact, except that they own all of the good land in Alta California.
But we do not own all of it, senor. We hold it in trust for the Indians who were here before we came.
That's just it, Padre. That's where the mission system breaks down. In the beginning, you thought you could teach the Indians to govern themselves. The missions were supposed to turn the land back to them after 10 years.
See, that is right. But they are so backward.
Exactly. They are too backward to ever make anything of this land. And in the meantime, many fine settlers have come from Sonora, from Spain. They are eager to build a new land here, to make this a new empire. But they cannot, for they can get no land.
But there is land.
Oh, see, land, but not good land. You hold all of that, and you have grown richer and richer by it.
Senor, we only serve.
Oh, see, I know. I did not mean you padres personally.
We have done much good. We have turned this desert into a garden.
See, I acknowledge that. But your good has been done. Your era has passed. It is time now to go on, to progress. I'm afraid that very soon something will be done about it.
And something was done. The Secularization Act of 1833 sounded the death knell of the missions. Their lands were taken over by the government and granted to private owners little by little. But San Fernando suffered less than most others, and it prospered for many years more. It was widely famous for its fiestas, especially the one on May 30th, when San Fernando Day was celebrated. People came from miles around to taste the first fruits of the year and to celebrate a mass of Thanksgiving. Following a great banquet in the afternoon, horse races were held, and the main event was a big bullfight. The Indian tribes from all over Southern California gathered to join in festivities of their own. A great ceremonial dance was held around the huge image of an Indian chief, with a great ceremonial fire lighting the event, and cries of the dancers furnishing the music. But the great days of the mission were slipping away. Each year, more Indians left the confines of the church to work as vaqueros for the newly founded ranchos. Others merely planted field crops on a patch of what had been mission land. California, under the Mexican government, was rapidly falling into anarchy and confusion. Governments changed quickly and dramatically. The differences between the Californians and Mexico mounted until in 1844, word came to Los Angeles.
General Castro! General Castro! I have news from Mexico.
See, what is it? What's the trouble?
They have appointed a new governor for Alta California. General Michel Torrena. He's on his way here right now.
What?
See? And he's bringing with him an army.
An army? He brings an army to grind us under his heel, eh? So, he is to be our governor.
And this army, it is ragged and dirty. And most of the men have been taken from the jails in Mexico City.
Send for Senor Alvarado, Andres Pico. Spread the word. We must prepare for this.
It took time to organize an opposition to the new governor, and in the meantime, he'd occupied the capital and ruled the land. But resentment against him grew, for his ragged army knew no law. Constant stories of their brigandry poured in.
Senores, I did not know what to do. Here we were, my wife and I, confronted by the guns of two savage, ragged soldados. They had no shirts, no pantalones, nothing to hide their nakedness and filth but a greasy blanket. They demanded clothes, food, a horse, at the price of my life. I gave it to them. How could I do otherwise? I was helpless before the governor's troops.
These things must stop. We, Jose Castro and Juan Alvarado, proclaim that Governor Micheltorena's troops must be disbanded and sent back to Mexico.
The proclamation of Castro and Alvarado bore fruit, at least on the surface. Micheltorena agreed to send his ragged followers away, but as the months wore on, it became apparent that he had no intention of doing so. On the contrary, he used the time gained to enlist new support. Soon, he started a military campaign against the Californians. In February of 1845, his army pursued the followers of Castro and Alvarado into San Fernando Valley. It was there that a young American approached General Castro.
General Castro.
Si, buenos dias, senor.
I am William Workman of Los Angeles.
Si?
You need men, do you not?
Of course. Otherwise, we should not have had to retreat before those ruffians.
There are Americans fighting with Micheltorena.
Si, 100 mercenaries hired by Sutter. They think if we win, we'll close down Americano immigration. You are an Americano, are you not, senor?
Si, but don't worry. Not all Americans favor the governor. In fact, most of us here are behind you to a man. I've come to offer you our services. James McKinley and I have enlisted a good many rifles for you.
Excelente. Bueno. Your men will be ready to fight when those ruffians get here.
Si, we're ready to march right now.
Bueno. Then we'll give them a real battle, senor. Let them come.
Jose!
Si, what is it?
I have news from the Pueblo. The authorities of Los Angeles have issued a proclamation deposing Micheltorena and appointing Don Pio Pico to act as governor.
Then they are behind us.
Si, and the whole Pueblo, too. And the Americans, senor.
Then our cause is already won. We shall ride out to meet Micheltorena and defeat him.
Across San Fernando Valley came the ragged army of the governor. Out through Cahuenga Pass marched 300 Californians under Castro and Alvarado. Soon the two armies were within sight of each other, and they lined up for battle on the banks of the Los Angeles River.
What do you see, Juan?
They are bringing up their small cannon.
Bombardment, eh?
Oh,
then we shall bring up our cannon.
Senor Workman, you have never seen our artillery in action, no? No, I haven't. Pretty accurate?
Accurate. Senor, our fire will devastate their ranks. The field shall run with blood. Oh, did you see, senores? Their first shot did not even come near us. Now, watch what we shall do to them. Here, has anybody got a cigarette?
See, I have, but what do you...
How can I light the cannon fuse without a cigarette? Give it to me. Now watch. There.
General,
Never mind. Our next one will be much closer. Hurry, reload, and make sure it's pointed the right way this time.
They've been at this since noon. Yeah, and it's 3 o'clock now. When's the fight begin? The way it looks to me, they're going to keep popping away at each other with those pint-sized cannons all day. Hey, take a look over there on the hill. Yeah, they got the right idea. Lying in the shade. I wouldn't mind some shade myself right now. They look like Americans, too. Yeah, but they're on the other side. What difference does that make? They don't look like they were in any more of a fighting mood than we are. Let's go over and join them. Maybe you're right. Looks like they're taking a siesta. Looks cool and comfortable, too.
Yeah, one of them's got a jug or something.
Vino, maybe.
Might be.
Come on, let's go. What have we got to lose?
It's almost sundown. The battle will be over soon.
Looks like we are getting the better of them. Yes, our shots are coming closer anyway.
Certain? What are our casualties so far?
2 dead, General Castro.
Caramba! They shall pay for killing 2 of my men.
No, General, not men. 2 horses.
The Battle of Cahuenga Pass lasted half a day, until after sundown, that 20th of February, 1845. The Americans on both sides took no part, but preferred to fraternize among themselves. Total casualties of the battle, 2 horses killed, 1 mule injured. The next day, the two armies continued on to the Verdugo Rancho, where they fought another brief skirmish.
It's like a lot of their men have deserted them, General Castro. Have any casualties yet? Oh, not on our side. Probably not on theirs either.
Look! They're running. They're retreating.
See, the battle is over. We have won.
Is that a white flag I see? See the white flag. Michel Terena surrenders. California is ours. And Pio Pico is governor.
The huge system of records in which the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles accumulates and classifies the information it requires for the issuance of title insurance policies is called its title plant. Operating this title plant is much like operating a large bank with more than 1.5 million depositors. For there are over 1.5 million separate parcels of assessed real estate in Los Angeles County. And the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles maintains a separate account on each one of them. Even though the company may never be called upon to insure the title on a particular piece of property, the account on that property must be kept always up to date. In this county, there are some 1,500 legal recordings filed daily that affect the ownership of real estate. Each of these must be entered in the account of the particular property it affects, and the entry must be made the same day the instrument is recorded. All this record-keeping entails a great deal of hard work by a large number of trained personnel. But its net result is that when you want title insurance on property anywhere in the county, the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles can serve you without delay. And the rate you pay is very much lower than similar service and protection would cost you almost anywhere else in the United States.
The same year which witnessed Michel Terena's surrender saw the Valley of San Fernando pass into private hands for the first time. Andres Pico, brother of Governor Pio Pico, joined with Juan Manso to lease the land. But California was not to know peace for some time yet, and in June of the next year, 1846, Don Eulogio de Salas stood before Pio Pico.
You are a native of Spain, senor?
Si. I come here straight in 1836.
And you want to buy this Rancho Exmisión de San Fernando?
Si, that is why I'm here.
Well, you understand that ranchos are not usually sold, but granted upon application to the government.
Si, I know, but I heard that this one was to be. I do not know why.
I will tell you. You know, of course, that there is talk of war between Mexico and the United States.
Si. Seems certain.
The armies of the United States will probably try to occupy California.
Si, and many people, Californians as well as Americanos, will welcome me.
That may be. But I have orders from the Minister of War and Marine to raise the necessary funds for our defense in any way that I can. This is one way.
Si, and my money will help,
The price is agreed?
14,000 pesos for 13 square leagues of land.
Very well. I shall give you the deed, but only on one condition.
What is that?
That you shall agree to care for the old Indians living there and respect their right to plant crops.
Oh, see, I agree. There's plenty of land for that.
Also, the church and its grounds are to be reserved, together with sustenance and lodgings for the Father Minister.
That, too.
Then, the Rancho Exmisión de San Fernando is yours, Senor Salas. And may these sales help us to do what we must.
Fight the Americanos?
See. Whether it is the right thing to do or not, I do not know. But as governor of this province, I cannot fail to do my duty to the Constitution. We must prepare to fight.
War broke out. In January of 1847, Stockton and Kearny again took Los Angeles after the battles of San Gabriel and La Mesa. The Californians camped on Julio Verdugo's Rancho San Rafael to the east and debated what to do. It was there that word came of Colonel Fremont's arrival at the mission of San Fernando.
With Fremont at San Fernando and the others at Los Angeles, we are trapped, General Pico.
Si, General Castro. It looks like our course is hopeless.
You do not propose to surrender.
And accept Commodore Stockton's terms? No.
But our men are deserting us. They say it is no use. And the Americanos, there are too many of them.
Si, I do not know what to do. I can only hope that somehow, somewhere, we will find a way out.
And the way out for the defeated Californians was being prepared at Mission San Fernando, where Colonel Fremont spoke with a young Californian, Jesus Pico.
So you intend to push on after you have arrested Colonel Fremont? No, Don Jesus. I see no need for further fighting. Looks to me like it's all over. I'm glad to hear that, but my countrymen are still in arms. They expect to be attacked. I know. They know they're beaten, but they don't know what to do about it. There's something pretty gallant about their holding out to the bitter end. See, they are fine people, Colonel Fremont, not rebels. I know that, senor. I want to avoid any more trouble for them if I can. I want to give them a chance for an honorable surrender.
Commodore Stockton has given them terms of surrender.
I know.
How can they ask them to deliver up their leader? They'll be tried and sentenced like common criminals.
I know how you feel, Don Jesus. I think I have the answer. I think that I'll offer them terms, too. My terms.
Governor Fremont, your terms?
They won't be the same as Stockton's, senor. I want to see this thing ended with as little bad feeling as possible. I know that you Californians and we Americans can get together and make something of this country. I want to see that.
See, Governor Fremont, you are a good man.
Would you do something for me, Don Jesus?
Oh, anything. You have saved my life. I will do anything.
Thank you. I believe you are the man to talk to your country. I do not like to ask it. I know that they may harbor ill feelings toward you because of your friendship with me.
It does not matter. If I can help you, and too, I shall be helping them and my country.
That is right. And I ask you to carry my terms to General Pico. There shall be an armistice ending the war in California. Then everybody may return to their homes as before. No one shall be arrested. Quarrel will be forgotten.
Oh, senor, my countrymen will listen to me, for I bring them peace with honor.
The Californians did listen, and on the 13th of January, 1847, Colonel Fremont and Andres Pico met at the old Cahuenga Ranch House, now a park opposite Universal Studios. There, the Cahuenga capitulation was signed.
General Pico, now your signature here.
Gracias, Colonel. Is that all?
Yes, accept my hand, General.
Gracias.
May this be the beginning of friendship and prosperity for all of us together in California.
Peace and prosperity did come to the Southland, and to Rancho ex-Mission of San Fernando. Its original owner, Don Eulogio de Salas, returned to Spain, where he died. But from his estate in 1854, Andres Pico bought a half interest in the great tract. Gradually, the title to the lands of San Fernando Valley went through many hands, and the huge area was broken up into different tracts. The southern half came under the control of Isaac Lancusham and Isaac Newton Van Nuys. And in April of 1874, Senator Charles Maclay of Santa Clara rode out to look over the northern half.
Your idea was to buy this land, Senator?
Yes, Governor Leland Stanford recommended I look it over.
Well, now that you've seen it, what do you think?
All I can say is, this is the Garden of Eden.
With George K. Porter, Senator Maclay bought his Garden of Eden, and within a few months, he paid a visit to the county recorder's office in Los Angeles to record a subdivision. Its name was the City of San Fernando. Town lots were offered at $10 to $25. A hotel sprang up. 7 saloons came to life. Senator Maclay opened a store, and residents flocked to the new town. Then, on September 5th, 1876...
Today at Lang Station, the Golden Spike was driven in the tracks of the Southern Pacific Railroad north to San Francisco. Now Los Angeles has a direct rail link with the rest of the United States.
The land was partitioned, and the valley grew. Towns sprang up. Toluca, later called Lancusham, and today known as North Hollywood, Chatsworth Park, Owens Mount, now Canoga Park, and many others. Then, in 1903...
The Pacific Electric came to San Fernando today, linking the whole valley with Los Angeles.
And more settlers flocked to the Green Plain. L.C. Brand led the race to subdivide the land into more lots, more home sites. Brand Park was established opposite the old mission buildings. Then, in 1913...
Today, the people of San Fernando saw mountains of water brought from 250 miles away cascade into their valley, as the Los Angeles Aqueduct, one of the greatest engineering feats of all time, was completed.
Water and transportation had come to San Fernando Valley, and nothing could stop its growth. Steadily, thousands more poured in to fill its towns and cities. In 1915, the greater part of the valley was annexed to Los Angeles, and the lands of the Franciscan Fathers had now become part of one of the world's great cities. Today, almost 120,000 of Southlanders call it home and find all the necessities of good living in the towns of San Fernando, North Hollywood, Van Nuys, Studio City, Universal City, Canoga Park, Reseda, Sherman Oaks, Chatsworth Park, Northridge, Tarzana, Granada, Pacoima, and Roscoe. Such is the romance of the ranchos.
Frank Graham will be back in a moment to tell you the subject of next week's story. Officials and staff of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles take a great deal of pleasure in presenting these true stories of early California. They sincerely hope that you are finding equal pleasure in listening to them. Their company's primary job, of course, its most important service to you and to the community, is providing protection against loss due to title defects when you buy or lend on real estate. Land, usually considered the soundest of all investments, cannot be picked up and carried away. But ownership of land can be lost or its value depreciated through forgery or falsification of records, or by prior claims due to mortgages, trust deeds, liens, judgments, property rights determined in divorce cases. When Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles issues a policy of title insurance, it stands between you and possible loss of your property due to such causes. Now, Frank, what's the story for next week?
One of the greatest cities of our Southland, Long Beach, stands on land which was once part of the first and largest rancho in Southern California. Its fascinating story will be told next week. Until then, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, comes to you each week at this same time. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for listening to HOJO Radio.
The Romance of the Ranchos.
Long Beach, 1840.
American marries beautiful daughter of Spanish Don.
Long Beach, 1864.
Great drought ruins ranchos.
Long Beach, 1921.
Oil discovered on Signal Hill. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero and dramatizing the romantic and colorful historical events which characterized the growth of some particular section of Southern California. Life in California in the early days was always colorful and romantic, and usually adventurous and exciting. Things that really happened right here where we live today were so full of interest that it is not necessary to depart from the true history in constructing these programs. In presenting Romance of the Ranchos, the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles is, by the very nature of its business, exceptionally fortunate. For the same records by which the company is able to verify land titles by tracing ownership all the way back to the earliest Spanish land grants, also provide a convenient and accurate source of authentic historical facts. Title Insurance and Trust Company is very happy to be able to share this treasure chest of fascinating information with the citizens of the community it serves. And here, ladies and gentlemen, to tell the story is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Tonight we take you to the city of Long Beach, a great modern city which a century ago was a vast pasture land, part of two ranchos, the Ranchos Los Cerritos, the Little Hills, and Los Alamitos, the Little Cottonwoods. Let us relive the romance of the ranchos. In 1784, one of the first ranchos to be granted by Governor Pedro Fages was a vast tract conceded to the old soldier Manuel Nieto and called Los Nietos. The rancho stretched from what is now Rio Hondo and the Los Angeles River to the Santa Ana River and from the ocean to El Camino Real and the Montebello and Puente Hills. In 1834, many years after the death of the old soldier, the great tract was partitioned among his 4 children by Governor Figueroa. The land which was to become Long Beach was split into 2 ranchos, Los Cerritos, going to Doña Manuela Nieto de Cota, and Los Alamitos, going to Don Juan Jose Nieto. But shortly afterward, Juan Jose was called to see the governor in Los Angeles.
You wish to see me, Your Excellency?
Si, Senor Nieto. You are the owner of a rancho called Los Alamitos.
But of course, Your Excellency. You granted it to me only a few weeks ago.
So I did.
You're not going to take it away from me, are you?
In a way, yes.
But Your Excellency...
I wish to buy it.
Oh, well, that's different.
You already have 2 other ranchos. You would not mind selling this one?
Well, perhaps. That is, the price...
I will give you 500 pesos.
500 pesos? For 6 square leagues of land?
Si, 500 pesos.
It is not much.
It is enough for the bare land. You have no stock on it. I must go to the expense of stocking it.
See, that's true.
You have little use for it. You have enough land on your other ranchos.
Well...
500 pesos in cash is no paltry sum. It will buy many cattle. Properly invested, it can make you rich. Come, what do you say, Senor Nieto?
Well, I don't know. I'll have to think it over.
Oh, well, then perhaps I'll have to buy land up north. There I can get a bigger rancho for less money. I shall save some of my 500 pesos.
Well, as a favor to you, Your Excellency. But only because of that, I will take the 500 pesos. Los Alamitos is yours.
Because of the ridiculously low price paid for the 26,000-acre rancho, many questioned the validity of a grant made by a governor who immediately bought it for himself. But the sale was not disputed, and Figueroa formed the Compañía Agricultura to stock the ranch with cattle and horses. A few years later, he died, leaving his brother to administer the rancho. But some years before, an adventurous American had come to California and established a thriving business in the Pueblo de Los Angeles. One day, he paid a visit to his good friend, Don Juan Bandini, a prosperous ranchero of the Southland.
Ah, Don Abel Stearns, mi amigo. It is good to see you again.
Si, Don Juan. It seems a long time.
It is a long time. Months since you have paid us a call.
Well, you should be happy not to have to see my ugly old face.
Oh, nonsense. Why do you not come more often?
Oh, business, you know. For an old bachelor like me, there's not much of interest except making el dinero.
You Americanos. That's all you think about. Why do you not just live, enjoy yourselves?
I guess we're just born with a cussed streak that won't let us take things easy.
Sometimes, mi amigo, I think so, too. When even you, who are more like us than most Americanos, cannot rest. Oh, well, I like you in spite of your energy.
Gracias, mi amigo. The feeling's mutual.
And I must tell someone you are here. You have an admirer, senor. You have completely won the heart of a certain young lady. She has been pining her heart away for you.
Yeah, what's this? A young lady? Well, since when have you had a young lady here?
Oh, you shall see. Arcadia!
Si, Papacito.
Come here, my dear. We have a guest. One whom you will be most happy to see.
A guest, Papa? Who could it be? Maria Lugo? Tio Manuela? Oh, el Senor Don Abel.
Si, Don Abel himself. Huh? You are happy to see him?
Si. Buenos dias, Don Abel.
But this is unbelievable. Surely this can't be little Arcadia.
Si, senor.
Now, you see how long it has been since you were here last?
Well, she's grown up. A real young lady. And my child, you are beautiful.
Si, she is.
Gracias, Don Abel. You have stayed away a long time.
Had I known such a vision of loveliness awaited me here, I should not have done so.
Papa?
Oh, you Americanos are very quick at turning a pretty phrase. You know how to compliment a young lady.
But I mean it, mi amigo. She is truly lovely.
Well, I must tell you that your admiration is returned. She has counted the days since you were last here.
Oh, Papa.
Oh, you have completely won her with your Americano charm. And perhaps with those little trinkets you bring her every time you come.
Oh, Papa, that is not true.
Oh, see, I have something right here in my bag. I shall get it.
You see, my little dove, he never forgets you.
Oh, but I've made a mistake.
Huh?
That is, I didn't realize.
What is it? What's the trouble, mi amigo?
Well, you see, it's been so long, I didn't realize that... And I brought...
See? What did you bring?
Well, this.
Oh, well?
Senor, it's a doll.
Si, senorita. A doll.
Oh, gracias, senor. It is beautiful.
Oh, but no, you shall not have it. I have a better idea. Here's something I was going to take to my store in the Pueblo. But now it shall crown one of the loveliest heads in all Alta California. Senorita, will you accept this slight gift from your sincere admirer?
A shawl. Oh, Papa, a silken shawl. Oh, it is lovely.
Oh, senor, it is too much. It must be worth 20 pesos. It is most elaborate. You must not for this silly girl.
Senor, I insist. It is less than a fitting gift for so lovely a young lady.
Oh, Senor Don Abel, dear Don Abel. I cannot say how much I like it. Gracias, senor.
Here, senorita. What are you doing?
Oh, there. That is how happy I am.
Mi amigo, now you have made a conquest. Look at her, running away.
But Don Juan, she...
See? She kissed you. You have truly won her heart now.
She actually kissed me. Senor, it's been years since this ugly bachelor face has known the touch of a woman's lips.
Oh, senor, I am sorry. The silly child was impetuous. I hope you are not offended.
Offended? Senor, I'm delighted and... Well, I hardly know how to express it, but... She's wonderful, senor. Wonderful. Don Juan, here we go. I want to thank you for your hospitality.
Oh, Don Abel, it is a delight to have you come here more often than you used to. You are enjoying the fiesta?
Si, it's wonderful. Everybody always enjoys your fiesta.
Si, except my little Arcadia here. She has been looking sad all evening.
Oh, senorita, you must not mar the loveliness with such a doleful look. Why are you sad?
Perhaps because you have not danced with me for so long, senor.
But Don Abel has already danced with you 3 times, Arcadia. Are you sure it is not because he has also danced with the other senoritas?
Of course not.
She's jealous of you, mi amigo. Oh, such a silly girl.
Senorita, will you dance with me now?
I do not think so. I am tired.
Now she is going to punish you, senor.
Senorita, Arcadia, don't you think I've been punished enough? Having to dance with all those other old crows when I might have been with the loveliest senorita in all Alta California?
Senor, I shall not listen to your flattery.
Perhaps not, but you cannot stop blushing, little dove.
Papa.
Will you dance with me, senorita?
Well...
Come. Have pity on your most humble admirer.
All right, but do not think it is because of your flattery. I can see through that, senor.
Very well, then, just to please an old bachelor.
Gracias. If it will please you.
And now I am deserted again. Oh, well, enjoy the dance.
You dance well, Don Abel.
Oh, I'm not so bad for an old fellow, I guess.
Oh, senor, you must not say that. You are not old.
I wish it were not so, senorita.
Then it is not. I say it is not. To me, you are young.
Oh, senorita Arcadia. No, you're wrong.
But I am not. Don Abel, I am tired of dancing.
Shall we sit down?
See, perhaps in the garden.
Won't you be cold?
No. Come.
Very well. My arm, senorita.
Gracias. Ah, it is lovely here. The cool breeze, the moon, the music of the night.
See. But not as lovely as you, senorita.
Please do not flatter me now, senor.
I assure you I've never flattered you. To me, you're the loveliest thing that ever lived.
Don Abel.
Wait. Don't move. With the moon in your face, you're an angel.
Mi amigo, you must not say those things. Not tonight. Already I have dreamed too much.
Dreamed?
See, for a young girl's heart, senor, there is no accounting. It is easily overthrown.
See. So is an old man.
Please do not say that ever again. You are not old.
I'm over 40.
And what does that mean? Nothing. I am very young. But somewhere, somehow, our hearts reach out into space to meet. age makes no difference.
My dear, you can't mean that.
I do, Don Abel. See, I do.
Senorita Arcadia. You're wearing the shawl. My shawl as your mantilla.
See, it is my treasure.
Perhaps you'd accept another gift from me. A different kind of gift.
What, Don Abel?
This. I've carried it with me for days now, hoping to find courage to ask you.
Don Abel, mi corazon. It is a necklace of pearls. But that means marriage.
See, I got it in Mexico, just for such a time. It's for you, if you'll accept it.
You want me to be your wife?
If you will have me.
Accept you? Oh, mi querido. This is what I have dreamed. And now it comes true. Mi amado, I shall be most happy to be your wife.
See, Your Worship. Don Juan Bandini has given me permission for the marriage of his daughter, Arcadia. So it remains for you to help us. You see, although I am a naturalized citizen of Mexico, I was born an American.
See? You wish the church to give you a special dispensation for the performance of the marriage?
See, that is it.
Well, Senor Stearns, since you are an outstanding citizen of our community and an upright, righteous man, I see no reason why such permission should not be granted you.
Oh, gracias, Your Worship.
I shall arrange it immediately so that the banns may be published.
Your Worship, I have one more request to make.
See?
As you no doubt know, there's some disparity between the ages of Senorita Arcadia and myself, and I should like to avoid any ridicule which might be directed toward us by some thoughtless young people of the Pueblo.
See? I understand, Senor.
So perhaps we could dispense with the banns and be married right away. If it could be arranged, I should be most happy to contribute to any charity which you might indicate.
Senor, that will not be necessary unless you wish. But I feel sure that under these unusual circumstances, the marriage can be arranged as you request. And may I offer my blessings on your union and my hope that you shall live a long and happy life together.
And so 100 years ago, in May 1841, Don Abel Stearns and Maria Arcadia Bandini were married in the little church of Our Lady of the Angels, still standing in the Los Angeles Plaza. And now Don Abel must have a fitting home for his beautiful bride. And so, on the corner of what became Main and Arcadia Streets in Los Angeles, he built the showplace of the town, El Palacio. It quickly became the center of the social life of the growing city. It was there that the most lavish parties and fiestas were held. And it was there that Don Abel brought home news a few months after the marriage.
Arcadia? Arcadia?
See, Abel, what is it?
Oh, my dear, I have news. Great news.
What is it? Tell me quickly. You're so excited.
See, I have a right to be. I've bought my first rancho.
No.
See, I've just settled matters with Francisco Figueroa, brother of the late governor, to buy his rancho Los Alamitos.
Oh, mi querido, that is wonderful. I am so happy for you.
See, my dear, now I'm a real California ranchero. But this is only the start. I shall buy more ranchos and more cattle. I shall build my holdings up until I'm the biggest ranchero in all Alta California. See?
Oh, mi querido, you are so funny.
Funny? What's funny about it? Don't you think I can do it?
See, of course you can do it. And you will be a ranchero, but...
But what?
But you will always be the ranchero americano. For you must be the biggest, the most successful in all Alta California.
Well.
I do not want you to change. And I am sure that you will be the greatest ranchero in all Alta California.
Frequently, we have referred to Title Insurance and Trust Company's huge system of records called its title plant. The importance of these records leads naturally to speculation as to the consequences of their possible destruction by fire, earthquake, or other cause. In the Great Chicago Fire in 1871, all records except those of one title company were destroyed. In the Great Fire in San Francisco in 1906, practically all of San Francisco County's records were totally destroyed, and the result was chaotic. Only by means of a special act of legislature, the McEarney Act, and frequently at a cost of lengthy and expensive court action, were landowners enabled to reestablish their titles to property in the absence of the county's records. To protect this community against such a contingency, Title Insurance and Trust Company maintains a duplicate set of records, including priceless maps and essential data contained in all the vitally important county records, in a special archives building away from the downtown area on Eastern Avenue. Constructed of steel and concrete, its foundations sunk to bedrock, this building is as completely fireproof, quake-proof, and generally disaster-proof as is possible to construct. It is set on the crown of a small hill safe from floodwaters and centered in an 11-acre piece of ground, protecting it from the encroachment of neighboring buildings. A caretaker is on duty day and night. The existence of this archives building and its priceless contents is important to you, for no matter what disaster may strike and destroy the Title Insurance and Trust Company's downtown title plant or the county's own public records, this community will not face a situation such as confronted San Francisco 35 years ago. All records necessary for the verification of land ownership will have been preserved.
Don Abel Stearns vowed that he would become the greatest ranchero of all Alta California, and he kept his word. One after another, he acquired ranchos until he owned a vast acreage spread out over all of Southern California. At the Rancho Los Alamitos, he acquired a new neighbor, another American, Don Juan Temple, who married the daughter of Doña Manuela Nieto de Cota and bought the ranchos Los Cerritos from her and her brothers and sisters. So now all the land that was to become Long Beach was owned by the two Americans. Don Abel and Don Juan were friendly rivals in business, but close friends socially. Sometimes the work was shared, and sometimes a visitor was amazed to be taken on an interesting excursion called a run through the mustard.
See, my friend, here they come. Those are Don Juan Temple's men coming up.
I see him. Hear all your vaqueros, huh? Well, now, what is it you and I are going to do?
We're going for a run through the mustard.
It sounds crazy to me. What do we do?
Well, you see the mustard?
No. Where's any mustard?
There in the field, right in front of you.
You mean those tall weeds or trees or whatever they are?
They're mustard plants.
I never even knew mustard grew in plants. Thought it was something that came out of a can.
This is wild mustard growing here in these plains.
As far as you can see. That's taller than a man on horseback.
See, and that's the trouble. One can get lost in it very easily.
I can imagine. Well, then, why are we going for a run through it?
Because many head of cattle stray into it and get lost. We can't see them. They're hidden. So we gather all the men and ride through, keeping a certain distance apart, and drive all the cattle out the other side.
Well.
Hi there, Don Juan. Are we ready?
He's ready. You take that in, Don Abel.
See? All right, men, you know what to do. Into it. Come on, my friend. Now you shall see what a run through the mustard is like. Adelante!
Every year, the two rancheros looked forward to a great event. Both were great horse lovers, as were most of the early Californians. And each year, the owner of Los Alamitos pitted his best racer against the favorite of Rancho Los Cerritos. On the appointed day, the entire populations of both ranchos assembled on the course, which ran straight from Signal Hill to the beach. The wagering was fast and furious, and each owner was vehement in behalf of his horse.
Don Abel, that Palomino of yours could not beat a very slow cow.
She doesn't have to race a cow, but she can very easily beat that Pinto of yours.
I'll bet another 100 that she doesn't.
Make it 500 and I'll take it.
Very well, it's a bet. Mark it up, senor.
Are you ready, Don Abel? Shall I give you a signal? See, wave the flag. We shall show this gentleman what the horses of Los Alamitos look like.
And here it goes.
Here they come.
Come on, Diablo.
Come on, Estrella.
It's Diablo leading.
Oh, you can't see straight. It's Estrella.
Diablo's still leading. They're coming close.
No, it's Estrella.
It's Diablo. Here they come. It's Diablo. Diablo.
Estrella. It must be Estrella.
The winner, Estrella. Don Abel stands, Estrella.
Well, Don Juan, whatever you say now. My horse even came from behind to beat yours.
I was wrong. Your horse could beat a cow, and did. Wait until next year, senor. Just wait until next year.
Oh, next year won't be any different, Don Juan. I can't lose, that's all. I can't lose.
But Don Abel could lose, and did. Satisfied that he was the greatest ranchero of the land, he started a new venture. He built a building in Los Angeles and called it the Arcadia Building. But now, California belonged to the United States. There were taxes, and costs had gone up. He had to borrow money, mortgage his land. And slowly, things began to go against him.
We'll need more money to finish the building. You're in too deep now to pull out. You'll just have to borrow more.
You'll have to go before the court and prove your claim to the land. Means lawyers and fees. It's cattle thieves, Don Abel. They've raided Los Alamitos again. It's 500 head this time.
Business is bad, Don Abel. I can't get the price for your hides you used to.
We need more money, Don Abel. More lawyers, senor. 500 heads more stolen.
Don Abel, it's drought. It has not rained for months. There's no water. The cattle are dying like flies.
2 years. Drought. Parched earth, dried up pastures. Emaciated cattle moaning in agony, staggering, dropping, helpless. Nothing can be done. There is no water. In 2 years of drought...
We have finished our count today, Don Abel. You've lost 20,000 head of cattle. You're ruined.
So, in the case of Michael Reese versus Abel Stearns, I issue a decree of sale against the defendants Rancho Los Alamitos to meet the debt.
Los Alamitos passed from the hands of the energetic American, and a short time later, Don Juan Temple on Los Cerritos was to give up his vast land, too. Between 1866 and 1881, the two great ranchos gradually came into the possession of one family, a family still closely associated with the land which became Long Beach, the Bixby family. And then, one day in 1882, a man stood on the spot near what is now the corner of American and Anaheim Streets.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is the spot where I've dreamed of starting my American colony, and now the dream is to become a reality. Mr. Bixby has given me an option on this land. The maps are drawn up, streets are laid out, and we're ready to sell lots in the new town of Wilmore, California.
William Irwin Wilmore's ambitious plans for a city collapsed. But the start he gave it was taken up by a new group of men who organized the Long Beach Land and Water Company and renamed the settlement Long Beach. In 1887, the town was officially established, just in time to be caught up in the wild boom of the 80s, which brought thousands of settlers streaming to California. The Terminal Railroad and then the Pacific Electric offered new, easy access to Long Beach, and the seaside resort grew by leaps and bounds.
1900.
2,252.
1910.
17,800.
1920.
55,600.
1930.
142,000.
1940.
163,000 people. Partially responsible for such phenomenal growth had been the great discovery which took place one day in 1921 when...
Here she comes! Look out, boys! It's a gusher! A gusher!
On that same Signal Hill, where once Don Abel Stearns and Don Juan Temple raced their thoroughbred horses, the liquid gold of petroleum was brought up from the depths, and the land of the ranchos Los Cerritos and Los Alamitos became the great metropolis of industry, commerce, pleasure, and good living that is the Long Beach of today. Such is progress, and such is the romance of the ranchos.
Before Frank Graham returns to tell you about next week's story, here's another interesting word about the Archives building we spoke about a few minutes ago. The building we described is the one that is now being used. After the San Francisco fire, the management of Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles saw the necessity for protection against a similar loss of public records. So it was then that the Title Insurance and Trust Company's first Archives building was built in 1911 on a 3.5-acre tract at Melrose and Van Ness Avenues in Hollywood. At that time, the company had great difficulty in obtaining a caretaker for two reasons that are interesting today. The first was that the location was so far away from the city, a caretaker living on the property, it was said, would have no opportunity for any social life whatever. The second objection was that the howling of coyotes at night made it impossible to sleep. Remember now, that was at Melrose and Van Ness Avenues in Hollywood only 30 years ago. It illustrates the speed of this community's growth, a growth that quickly cured those particular objections to the location. However, the building finally became too small, was abandoned to the march of progress in 1939, when the present Archives building on Eastern Avenue was completed. And what's the story for next week, Frank?
The story next week is not about a rancho, but a man. In the early 1870s, the entire Southland trembled at the name of Vasquez. The terror spread by this famous bandit furnishes an exciting chapter in the romance of the ranchos. Don't miss it. And so until next week, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, comes to you each week at the same time. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers. And that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Morning, Miss Adame.
Hi, Marshal.
Good morning, John.
Hey, Matt. Wait a second.
What? Oh, hiya, Doc.
Oh, on my way over to jail. After you.
Oh?
You heard about the Longhorn?
No, what about it?
You haven't heard, or you wouldn't ask.
Well, heard what, Doc?
Well, I'll walk along with you if you're heading that way.
Well, as a matter of fact, I was heading that way. Hey, what's all that crowd out in front there for?
In due time, Matt. In due time.
You know, Doc, there's only one thing that makes you happier than having a secret, and that's to collect your coroner's fee.
I might get a fee out of this, too, for it, Silver.
No wonder you're all worked up.
Hey, have you heard about the Longhorn? It's the doggone thing. It's your Longhorn's doggone the thing I ever come across.
Morning, Mr. Dillon.
Hiya, Chester.
Say, you heard about the Longhorn?
No, Chester, I have not heard about the Longhorn.
What? He's upset, Chester. He's the only man in Dodge who hasn't heard.
But so help me, Doc, if this is one of your practical jokes.
No. I had nothing to do with it. You'll see.
Will you pardon me, ma'am?
Let him through.
Pardon me, please.
Let me through.
Excuse me.
Well, Mr. Dillon? What do you think of it, Matt? Aside from the misspelled words.
The Longhorn been closed all morning?
Yep, locked tight. That sign was on the door, daylight.
The Longhorn Saloon will open at 8 o'clock tonight with new management and a new policy. Everybody welcome. Signed the new manager, Mamie.
Mamie? That's a woman, Max.
Lately of Kansas City, St. Louis, and Points East.
Well, I don't know, Mr. Dillon. My word, we never had a woman running a saloon in Dodge City before.
And we won't now, Chester. The boys won't let her last an hour, I'm afraid.
Be kind of fun for that hour, though.
And another thing, if this Mamie is the new manager, what's happened to Herman Bleeker?
Well, I don't know. He must have sold it to her.
He didn't say anything about it yesterday morning.
That's right. I saw him over at the livery stable in the afternoon, showing off one of them fancy vests he's always ordering. And he never said one word about it.
Well, you know that little Popinjay. He's flighty. Probably happened sudden.
Too sudden, Doc. Even for Herman.
Say, come think of it, I haven't seen him all morning. And he's usually strutting up and down Front Street, preening himself like a powder pigeon.
Yeah, he's probably upstairs there, sleeping in, getting ready for the opening tonight.
We gonna be here, Mr. Dillon?
Mamie, huh?
Mr. Dillon?
Huh? Oh, yeah, Chester. We're gonna be here.
I'm sorry, boys, but she's upstairs. Said she'd be down about 8 o'clock, and that's all I know about it. Now, if you want to order anything, let's hear it. And if you don't, just shut up. Say, the boys are acting kind of rambunctious, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, she'll wish she stayed in St. Louis and points easy.
Matt, I was talking to the bartender. I asked him what she looks like, and he said if he told me, I wouldn't believe it.
Now, the fellow I'd like to talk to is Herman Bleeker.
Yeah, well, nobody's seen hiding ahead of him. You know, Matt, I'm beginning to wonder, too.
Howdy, strangers.
Huh?
Welcome to the Longhorn. I'm Mamie, the new owner.
Mamie?
My gracious sakes alive.
190 pounds if she weighs an ounce.
Yeah, the bartender was right. I wouldn't have believed it.
Boys, looks like we're going to be doing business together, so let's get things straight right in the beginning. Now, in the first place, the minute you stick your foot inside that door, you're on my stomping ground. I'm the boss of this shebang, and don't you ever forget it. When I tell anybody to hop, he hops. Is that clear? Now, tell you what, I aim to give the squarest deal in town. All the liquor here is going to be aged over 30 days. And the dancing girls aged under 30 years. The liquor is straight, and the girls are graceful. There's only 4 aces in every deck, and the cards only read from the front side. You'll get a fair shake for your money, but there ain't going to be no fandangling. And another thing, Mister! I'm talking.
Well, so am I, you old battle axe.
Excuse me, boys.
Oh, looks like it started, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, wait a second.
He paid for his drink?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you wall-eyed little maverick. Come on! Throw his head out after him. Now, as I was saying, boys, I just won't stand for no fandangling. Now, maybe some of you figured I was wearing this six-shooter for a decoration. Well, now, just cast your eyes on that ace of spades I got tacked up on the back wall. Now...
For the land's sakes, did you see that draw, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, and she got the card, too.
Oh, the boys won't give her no trouble, man.
All right, boys, the first one's on the house. And it's the last 3 one you'll get. And the only credit I give is for funeral expenses. Belly up, boys!
Well, sir, Mr. Dillon?
Chester, I want to talk to Herman Bleeker more than ever now.
Hey, you know, she's big enough to... well, I'll bet she forced Herman to sell.
Yeah, maybe. Doc, I'll be right back. I want to talk to her.
Oh, that juice was nothing, boys. Oh, you're the marshal, huh?
Yeah, that's right, ma'am. My name's Dillon.
Proud to shake your hand, Mr. Dillon.
Well, thank you, Miss Mamie. Welcome to Dodge City.
Mighty decent of you to express the sentiment, Marshal. I reckon you won't get much business around the Longhorn I'll take care of any trouble that's around here.
That'd be quite a change. The boys used to push Bleecker around every now and then.
Oh, that runty little prairie dog.
I didn't know he was planning to sell, Miss Mamie. He must have made up his mind in a hurry.
Yeah? I made him an offer, and he took it. Just like that.
He found himself some new living quarters, I suppose.
Oh, yeah. He moved right out last night.
Oh. I wonder where he's holed up.
Huh?
There are a couple of things I'd like to see him about.
Well, now, I tell you, I'm afraid he left town, Mr. Dillon. I think he said something about taking the Santa Fe to St. Louis, now that I remember.
Oh, I see. Well, that's too bad. I'd sure like to have seen him. Well, I'll probably drop in now and then, Miss Mamie.
Sure! Anytime, Marshal. For you, it's on the house!
Thank you.
What'd you find out, Mr. Dillon?
Let's get out of here, Chester. Coming, Doc.
Sure. Oh, yes, with both ears a flapping.
Well, boys, what do you think of her?
Oh, my gracious, Mr. Dillon, I sure would hate to meet her in the dark.
Oh, why, she's got a voice like a buffalo.
Ain't it awful? It just itches your ears, don't it?
Why, the woman's a human monstrosity.
I still haven't seen Herman.
Huh. What'd she say, man?
She says she thinks he left town.
Oh,
Chester, I want you to check all the rooming houses and hotels along Front Street. I'm going to go to the railroad station and the stage lines. I'll meet you over at the jail. Huh?
Yes, Mr. Dillon.
Say, Matt, I think Herman keeps a horse over the livery stable.
Yeah, I thought of that, Doc. I wonder, would you be good enough to look into that for me?
Why, sure, I'd be happy to.
You know, Mr. Dillon, she is an awful straight shot.
Yeah, Chester. I know.
You here, Matt?
Oh, yeah, come on in, Doc.
Well, his horse is still over at the stable. He didn't tell them anything about leaving.
He didn't leave, Doc. Mamie came in on the 9 o'clock train last night. Only one train out after that, around midnight. He wasn't on it. And he didn't buy a ticket on the stage either.
Yes, see, now what did I tell you? Matt, that settles it.
Yeah, of course he may have moved into one of the hotels.
No, sir, Mr. Dillon, I'm afraid he didn't.
Oh, what'd you find out, Chester?
That nobody in this town has seen Herman Bleecker since around 9 o'clock last night.
Matt, I knew I'd get me a fee out of this, one way or the other.
Well, don't spend it yet, Doc. What?
Buenos noches, señores.
Oh, Manuel, come on in. Come on in.
Gracias, señor Dillon.
Well, what's on your mind?
Pues, señor, I was at the railroad depot when I hear you ask about the little one, El Señor Bleecker.
No?
And the other, the Señora. Oh, there is much woman on that one.
Well, there's no argument there, Manuel.
Señor, last night I have seen something which is strange.
No?
I am come home very late, 1 hour, 2 hours before dawn. I was visiting a friend, you understand?
Yeah, I understand.
You see, I walk home in much hurry, and it is very dark, senor, when at once I see this lantern in the arroyo behind the Longhorn Cantina.
Oh, a lantern, you say?
I am think, what is this? So I wait, and this lantern is come toward me, and when it is close, oh, this woman who I have no see one like her. Oh, what a scare.
Well, what was she doing in the arroyo?
I do not know, but is one thing I forget. She has carried something in her hand.
Well, what was it, Manuel?
A shovel, senor.
Find anything, Matt?
Well, there's something here, Doc. But I can't quite. Hold the lantern over here, will you, Chester?
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
I found something here, if I can just get it loose.
Lantern all right, Mr. Dillon? Can you see what it is?
Yeah, it's fine, Chester. Yeah, I got it.
Oh.
It's a boot. Here's the other one.
Yeah. All that fancy stitching. Matt, those are his. I've seen them on him.
Yeah, so have I, Doc. Yesterday, in fact. Here, take him, Chester.
Yes, sir.
There's a bundle of some kind here.
Oh, you found the body, huh?
No, it's clothes, I think, Doc. Let's have a look. Yeah. That's all there is, too. The hole doesn't go any deeper. It's hard pan on the bottom there. Hold the lantern down, Chester. Let me get this unwrapped.
I'm not so sure about that coat, Mr. Dillon. A lot of them like that around town.
Yeah, I know, but take a look at this fancy vest.
Oh, that's Herman's. Nobody else in Dodge City would ever wear a thing like that.
Well, from the looks of it, he won't be wearing it again.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, the escape car speeds from the scene of the crime, and the victim notes its license number. Police investigating the case discover the car has an ironclad alibi. That just begins the excitement on tomorrow night's Gangbusters program. It's the case of the twice-parked car, an authentic crime story taken from actual police records. Don't miss Gangbusters, presented by CBS Radio tomorrow night over most of these same stations. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
How you coming, Doc?
Don't rush me, Matt. Don't rush me. I haven't made one of these blood tests in years. If you ask me, I don't see any use in making one now. Well, let me see. Pour the precipitate into here. What other kind of blood could it be except human?
Doc, I only want to be sure, that's all.
All right. Let me see. 5 drops of the sulfate. You sure look uncomfortable, Matt.
Well, how'd you like to try arresting that lady, Doc?
Not my job to arrest her. All I'm doing is stopping up these loopholes Matt's trying to wiggle out of.
Well, that's real decent of you, Doc. Real decent.
No, sir, Matt, I don't recall you ever being in such a predicament. Oh, of course, I remember the night you shot it out with the Barkley boys over the Alafraganza. There were 3 of them. And you did not turn a hair. And then that other time when you got dry gulched by the Platte River gang.
All right, Doc, all right. But this is different. If I go to arrest that woman, she's just crazy enough to start a gunfight.
Oh, it's a problem. It's a problem, all right. Now, let's see. We'll just shake this up and warm it a bit. Yeah.
You know, there is one thing, though, Mr. Dillon. Shooting at a mark's not the same as a gunfight. Maybe she wouldn't even resist.
You really believe that, Chester?
No, sir. Oh, she ain't a woman. She's a human catastrophe.
She sure is for Matt.
Well, there's still a chance we may be going off half-cocked here. That blood could have got on Herman's vest a dozen different ways.
We'll soon see. Let's see. A couple of drops of reagent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. And we'll look for the color change. So, turn up the lamp a little bit, will you, Chesterfield?
All right, Doc.
Oh.
Well, Doc?
Well, it's tough luck, Matt. It's human blood. Hey, Matt, I thought we was going over to the Longhorn and talk to Mamie. I'll come to jail.
Yeah, she'll keep, Doc. She's not going anywhere.
Yeah, looks cut and dry to me, Matt.
It might not if you were in my shoes. Come on in, boys.
You know, Mr. Dillon, when I talked to the barkeep, Finnegan, he said that when he showed up this morning to open the saloon, that woman was already inside waiting for him. She told him to come back at 8 o'clock tonight, and he didn't see no sign of Herman Bleeker.
Oh, well, there's another nail in your coffin, Matt.
Doc, if you keep this up, I'm going to deputize you and take you along with me.
He sure can have my job, Mr. Dillon.
No, you don't. I will not lift a hand in anger against a woman, especially that woman.
Keep thinking we could still be wrong.
Oh, real diehard.
Look, now, suppose Herman hurt himself some way.
How?
And he wanted to get away by himself and recuperate.
Where?
And suppose he didn't want anybody to know about it.
Why?
So he decided to stay with some friend.
Who?
And, well, maybe... come on, Chester, let's go. There she is at the end of the bar.
What are you going to do, Mr. Dillon?
Take her in, Chester. Maybe she'll talk when she's arrested. I gotta get that gun away from her some way.
It's not going to be easy.
It's gotta be done. I've never drawn a gun on a woman yet, and I'm not starting now. If I could just manage to... I don't know. There might be a chance. Stick close to me, Chester.
Yes, Mr. Dillon.
Well, Marshal! Mighty glad you dropped back in.
I was just wondering how you were getting along, Miss
Like
Lee.
a kid with two tongues and an all-day sucker. Say, now tell me, did you find that little weasel Herman Bleeker?
I thought you told me he'd left town.
Oh, well, I was just guessing, Mr. Dillon. He said something about planning to. Here, step up and have a shot of poison.
No, thank you. As a matter of fact, I came back here for a particular purpose. Chester and I have a little bet on.
Mr. Dillon,
What kind of a bet is it, Marshal?
Well, it was about that shooting trick of yours, hitting the center of that playing card, you know. Chester figures that it was a fluke of luck. He's bet me that you can't do it 5 times in a row.
Well, we'll soon settle that. The card's still up there. Stand aside, boys! Baby's gonna limber up her shooting irons and get out of the way! Get down there, Curly! All right. There's one. Couple of them.
You're doing fine so far.
How's it going down there, boys?
All dead center so far.
Say, you there, whatever your name is, what do you think of your bet now?
Well, I guess I just kind of lost my head, Miss Mamie.
Well, 3 down, 2 to go. There's 4. And 1 more. Oh, yeah.
Well, what are you stopping now for, man?
Well, I got some rules I go by, Marshal. One of them's never to fire my last shot and leave my gun empty.
I see. Well, that's a pretty good idea, I guess.
Sorry to lose your bet for you, Marshal.
I'm convinced. Well, I guess that didn't quite...
Chester. Miss Mamie, I guess you're not a gambler yourself, huh?
Who says so? I'll take a fair bet at even odds any day of the week and twice in Philadelphia.
Well, in that case, I'll make you one. I got a pretty fair gun here. Or at least I thought so till I saw yours in action.
Wow. I'd say yours every bit as good as mine.
Well, then how about a bet? Your gun against mine on the 1-cut high card, huh?
Well, Well, now, how? I didn't...
Of course, it's all right with me if you'd rather back out on it.
Who's backing out? You got yourself a bet, Mr. Dillon. Finnegan, shuffle us a deck.
Okay, Miss Mamie.
It's a better a fight. Mamie never backs out.
Here you are, Miss Mamie.
Now, who goes first, Mr. Dillon?
What? Ladies, always.
All right. If you're a friend, Lester will cut him for us once.
It's Chester.
Never
It's
mind.
Chester,
Cut the cards.
Yes, sir. Ma'am.
Now, let's see what we've got.
Jack of spades. That's not bad.
Plenty good, Marshal. Plenty good enough to beat anything you can...
King of diamonds.
All right. I'm beat. Fair and square. You won yourself a gun.
Thank you. Here, Chester, will you take it?
Yes, sir.
And now the handcuffs.
Here, now!
Maybe you're under arrest.
Why, you, of all the sidelines and double-crossing backhanded lies!
Maybe. Now, you're going to stay fastened to me until I get you in a cell, so you might as well make the best of it.
Why, you...
And as far as that's concerned, you'll be safer in jail than out of it once word gets around.
What?
People here in Dodge City thought a lot of Herman Bleecker.
That little sawed-off groundhog!
That's no excuse for killing him in cold blood.
What?
You heard him, Mamie. You killed me.
Bleecker!
This is the biggest night of my whole life. To hear somebody finally shut Mamie up and make her like it.
The marshal's a gentleman, you little weasel. He knows how to talk to a lady.
And to hear you say how much the town thinks of me, Mr. Dillon.
What's this all about, Herman?
Well,
I'll tell you what it's all about. Yes. This little grub worm ran out on me in Cincinnati 3 years ago. Like to broke my heart. I've been hunting him ever since, and last night I found him. I wailed the living daylights out of him.
Yeah, he looks like it. But why did you bury his clothes?
Mr. Dillon, would you want to be married to a man that dressed like that?
She pretty near murdered me, though, Mr. Dillon. I've been up there in bed all day, just too bruised and embarrassed to hobble downstairs.
Oh, we had our ups and downs, Marshal, me and Herman. You know how it is.
Yeah. Chester, give me the keys to the handcuffs, will you?
Yes, sir. I got them right here. And... well, I guess they're over in there.
What's the matter, Chester?
Oh, Mr. Dillon, when we were digging out there, guess I must have lost him.
Chester, can't you file that thing any faster?
You might just well relax, Mr. Dillon. Took a half hour to get that one off Miss Mamie's wrist.
Oh, no. All right, but just hurry.
I'm filing as fast as I can.
What?
Doc. Mamie gave me this bottle of Irish here to make the waiting a little easier. And it's Jameson's.
Oh, well, fine, Doc, fine. Chester, let that go for a minute, huh? And open it up.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Can you imagine it, boys? Little Herman Bleecker married for years to a woman like that.
I don't want to imagine. Oh, I get nightmares.
Here you go, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, thank you, Chester.
Doc?
Oh, thank you.
Well, gentlemen, here's to the weaker sex.
Mr. Dillon, which one is that?
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Jeanette Nolan as Mamie, with John Daner, Ralph Moody, and Byron Kane. Parley Bayer is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. As colorful as the Western Roundup and twice the fun, that's the Gene Autry Show, which comes your way every Saturday evening over CBS Radio. It's one of radio's most distinctive programs, flavored to taste with songs of the sagebrush and melodies of the mesquite country. The Gene Autry Show is 30 minutes you'll enjoy, packed full of comedy, songs, and the genial personality of the one and only Gene Autry. The whole Melody Ranch gang is on hand to entertain you tomorrow night, every Saturday night. So tune in the Gene Autry Show and hit the pleasure trail over most of the same CBS stations. Clancy Cassell speaking. And remember, Broadway is My Beat brings you startling mysteries Saturday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Thank you for listening to HOJO Radio.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers. And that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Well, what's the rush, Miss Kitty?
Come on, sit down and have a beer with us, Kitty.
I'd love to, Matt, but I just stepped out for some thread. I gotta get back to work.
Some thread? That sounds pretty domestic for you, doesn't it?
Yeah, but it's an occasion. I'm making a wedding dress.
What?
Oh, no, Miss Kitty, not you. Oh, my, no.
Well, it isn't for me, Chester. Worse luck. For artist Nash. It's gonna be beautiful. If I say so myself.
Well, if I ever need a wedding dress made, I'll sure come to you for it.
Well, I'll be here, Matt. Let me know. See you later, boys.
So long, Kitty.
She's a fine girl, Mr. Dillon.
Kitty? Oh, yeah, she's great. She's...
Well, look who's back in town, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, Frank Craig. Hello, Marshal. Frank, I never expected you to come back. I don't know what to say to you.
You might say welcome home.
Yeah, I might.
At least you're honest, Marshal.
Sure. Where have you been for the last year?
Out west. Wyoming, to be exact.
And my sympathy for the peace officers of Wyoming.
Man can change, Marshal. You grow up and get over his wildness and start to think about settling down.
Some men can.
Well, I'm one of them. I don't aim to cause any trouble, Marshal.
Came back here to marry Artis and take her with me, that's all.
You heard from her since you left?
She's pretty as ever.
She'll pass.
Every man in Dodge was crazy about her. She was my girl from start to finish.
Things can change, Frank.
She's still my girl, Marshal.
Ben Martin might differ with you.
Ben Martin?
Mm-hmm.
That bullneck plowboy? He never had a chance in... What are you saying, Marshal?
You don't aim to cause any trouble, you say, and yet you just happened to roll into town 3 days before Artis is due to marry Ben. You claiming you didn't know about it, huh?
Artis wrote me a farewell letter, Marshal. It doesn't make any difference. Like I said, she's still my girl. She's not marrying Ben or anybody else. Not while I'm alive.
Like I said, Frank, Ben may differ with you.
I used to chase him home crying when we were kids.
I don't think he'll chase that easy now. Ben took over the Circle Bar B. He's got 25 boys riding for him. He's a big man around here. Swings a lot of weight.
Marshal, I said I wasn't looking for trouble, and I meant it. I came back here to get Artis, that's all. If any man tries to stop me, I'll kill him. I'll see you, Marshal.
Chester, see if you can find Ben Martin. Have you meet me over at the jail office.
I thought he was 1,000 miles away, Marshal. I didn't think he'd ever have the nerve to come back.
Well, Ben, the two of you are bound to run into each other, so I figured you'd better know about it.
What's he expect, Marshal? Artis forgot him a week after he left town. Does he expect to force himself on her?
Maybe, you know, Frank.
For my money, he's a crazy, half-wild saddle bum who should have been hung 5 years ago.
He says he's settled down, though, Ben.
He's not going to settle down here.
Look, Ben, I don't like killings. Now, hang on to that temper of yours.
Sure. I'll hang on to it, Marshal, just as long as Frank Craig stays clear of me and stays away from my girl. Otherwise, I tell you right now, Marshal,
That you?
Artis. We're in here, honey. Come on in.
Someone said you were here at the jail. Evening, Mr. Dillon.
Miss Nash.
I'm sorry if I interrupted anything, but Ben, you know who's in town?
Yeah, Frank Craig. That's what we were talking about, honey.
He says he's come back for me. Take me away with him.
What do you mean he says, Miss Nash?
He came to the house a while ago. He knew about Ben and me, that we were going to be married. But he came anyway. I sent him away.
That does it,
Marshal. Hold it, Ben. Now, there's no harm in him just talking to her.
A man's got a right to protect what's his, Marshal.
Protection's my business, Ben, and as long as I'm Marshal here, it'll keep on being my business. Now, in 3 days, you got a wedding coming up. I'd hate to see it ruined by a killing.
Oh, I have nothing against Frank Craig, Mr. Dillon. I wouldn't want him killed.
Neither would I. Oh, good night, Miss Nash. Ben.
All right.
Think it over, Ben. Don't lose your head.
Yeah, sure, Marshal. I'll think it over.
How long are we going to have to keep on riding herd on Frank Craig, Mr. Dillon?
Oh, just till he and Ben meet face to face and have their say, I guess.
My, that Frank Craig sure is a fancy dresser. Silver spurs, red silk handkerchief, yellow boots.
Oh, well, now, here's the Marshal, right on the job.
Hiya, Doc.
Well, Matt, I hear we got ourselves a nice little killing coming up.
You hope we have, you mean?
Oh, no, it's not the fee. It's the romance of the thing.
Yeah, sure.
Young man comes back in the West to see his girl, finds she's on the point of marrying somebody
Chester.
else.
Watch me for the play and keep me covered, huh?
I don't know what you mean.
Over there.
Oh.
Ben Martin and two of his boys, they just came in. I'm going to go over to the bar next to Craig. Now keep your head up.
Yes, Mr. Dillon. You better give me some room, Doc.
Well, how are you, Frank?
Yeah, I saw him come in, too. You've been standing over there watching me for 2 hours. Now you come up and speak. I fight my own battles, Marshal.
Frank, the way I'm playing it, there's not going to be a battle. Well, Ben, it's nice to see you.
Marshal, I'd rather you weren't here. I guess you know that.
Yeah, sure, I know that.
Don't worry, Ben. Dillon's neutral. That still gives you 3-to-1 odds. What more do you want?
Frank, we don't need you in this town. You were gone for a year and we got along fine. So if you climb on that horse of yours and ride out again, we'll still get along fine.
My girl won't, Ben.
You haven't got a girl in Dodge City, Frank.
Well, sure I have. And I want to thank you for looking out for her while I was away.
As far as she's concerned, you're still away. I might as well warn you, there are a couple of my boys on guard at her house armed with rifles.
Ben, I never needed a guard to hold her.
If you come within 50 yards, they got orders to kill you. You'll be there from now until the wedding.
Oh, yeah. That wedding. I'm afraid that's been called off, Ben. You see, Artis and I have other plans. We got a wedding of our own coming up.
Well, you dirty
yarn! Now, if either one of you draws, he's drawing against me.
I wouldn't draw on him, Marshal. I feel kind of sorry for him.
So help me,
Shut up,
Marshal.
both of you. Now, you both had your say. And each knows how the other one stands. Well, here's my stand. If Ben wants to keep a guard at her house, it's all right with me. You've had a fair warning, Frank, so stay away.
I wish he would try to bother her.
And on the other hand, Ben, Frank's got as much right to the run of the town as you or me or anybody else.
Sure, as long as decent citizens hide their valuables.
You can't go by rumors, Ben. Nobody ever proved a case against him, you know that.
Piece of stout rope would prove.
I wouldn't try it, Ben. If you and your boys want a drink now, go on over to the Longhorn. Stay out of the Texas Trail here from now on. You, Frank, stay clear of the Longhorn.
You're quite an optimist, Marshal.
Yeah, maybe so. Now, are you leaving, Ben?
Yeah. I'll be seeing you, Frank. Come on, boys.
Frank, you got nothing to gain here and everything to lose. Miss Nash has made a choice, and whatever was between you once is water down the river. Why don't you pull out?
Because she's still my girl, Matt. I know and she knows, too. You wait and see.
Your move, man.
Let's see now. If I move there, you'll move there. Jump with my king, block the whole corner. Nah. But if I move here...
You remember,
Oh, no.
Mr. Dillon, you can move.
No, you don't, Chester. No, you don't. I'm playing Matt. Not the both of you.
Well, Chester and I kind of run together, Doc.
Enforcing the law, that's fine. Playing checkers, no. Matt, it's still your move.
Yeah, I know. All right. That.
Well, I'll be...
That's the move I was going to tell you to make, Mr. Dillon.
Thanks, Chester. Doc, you're beat. Let's call the game.
Yeah, you sneaked up on me. That's what you did. You snuck up on me. Oh, well, that's all right, huh?
Sure is a quiet night. I figured one of them two would make a play before this.
Yeah. And if we can get past noon tomorrow with Ben and Artis married, well, even Craig ought to know when he's beaten.
I don't know, Matt. He never did when he was here before.
Well, then he better learn. Trying to get a girl to change her mind is one thing. Bothering a married woman's another.
You know, Mr. Dillon, it seems to me Miss Ardis Nash is the one that could put a stop to all this. If she'd just speak her mind out plain... There was... Oh,
Kitty.
now what's the matter?
Kitty, what's
Matt,
the...
they want you over at the express office right away. You too, Doc.
Oh, what's wrong?
Hold up, Matt. Somebody shot the clerk. He's dying.
Let me through here, please. I'm sorry, mister. One side, please.
Yes, one side, please.
All right, stand back now. Give us some room. Can you get through, Doc?
Yeah, Matt, I can get there. Yeah, stand back.
Chester, will you move them back? Make them stand back.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon. Yes, let me have a look now. Just let me have a look.
How does it look, Doc?
Well, there's a lot of bleeding, Matt. I don't know. I'll do what I can.
Mr. Dillon.
Easy now, fella. You're going to be all right.
It was one man, Mr. Dillon. Wearing a mask over his face. Red silk handkerchief.
A red silk handkerchief.
Oh, Frank Craig's the only man who saw
Yeah. I know.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, tomorrow night, Vaughn Monroe and his musical company settle down for an evening's melody making at Duke University. Eileen Woods is Vaughn's guest songbird. Band leader Vaughn, the Moon Maids, and the Moon Men join in playing and singing the top tunes of the week. Enjoy every bit of it tomorrow night on CBS Radio. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
It's pretty late, Mr. Dillon. Maybe he's not going to come back here.
His bedroll's here, Chester. All his belongings. Man doesn't leave his stuff in a rooming house unless he's planning to come back to it.
He might have got the wind up after he shot that clerk. Maybe just hit the saddle and lit out.
No, not Frank. There's one thing about him. I've never seen him scared. He'll be here. Sooner or later.
I can't figure him, Mr. Dillon. He must have needed the money awful bad.
Yeah, I guess so.
My, this hiding out in the dark gets on a man's nerves, don't it?
Yeah, it sure does. Help some if we could just smoke. I don't suppose...
Shh. Somebody's coming, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I hear him. That's him, all right. Now watch it, Chester. All right, hold it, Frank, and don't move. It's Matt Dillon.
Thought it might be somebody else.
Light the lamp, Chester.
Yes, Mr. Dillon.
Frank, I understand you left the Texas Trail right after dark. Nobody's seen you since. Where you been?
Just friendly conversation, Marshal, or is this official?
It's official.
Then I guess I won't answer that.
I see you're still wearing that red silk handkerchief.
Any reason why I shouldn't be? Marshal, what's it all about?
Murder. If that express clerk dies.
I ask you, what's it all about?
Where's the money, Frank?
The way I seem to get it, somebody held up the express office and shot the clerk. You're accusing me. I didn't do it, Marshal.
Where you been?
Sorry, Marshal.
You're under arrest, Frank.
No, I'm afraid not. See, that would ruin all my plans.
You better lay your gun on the table over there.
I'm sorry, Marshal.
Some other time. Look out for the lamp!
Grab him, Chester! Don't shoot, but grab him!
Oh, he went through the window, Mr. Dillon!
Never mind, Chester. Grab a blanket. Let's get this fire out before it burns the whole place down. Come on!
Matt, don't look so sour. In an hour, it'll all be over.
Kitty, I'd be a lot surer of that if I had Frank Craig locked up in jail.
No trace of him, huh?
Not a sign.
Then forget about him, Matt. He could be halfway to Wyoming by now.
Well, I wish I could think so.
I wonder what Artist Nash is thinking about him.
What business has she got thinking about him when she's going to marry Ben in an hour?
I'm afraid you'll just never understand women.
Well, who does? Frank Craig's a born drifter. He'll never settle down. He's wild as a range colt. Never been broken, never will be. And sooner or later, he'll come home tight across his saddle. How any girl can get herself interested in a man like that beats me.
Not me, Matt. I know exactly how a girl can get herself interested in a man like that.
What?
I'll see you at the wedding. I gotta help Artist finish dressing.
Morning, Miss Kitty.
Morning, Doc.
Hey, good morning, Matt. You working up your courage?
What for, Doc? I'm not getting married. How's the express clerk?
Oh, he's bad. He's getting worse. I don't think he's going to make it. What about Frank Craig?
Nothing, not a sign. I think he's still around town somewhere, but we
Morning,
can't find
Mr. Dillon.
Well,
Doc?
Doc, look at that.
Well, look, it's an alpaca coat, a borrowed shirt, green galluses, and the pink silk tie. Oh, well, Chester, I haven't seen a get-up like that since I hauled out of Boston.
Well, I figured it was only due respect to the bride.
Where's your gun, Chester?
Oh, goodness gracious, Mr. Dillon, you can't wear a gun to a wedding.
Well, at this wedding, even the bridegroom's wearing a gun, Chester. I'm wearing one, and so are you, so you better go get it. Meet me at the church.
Mr. Dillon, she is so pretty, I wish I was marrying her myself.
You better forget it, Chester. Ben's got enough worries as it is.
He sure does look fidgety, all right.
Yeah, he's got reason to.
Room for me here, Matt?
Oh, yeah, sure, Kitty. Here, slide right in here.
Yeah.
Here we are.
My dearly beloved friends and neighbors, it is the privilege of all of us to be gathered here together in the sight of the Lord and in the presence of one another for the purpose of uniting this man and this woman in the bonds of holy matrimony.
It won't be long now, Mr. Dillon.
Couple,
Yeah, the sooner the better.
Barbara Artist Nash and Benjamin Martin. There is, I am sure, no need to emphasize the solemn and sacred nature of the great institution into which they are about to enter.
I never heard all of this before.
You still want to marry her, Chester?
Wicked work, beyond and above the decay and corruption of the flesh and the devil. Your manifest presence as you come here together and forsaking all others, stand hand in hand
Look at the back of the church.
to have and to hold
Frank Craig.
day forward.
He's just standing there, Mr. Dillon, just standing there and looking.
Slide out to the side aisle, Chester. Maybe we can get to him quietly without breaking up the meeting.
I think it's already broken up, Matt.
I descended, Mr. Dillon, fell right on the floor.
Yeah. Come on, Chester. Pardon me. Would you let me through, please? I'm sorry, lady. Would you... One side, please.
He was right here by the door.
Outside, Chester.
Hell, no sign of it.
Matt, did you find him, Matt?
Not yet, Ben. Put that gun away. You want to kill some bystander in the crowd?
There's only one man I want to kill. I should have done it 3 days ago.
Yeah, I know, Ben. What'd they do with Miss Nash?
They carried her into the minister's study. Dirty, walking right into the church. Scared her out of her wits.
Marshal Dillon.
Oh, over here, Reverend.
Marshal, A terrible thing has happened. He forced his way into my study, pushed me out the door.
Craig?
Yes, he had a horse tied behind the church. He's gone and taken her with him.
He's kidnapped her, Matt. He's kidnapped her.
Save your breath, Ben. Get your horse. Come on, Chester, let's ride.
I never did think we'd get back to town, Mr. Dillon. I'm saddle sore and beat.
Yeah, Chester.
100 men hunting him, and he slipped past all of them. I swear I just can't figure it.
Any trace of him, Matt?
Not a sign, Kitty. Some of the boys are still beating the riverbed south, but I don't know.
Guess he kind of made fools of us, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I guess so, Chester.
Max! Any luck?
Yeah, sure, Doc. Oh, bad.
Yeah, mine too, man. That clerk died a half hour ago.
So now it's murder, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, now it's murder. Come on, boy. Well, let's go into the office and get out a bulletin. A bulletin. What a good that'll do. Light the lamp, will you, Chester?
Yes, sir. There we are.
Hold it, Matt. You too, Chester, don't move.
The only place nobody'd ever think of looking. Right here in the jail.
Yeah, that's what we figured.
Well, Miss Nash, you seem to be in pretty fair shape for a kidnapped victim.
I'm not a victim of anything, Mr. Dillon. Unless it's my own foolishness. That's what most people would say, I guess. Maybe they're right. I only know this. When Frank came back to town, I knew then that it wasn't over and never would be. I'm Frank's girl, Mr. Dillon. For better or worse, right or wrong. I'm going with him to Wyoming.
He's wanted on suspicion of murder, Miss Nash.
He didn't do it. He couldn't have. He was with me when it happened.
What did you say?
He slipped past Ben's guards and came to see me. That's why he wouldn't tell you where he'd been. He didn't want to get me in trouble.
He's telling the truth, Marshal.
Yeah, maybe.
Mr. Dillon, you might ask Ben Martin what happened to my red silk scarf. I missed it right after he came to see me that afternoon.
Go on.
He didn't do it for the money. But to ruin me once and for all.
If we were lying, we wouldn't have come here, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, it makes sense, all right, but Chester, who rode up out there?
It's Ben Martin, Mr. Dillon. Think he's coming in here.
Where's your horse, Frank?
You corralled back at the jail?
All right, go out the back way. Get it and head for Wyoming. Take one of my extra horses and leave it at Bison Flats. You can buy another horse from the Indians there.
Matt, I don't know how we can ever thank you.
Never mind that. Just get going before I change my mind. And, good luck to both of you.
Thanks, Mr. Dillon.
Anybody here?
Yeah, come on in, Ben.
Saw the light on. Figured you must be here. Any sign of him? What's the matter?
The clerk died. Why'd you do it, Ben?
I don't know what you mean.
Where's the red scarf you stole from Miss Nash? I gotta arrest you for murder, Ben.
I don't think so, Matt. I don't think I'm going to let you do that.
You've seen me draw before. Now you better give me your gun, Ben. Don't do it the hard way.
What you call the hard way, Matt, may be the easiest way of all. So win or lose, I guess...
Something fell out of his pocket there.
Yeah. his marriage license.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Herb Ellis, Vivi Janis, Tom Tully, and Barney Phillips. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
At the gallop! Oh!
Fort Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier, the saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire, and the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
He alive, Harrison?
No, sir, he ain't.
Move him back with the others.
In the name of heaven, Captain, how could he be alive? Look at him.
Move him back, Harrison. Lieutenant Syberts is directing the grave detail. Now give him a hand.
We're going to bury them all?
It's the least we can do.
I can't do it, Captain Quince. I can't. I'm all hot and cold in my belly. I just can't look at any more of this.
You get a firm grip on that belly of yours, Harrison. This kind of cleanup's got to be done. Now, don't look, don't think, just do your work.
Yes, sir. Yes, I'll do that.
I'm on my fifth, Captain.
All right, Hook.
Two of them was old ladies. I figured they was too old for travel anyways.
See, those graves are cairned.
The lieutenant's seeing to that, Captain. All I gotta do is dig them. Count 12 wagons burning. Them engines don't leave nothing to chance.
No, not much.
They shoot them full of arrows, full of lead, then hack them up. For good measure, they set fire to them.
Better get back to work, Hook.
You're a sight safer in the army than in one of them wagon trains, ain't you, Captain?
Sometimes, Hook. Sometimes.
Captain Quince.
Yeah?
Maybe you ought to speak to the lieutenant.
How's that?
He's fair carried away with all this burying stuff. I declare he'll be laying the dead stock to rest next, so as he can speak words over them.
That all, Hook?
Well, you ought to take a look, Captain. I think it's real touching.
Thinking's not any part of you, Hook, any more than feeling is. I don't want to see that spade of yours stop the next 2 hours.
Yes, sir.
Captain Quince, over here.
This one's still alive.
He conscious?
I just come on him. I heard him.
Mister?
So, hundreds of so.
Must have read it from the south, Hazen. If it was so.
I gave the major that report. They've been building up to something for months now.
Mister, how many people in your train, mister? We counted 12 wagons.
We had
52. And they took...
Only 50 bodies, Captain. Lieutenant Cybers and I just took count.
You sure, Hazen?
No.
Yes, sir. 49 dead and this one.
No. Beasley. It took the Beasley girls. It took...
Make that 50 dead, Hazen.
Yeah. You going after him?
With 20 men? No, we'll be another couple of hours here, and it'll still take us 3 more to get back to the fort.
Them girls, that's... Well, dying's easier, Captain.
You telling me something I don't know, Hazen? Yeah, I'll go after him when I stand a chance of getting him. Meantime, you pick up the trail.
Yes, sir. I ought to come on the Sioux camp before night. If I do, I'll make it back to the fort by daylight.
I'm going after him at sunup, whether you're back or not.
Suppose you had the company with you, then what?
We'd have finished our burying a little earlier, Major.
That's all?
That's all.
Captain, I have to make a report to Washington. I'd like to make it look as if the Army meant something out here. So far, I can tell them that a patrol of 20 men arrived in time to bury the members of an entire wagon train.
Would it make your report read any better if you told them a whole company arrived in time to bury them, Major?
I'm not interested in your impertinence, Captain.
I'm not interested in your report, sir.
All right. Look, I know you don't think much of paperwork, Lee. Reports to Washington, all this. But the point is, it all has to be done, whether you like it or not.
My point is, we'd have been just as late with 80 men as we were with 20. You'd still have to report 50 dead and 2 missing.
I don't like to think about those young women.
Somebody better think about them.
You've seen what... Well, you know the savagery they're bound to endure. How soon can you leave, Captain?
At dawn, whether Hazen's back or not.
You sent him on ahead?
He's been scouting the Sioux territory for the last few months. If they've gone back south, we'll find them.
I suppose you'll want the company this time.
I'd want more than one company if I intended to go after him.
There's only one company available, Captain.
Major, I'd like to bargain with them.
Bargain? After a massacre like this?
Yes, sir. If we don't have the men to fight it out with them.
What kind of bargain?
Big elk. Big elk for the young women.
I don't know. He wasn't easily captured, Quince.
I know. I brought him in.
He's not doing us much good lying around the stockade. I suppose the Sioux consider him valuable enough to trade for him.
He's a chief.
What if Hazen isn't back by morning? If you expect to find those young women alive, you can't wait much longer.
We may pick Hazen up on the trail, but Big Elk can lead us to the camp.
Yeah, but will he?
To get out of the stockade? Yeah, he'll lead us. He'll understand he's not free till he does.
You better talk to him, Quince. Report back to me tonight.
I'd like to leave at sunup, sir.
If we're satisfied that Big Elk's our best chance, you'll pass the head of your column through the main gates half an hour before reveille tomorrow morning.
Right, sir.
No good. You try to kill me, no. Leave him be, Hook. He's nothing to you.
I just give him a drink. He asked for one, didn't he? Some firewater,
You men be better off in your bunks.
Try to kill me. I will. I get the chance.
Something on your mind, Hook?
He's just tormenting him, Captain. Big Elk asked for a drink. Hook here gave him some bilge water. But it wouldn't have killed him.
Just made him good and sick like he makes me.
You're to leave him alone, Hook.
Hey, let them white women alone, Captain. Not one of them Injuns is leaving them be.
You're all hard, aren't you, Hook? Now get back to your quarters, all of you. We're going after the women before reveille.
That too ain't sounded yet, Captain.
What did you say, Trooper?
Nothing, sir. Come on.
Here you are. Here, you can drink this, Big Elk.
White man, no friend. Try kill me.
I could have killed you 2 months ago. I brought you here instead. Now go on, drink it. It's from my own canteen.
Good water. Good water. Put out fire in belly.
Your people still hold big camp on Lodgepole Creek?
Big Elk no see people many moon. For brother white man only. White man no brother, Big Elk.
The hunting's still good along Lodgepole. Good grass, good water. Why would they move camp?
Not know.
If we let you go, Big Elk, you could find your people.
Big Elk, big coup for white man. White man no let Big Elk go.
Well, if you couldn't find your way back, no sense talking to you.
Hey, wait.
Why? You don't know where your people are.
Why you let Big Elk go?
A fair trade. You lead us to the Sioux camp. We'll trade you to your tribe for the white women they have.
No trade.
Your people don't think much of you, do they?
Big Elk hold high honor in tribe. Old Sioux proud, warrior, hunter, leader, Big Elk.
Then why won't they trade?
White man no trade Big Elk for white woman.
That's just where you're wrong. White men go pretty high on their women folk.
Captain, you play trick?
No trick. You have my word.
No trick. Then Big Elk give word. We'll lead to Sioux camp.
You still put a lot of store in that captain of yours, Harrison? You still think he knows all there is that's right?
Captain Quince knows what he's about. You'll see he does.
Kind of gnaws at your innards, though, don't it? Him plain eating out of that Injun's hand.
You're just trying to rile me, Hook. And I ain't giving you the satisfaction.
Look at him, Harrison. The Injun pokes his head to the right, we move to the right. Same with the left. He'd poke his head straight up, your old Captain Quince. He'd have us climb in the air.
You'd best keep your face shut, Hook. I swear you keep at me no telling what I'll do.
You'll do like you're told. No more. That captain would tell you to do anything at all. You'd bust yourself doing it. You're gonna grow up licking boots all the way?
I ain't snapping at your bait no more. You can talk all you like, I just ain't listening. I'm just riding along here, and I don't even know no dumb trooper named Hook.
Ain't just me talking, bootlicker. It don't set well with a single white man riding in this column being led around by no Injun. You giving any thought to them white women, Harrison? You ever seen one once the bunch of Injuns got through with her?
Well, we're doing a decent thing, ain't we? We're going after them.
No, we ain't. We're just out riding around, Harrison. Following an Injun wherever he means to take us. Like as not, he's leading us into an ambush right this minute.
I ain't listening to you again, Hook. Ain't hearing a word you say.
I tell you one thing, bootlicker. That's a dead Injun up there. He don't know it yet, but he's just as dead as he can be.
Ho!
Men, we're about an hour from Bear Creek. There's still daylight enough to see us there. We'll bivouac there for the night.
Rider coming this way, sir.
I know, Syberts. I think it's Hazen, with word on the Sioux camp.
Not meaning to make a camp here, are you, Captain?
Oh, we're heading to Bear Creek for the night.
That's more like it. With water there, grass,
Natural camp. You just a day out of Fort Laramie?
Left the post just at sunup.
Made good time.
Well, Big Elk's picking the trail.
Good job. We're right on the line of the Sioux camp. We'll leave Bear Creek at sunup. You'll make it to Lodgepole Creek by mid-morning.
Fair enough.
You got reinforcements coming?
I'm riding in under a white flag. I plan to trade Big Elk for the white women.
Oh, might work. I got in awful close. Don't even think they got scouts out. Leastwise, I didn't see any.
Any sign of the women?
Not likely there would be. No, Captain, the Sioux were looking awful peaceful. For your sakes, I hope they are.
You sent for me, sir?
Yeah, sit down, Mr. Syberts.
Thank you, sir.
What's the talk among the men?
You know the men, Captain. Just camp talk.
Just camp talk?
That's all, sir.
Well, that's good. I had an idea maybe feeling was running a little high against Big Elk.
Well, it is. You know, the men feeling the way they do about the Sioux capturing the white women, they're taking on with him a little.
What do you mean?
Well, joshing him, making threats, little things. Well, for example, he's half starving, I guess, and thirsty, of course.
So?
Well, they keep putting food and water just out of his reach.
And you stood there and let it happen, Mr. Syberts?
Well, sir...
Just camp talk, Mr. Syberts.
It's more my fault, Captain. You can't blame the men.
I can blame the men, and I can blame you. I gave my word.
Look out! He broke free! Pick it! The engine's loose!
Hold your fire! Don't shoot, any of you! Hold your fire!
Watch it, Captain. He's coming your way.
Let go. White man, they try to kill me.
Now, nobody's going to kill you. Now, listen to me. I won't let anyone harm you.
Your word no mean much. White man, no honor.
Quiet! Quiet, all of you! Quiet! Now, listen to me. And understand me. I don't know what's behind all this, but for your sakes, I'm going to put it down to your feeling for the captured white women. All right, quiet! We'll lay it to that for now. But I'm not forgetting what happened here. Now use your heads. Big Elk's our best chance to get those women out of the Sioux camp safely. Maybe our only chance. I gave him my word there'd be no tricks. The stockade's waiting for the next man who abuses him. Any questions? Harrison?
Yes, sir?
See that there's water and warm food for Big Elk.
Right away, sir.
Now, any of you get any ideas, I'll be waiting for you. That's all. Dismissed. All right, Big Elk.
Captain Quince. I'm sorry, sir. I should have stopped all that.
Any man could have stopped it, Mr. Syberts.
But being an officer and all, I should have.
The Army saw fit to make you an officer, Mr. Syberts. Being a man is entirely up to you.
I just didn't...
That's all, Mr. Syberts.
Yeah. Camp of my people in valley below. Big Elk, keep word.
Big Elk, if I had a home like that, I'd never leave it.
Red men first here. Then white men come. With gun.
Yeah, I know. I'll take the flag, Mr. Syberts. You have your orders?
Yes, sir.
We'll ride in under your cover. There's to be no firing unless there's trouble. If I drop the white flag, that'll be your signal to open fire. Any questions?
No, sir.
Then pass the word. Big Elk and I are riding in.
Good luck, Captain.
You lead, Big Elk. No sign of your scouts yet.
My people expect no trouble.
There'll be no trouble.
Big Elk turned back on white men. Not safe. No trust.
I've kept my word, Big Elk. The rest is up to your chiefs.
No. Big Elk knows fear.
Oh, you're safe with me.
No. No, Big Elk, no trust. He's straight.
You crazy fool! Stop it! Stop! Stupid, murdering swine. Move out! Move out to save your filthy hides!
It was Hook shot him, sir, before anyone could stop him.
He'll rot in the stockade for this. Stand to horse! Stand to horse! Lieutenant Seibert, move the company back immediately.
I know how you feel, Captain, but it's done. The man will be dealt with fully.
Major, it was the coldest kind of murder.
You're lucky you get out of there alive, especially you. Right now, I'm thinking about those white women.
I don't think there's a chance they're alive now. The Sioux will take this out on somebody, and they're handiest.
We can't think about that. We're going after those women this time with every man in our command.
With at least 1,000 Sioux at Lodgepole Creek?
We'll do our best, Captain.
If Gorse had been with me, I'd have seen this hence.
Sergeant Gorse was accompanying the first wagon train through.
I know that. It's my own stupidity.
Stupidity? Surely you're not blaming yourself.
For taking Hook on that patrol, you bet I am. I'm long enough in the Army to spot a troublemaker.
You're not thinking straight, Lee. I count on your judgment because it's cool and straight. You're no good to me in this turn of mine.
Major, my guts are crawling now. What do you want?
I want an officer with head enough to command Company B to engage the Sioux.
All right, sir. You got one. I'm all right.
Captain Mathewson moved into the post yesterday with C Company. With Meade's infantry and howitzers, we should give you the cover you need.
I'm not used to this much support, Major. Might get lost in that crowd.
Your job is to get those women and get out. After your initial charge, the main fighting's up to C Company and the infantry.
Yes, sir. Get the women, bring them here.
Then you'll stand by as reinforcements for Mathewson and Meade.
Right.
Yes?
Major?
Come in.
Captain?
Hazen?
We're going to need your help, Hazen.
Well, there's a chance you can surprise him. They're on the move.
Which way?
North and to the west. Where's your map?
Right here.
Yeah. This was their main camp at Lodgepole.
Uh-huh.
Now, they moved along the valley where you were, Captain. Along the stream and then up to Horse Creek there. Then branched up to Bear Creek near Iron Mountain right there.
We bivouacked there.
You were a little to the east, but no matter. They moved across the Chugwater along here, see? And followed along the Laramie Range there.
A whole lodgepole camp on the move?
All of them. But this is where I think you can get them. If it's still the Beasley girls you're after.
They're our first objective.
All right. The warriors, the main force of the tribe, they're well up front, moving ahead. They're not expecting any trouble from the rear. And so that's where they got their squaws and old folks and young'uns.
Yeah, likely the Beasley women are back there with them.
It's a near cinch.
Where are they now, in your judgment?
The natural camp spot's about there, on the Laramie River. Moving slow like they got to along that range, they should make camp there tonight. If it was me, I wouldn't wait for sunup to move in.
He's right, Major.
Can you have B Company ready to move out by dusk?
I can.
Pass the word, Captain. Report back in half an hour. Mathewson and Meade will be here. We'll lay out a full plan.
Right, sir. Mr. Seibert?
Right here, Captain.
Men filed out in position?
Yes, sir. As ordered.
Harrison, move up.
Yes, sir.
Harrison, you'll flank me on the charge. We're going to bring those women out, you understand?
I sure do, sir.
Good.
Proud to.
Company!
Company! At the tread!
Ho!
We surprised them, Captain.
They're running for cover, sir.
We stampeded their horses. They gotta take cover.
Leeds infantry. We're covered, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Sybrett. Keep at them. Harrison, over here, this way. The lodges, over here.
There's a squaw, Captain.
I'll get her.
No kill squaw.
The white women, where are they?
No white woman. No kill squaw.
Now, where are they?
In lodge. There. All safe. No kill.
This way, Harrison. Well, for... Harrison!
Captain Quince. It's them women. Them Beasley girls. Why, they can't be over 5, 6 years old. Either one of them.
I know. Come on, Harrison. Let's get these women out of here.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by Kathleen Height, with sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper, musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were Jack Moyles, Harry Bartell, Sam Edwards, Lawrence Dobkin, Lou Krugman, James Nusser, and Lillian Bayeff.
Company, tension! Dismiss!
Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. The groups which you support through Easter Seals duplicate the work of no other groups, yet there are more than 1,600 of them. These Easter Seal societies serve the many unmet needs of the crippled. This year, the national goal is $12 million. If your family has received a quota of seals in the mail, send your money in the return envelopes which came with the seals. Or if you wish to contribute directly, send your money to Crippled Children, care of your local post office. This has been a public service message from CBS Radio.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. More classic old-time radio coming your way next.
At the gallop! Ho!
Fort Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier, the saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire, and the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
Patrol! Halt!
Sergeant Gorse, dismiss the patrol.
Yes, sir. Prepare to dismount. Dismount.
Welcome back, Captain.
Thank you, Sergeant Jenkins. Major Daggett in?
He's been expecting you. Come in. Oh, Lee. Glad you're back.
That makes both of us, Major.
Oh, you find anything?
No trouble. Some of the dog soldiers are restless, but so far, no Sioux have left treaty territory.
Oh, that's good.
Yep. Except I've had a 10-day ride for nothing.
Well, it's no matter. We have to investigate every report. You know that.
I know.
Well, like I said, I'm glad you're back. But I'm not sure you'll be.
Why?
You're in time to welcome an old friend of yours.
Oh? Who?
His orders read Lieutenant R.C. Went.
Robbie?
That's right. Major Went.
He assigned here?
He's on the post already. Arrived an hour ago. He'll be reporting any minute. Want to stay and see him?
You want me to?
It's up to you. You'll have to face him sooner or later anyway, I suppose.
Major, he's an old friend. Nothing can change that.
You still feel that way?
Yep. Where will he be assigned?
C Company is short an officer.
Can I have him? You can transfer Hancock to C.
Why?
Maybe I can ease things a little.
What about yourself? You think he'll like serving under you, an officer who once served under him?
He'll do all right. He's a good officer.
Well, I can't say much for him now. 5 posts in 2 years, and he couldn't face it out at any of them. Now we're stuck with him. A drunkard, a troublemaker, and a coward. Coward of Antelope Meadows.
I'm not sure he deserves that reputation.
The court of inquiry that demoted him thought so.
They demoted him for poor judgment, not cowardice.
What would you call a man who ran away from a fight, left his commander and 200 men to be wiped out?
He was under attack himself.
He could have fought through to Bartlett and saved them.
Maybe, and maybe not. He might only have added 100 more men to the list of dead. Instead, he tried to save his own command, and he succeeded. It was a difficult decision, but not necessarily bad judgment.
The court of inquiry said so.
The court of inquiry was in Washington. They went by the book. You know how different it can be out here, how hard a decision can be when you're under attack. Hindsight's always easy.
Why are we arguing?
Assign him to me.
All right. Be a good Samaritan if you have to. There he is. Come in.
Lieutenant Went reporting to Major Daggett as directed.
Yes, been expecting you, Went. I believe you know Captain Quince.
Hello, Robbie.
Captain?
It's been a long time since Virginia.
Yes. Sorry I didn't see you. I've developed a habit of speaking when I'm spoken to.
You're looking well.
Major, have you figured out a place for me?
I didn't try to figure a place for you, Went. You're just another officer here. You'll be put where you're needed. I've assigned you to B Company. That's Captain Quince here.
Very well.
You can report to the officer of the day at your convenience. You'll be placed on active duty as of 5 a.m. tomorrow. You'll take morning call.
Yes, sir.
We hope you'll have a pleasant tour, Laramie.
Do you, Major?
Went, I said you're just another officer here. That's the way you'll be treated. But I expect a cooperative attitude from you, like any other officer. A chip on that shoulder won't help.
Very good, Major. Am I dismissed?
Yes.
I'll come along if I may, Robbie. Show you the place.
All right, Captain.
Oh, Lee.
Yes, sir.
One moment, huh?
I'll be right with you, Robbie.
All right.
See what I mean? Liquored up, middle of the day. He's going to be trouble.
He's gone through a lot, Major.
Sometimes I think you're a soft fool. I'm warning you, Lee. Don't try to fight his battles for him. Keep a tight hold on him.
Don't worry. I'll take you over by the quarters, Robbie. They're a little better than the ones we had in Virginia. You might like Laramie. It's a good post.
I've noticed a lot of women. More than I expected out here.
A lot of the men are married. It's safe enough here. It's good to see you, Robbie.
It is?
We had some good days in Virginia.
I was your commanding officer then.
You were a good one.
Now...
Robbie, there are plenty of gray-haired lieutenants in this army for one reason or another. But not many of them cry in their beer.
Thank you, Captain, for reminding me.
Oh, you've got to give people a chance.
What about them giving me a chance?
Oh, you got to meet them halfway, Robbie.
Halfway.
Good morning, Captain Quince.
Oh, hello, Ms. St. Cloud. May I present Lieutenant Went?
We don't need an introduction, Captain. Hello, Robbie.
Mrs. St. Cloud?
It's good to see you.
Thank you.
I saw you earlier crossing the parade ground. What brings you to Laramie?
I'm to be stationed here.
I'm very glad.
Are you?
Of course. Captain, Robbie and I are old friends. You must come and visit me the first chance you get, Robbie.
Thank you.
Oh, here's Philip. You never met my husband, did you? Philip, this is Robbie Went.
Lieutenant St. Cloud.
How do you do?
He's to be stationed here.
That's too bad.
Philip.
You remember Lieutenant Yeager, don't you, Went? He was my best friend, my roommate at the point. I'm sure you must remember him because he died with Bartlett that day at Antelope Meadows.
Philip, don't.
Come along, Maud.
But, Philip...
What were you saying about a chance, Captain?
I'm sorry, Robbie. There's bound to be some feeling at first, but in time...
You're an optimist, Captain. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll stop by the Sutlers. They can still sell liquor on this post, can't they?
You think that'll help?
It's the only help I need, Captain. Good day.
First platoon, all prisoner accounted for. Second platoon, all prisoner accounted for.
All prisoner accounted for, sir.
Yeah. Now, where are the orders?
In your pockets.
In my...
Lieutenant, is anything wrong?
What do you mean, Sergeant?
I mean, are you all right? Are you feeling all right?
Of course I am. Now, where is it?
Here, sir. Shall I read them?
You?
Captain Quince sometimes has me read them, sir. I just thought...
Now, you stop thinking, Sergeant.
Lieutenant...
I'm perfectly capable...
Morning, Lieutenant Went. Sergeant Gorse.
Sir.
What are you doing here, Quince? Don't you think I can take morning call by myself?
Of course, Lieutenant.
I'm perfectly all right. Absolutely all right.
I'm not so sure. I think you'd better go back to your quarters. I'll relieve you here.
Is that an order, Captain?
That's a suggestion.
All right.
Straighten up, man. You're in front of 100 enlisted men.
Yeah, I'll be all right.
I'll go with you.
I can...
It's a long walk across the parade ground, and the men are watching. Just keep your shoulder into mine. Sergeant, you'll read the orders of the day.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Robbie. Here, keep this cold compress in your head.
Thanks.
Robbie, this is no good. You can't keep this up.
What?
Running away, hiding in a bottle.
You gonna report me?
Did you report me that time in Virginia? But it can't happen too often, you understand that?
I know.
Well...
Lee, thanks. You're the only one in 2 years that's been decent. I'm sorry if I can't come halfway.
Maybe if you'd try to face it and not run away. Other men have been busted.
Oh, it's not that. No. Do you know what my second-in-command said after Antelope Meadows? He said, we should all be dead. And we would have been if we hadn't been led by a coward.
You weren't a coward in Virginia, and when that court of inquiry demoted you, you didn't have to stay in the Army. You could have resigned.
Yes?
It took guts to stay. That wasn't the act of a coward.
I love the Army. It's my life. And I was mad. I thought I was right. I had the guts then.
Then what's happened?
Do you know what it's like to be sneered at? Hated wherever you go? To be blamed for other men's deaths? Like that St. Cloud yesterday. I've had 2 years of that, Lee. Maybe now I am a coward.
Not unless you're willing to be. If you... Come in. Oh, Miss St. Cloud.
Robbie, I heard you were ill.
Word gets around, doesn't it?
Are you all right?
All right.
You'll be fine, ma'am.
Is there anything I can do for you, Robbie?
Oh, no. Thanks.
Well, I'll stop in again this afternoon.
I am not so sure your husband would approve, Mrs. St. Cloud.
Robbie, if you won't or can't come to visit me, I'll come to visit you. Good day, Captain.
Ma'am? It seems you do have friends, Lieutenant.
You, Maud.
Well...
Lee... Was I wrong?
About what?
Antelope Meadows.
I don't know.
It tortures me, Lee.
You did what you thought was right. Now, right or wrong, you better forget it.
How can a man forget a thing like that?
I don't know, Robbie.
We'll need just a small detachment to patrol the line. We've had no further reports, but I want to keep watch. What about Syberts and 8 men, Lee?
Why not Went?
What's the matter? Want to get him away from the post?
No, it's not that. It might be what he needs.
I'm not sure I trust him with the patrol. You think you fooled me with that relieved of duty because of illness? He's just about drunk the sutlers dry.
He's getting better lately.
That's not what I hear. Maybe he's not drinking quite so much, but...
But what?
I've heard reports about him and Mrs. St. Cloud. They've been seeing each other entirely too much. She's been seen going into his quarters.
She tended him when he was ill.
And he's been at her rooms when St. Cloud was away.
They're old friends.
Maybe. But I always did think that woman was too pretty.
Major, I don't think there's anything wrong. But if there is, all the more reason to send Went out on that patrol.
You trust him?
He's a good officer. I'll send Gorse with him.
All right, Lee. I just hope you're right. Send Went to me for orders.
Right away, sir.
Captain.
What's the matter, Sergeant?
Over at Old Bedlam. There's going to be trouble.
What trouble?
The 2 lieutenants. St. Cloud's gone looking for Went.
Thanks. St. Cloud! Went! Eddie! Eddie! Now, what do you think you were doing? St. Cloud?
I heard what's been going on behind my back. It's all over the post. He can't get by fooling around with my wife. I'll
That's
kill him.
enough. That's a court-martial offense you're charging. You want to make it official?
I certainly...
And subject your wife to the embarrassment of it?
No.
All right.
No.
Went? You want to prefer charges against him?
No.
Then the two of you remember your officers in the U.S. Cavalry and act accordingly.
He better stay away from my wife.
You won't have to worry about that for a while. He's going out on patrol tonight. Now, get out of here, St. Cloud.
Lee.
I don't want to hear about it. It's none of my business.
But, Lee, there's
You got a job to do. As soon as you clean up, report to the major for your orders.
All right, Captain.
Captain?
Yes?
Captain, I
No
heard
harm done, Miss St. Cloud. Except to the dignity of a couple of officers.
It's my fault. I should have known Philip wouldn't understand. But I want you to understand, Captain.
Why me?
Because you're his friend, too.
All right.
I was only trying to help him. We're old friends, yes, but once it was more than that. Once, before I met Philip, it was going to be Robbie. I couldn't just stand by and see this happening to him.
I see.
Did I do wrong, Captain?
Who's to say that, Miss St. Cloud? I don't know.
I wish I were wiser.
So do I, ma'am. So do I.
Lee, this report just came in from the telegraph at Cheyenne.
Trouble, Major?
A Sioux raiding party attacked the railroad. If they're not still in the vicinity, they'll be heading north. Went's moving to intercept them. Yeah, he stopped at Pine Bluff and got the news. But he'll need reinforcements. Might be a big party, we don't know. Besides, with Went in charge...
I can have B Company ready in an hour.
Oh, will that be enough? B's undermanned. You've only got 63 men.
It'll be enough.
All right. Rendezvous with Went at the Forks on Little Bear Creek. And Lee, don't take any chances. Carry 200 rounds per man. This could be a fight.
Captain, single rider approaching.
Yeah, I see him. Looks like Gorse. Keep him going, Mr. Syberts. I'll swing out and meet him.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant?
Captain, Lieutenant Went sent me to intercept you. He's moving towards Horse Creek. He wants you to cut across and meet him.
All right, good.
Sure glad you're here, Captain.
Why?
Well, we had them cornered last night, but they got away. We could have taken them.
How many?
Around 30.
9 men against 30?
We could have surprised them. Men are kind of talking some.
What are you trying to tell me, Gorse?
The lieutenant wouldn't attack. Or couldn't.
Had he been drinking?
Yes, sir.
Was he drunk, Sergeant?
Well, no, sir, I couldn't say that.
Then think about this, Sergeant. You men might not be alive today if he had attacked.
Yes, sir, I've heard that before.
It's still true, Sergeant. All right, let's join him.
There's their signal, Captain.
Here comes the lieutenant to meet us.
Company!
Company!
Halt! Lieutenant?
They're down in the valley about a mile ahead, Captain. You can surround them by splitting your force in 3.
Good. All right, Syberts, you take 20 men and the right flank.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Gorsh, you'll take 12 more men and join with Lieutenant Wentz patrol on the left flank.
Yes, sir.
The rest will stay with me in the center.
I'd like the center, Captain, if I may.
Why?
It's closer. It'll lead the attack. I found them.
All right. I'll take the left. Sergeant Jenkins, take over. I'll join you in a minute. Now, move out.
Right, sir.
Yes, sir. Good work, Lieutenant. And you used good judgment. Not attacking last night.
Did I? Here, Captain, have a drink.
Yeah, thanks.
Why'd you do that?
You don't need it. You've gotten your courage out of a bottle for so long you think you have to have it.
Don't I?
No, you don't, Robbie. All right, Lieutenant Went. Move out.
Doesn't look like we'll get much fighting, sir.
No, Jenkins, we're pretty far away, but we'll block this end of the valley for them.
Yes, sir. There they go, sir.
All right. Company!
Company!
At the trot!
At the trot!
Ho! Syberts!
We got them rounded up, Captain. Wasn't much of a fight. When they saw us coming in from three sides, they just dropped everything and ran.
Good. Any casualties?
No, sir, I don't think so. Not a one.
Captain!
Huh?
Over here.
Casualties, sir. Lieutenant Went.
Robbie?
Lee. I am sorry you smashed that bottle now.
Gorth. Holder's bringing the first aid, sir.
No. No use, Lee. No use, you know that.
Robbie. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So am I. About a lot of things. Maud St. Cloud. A lot of things. But Lee, there's one thing I'm not sorry about.
Antelope Meadows?
Yeah. I was right, Lee. I couldn't have saved Bartlett. But I could save my 100 men, and I didn't.
That's right.
Oh, only one thing nobody understands. It wasn't my own life I was thinking about.
I understand that, Robbie.
Do you, Lee? Thanks. I wish...
Captain.
What is it, Sergeant?
I saw it, sir. He deliberately cut in front of Holder and took the only bullet the engines fired. He saved Holder's life. I guess I was wrong, sir.
Were you, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. He was no coward.
No. No, he wasn't. Come in. Oh. Miss St. Cloud.
Captain? I've just been over to see... I won't be attending the services.
I understand.
Captain.
Yes?
Captain, did he say anything about me?
Yes, he did, Miss St. Cloud. He said he was sorry.
Not half as sorry as I am, Captain. I wanted to help him. But I was afraid to say the one thing that might have helped him most.
Sometimes it's kind of hard to...
I wanted to tell him that he was the only man I ever really loved. But I was afraid of the consequences. I should have told him, Captain. I should have told him a long time ago. Well, Philip will be wondering where I am. Good day, Captain.
Good day, Miss St. Cloud.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry, with Vic Perrin as Sergeant Gorse. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by John Dunkel, with sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Jack Moyles, Harry Bartell, Lynn Allen, Paul Duboff, and Clayton Post.
Company, tension! Dismiss!
Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. The news that makes headlines knows no time or place. News can be made next door or halfway around the world, at noon, at midnight, or in this next minute. To keep you fully informed, CBS News has reporters on 24-hour duty all around the world. By the magic of radio, their reports come to the CBS newsroom to be transmitted to you. Right now, every Saturday and Sunday, CBS News reports to you almost every hour during the day and evening. By keeping your dial set at CBS Radio, you know the news from halfway around the world as soon as you get the news from next door.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We have more classic radio coming your way next.
The Romance of the Ranchos. Los Angeles, 1870. Bandits terrorize surrounding ranchos. Los Angeles, 1873. Sheriff's posse forms to combat outlaws. Los Angeles, 1874. Authorities close in on Tiburcio Vasquez. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos. an historically accurate dramatization of the colorful events which make up the background of our Southern California of today. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, returns to give us a picture of the exciting California of yesterday. Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents these stories because the authentic early history of Southern California is directly related to the service the company renders to the community. Its work is to examine into and verify the ownership of land to the end that when you buy real estate, you know it's yours. To be able to do this, the company must examine the ownership of the land all the way back to the earliest grants, checking on every transfer of its title and on every recorded instrument and legal proceeding that might affect it. By means of its records, the company is able to do this work far more quickly than you as an individual could, and at vastly less cost to you. And by taking extreme care to do the work accurately and completely, the company is able to ensure to you the validity of the title you acquire. Now here is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, to bring us the story.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Tonight our story is concerned with one of the most notorious of the bad men of early California. A man whose name has gone down in the annals of California for the one-man war he conducted against the March of Progress. Here, then, is an exciting chapter in the romance of the ranchos. For several years, in the early 1870s, the name of Tiburcio Vasquez was synonymous with villainy in Southern California. Operating from his hideout of Vasquez Rocks in Mint Canyon, he conducted a reign of terror over the countryside, robbing and looting. He was wanted for murder in the north, and his special hatred was for Americans, said to have stemmed from an incident in which a gringo stole his sweetheart. It was in the spring of 1874, when, late one evening, a group of men approached the house of an Italian, Alessandro Repetto, on Rancho Repetto, near the present site of Montebello.
I hope you know what you're doing, Tiburcio.
It's not necessary for you to hope, Chavez. You just do as I tell you, and all will be well.
See, I suppose so, but I don't like it. These clothes, they smell like the sheep.
Tonight you are a sheep herder, and you had better be convinced, or you will answer to me, Tiburcio Vasquez. You know what that means?
Caramba, mi jefe, I did not mean anything. Of course I will do what you say. I just do not like the smell.
You had better learn to like it pretty quick, eh?
See, I feel fine already.
Good, quiet. Near the hacienda. Nobody say anything, just me. I do the talking, and everybody do as I say, huh?
See, we are with you, jefe.
This, senores, is going to be the neatest trick of my career. See, very neat. All right, hombre, quiet.
What is it?
Senor Repetto, is it not?
See, who are you?
Oh, but the poor sheep herder, Senor Antonio, they call me. These are my friends, and we go to herd sheep at the rancho of Diego Sepulveda. Finding that such a long way, we are unable to make it in one day, and we should like a place to sleep for the night, perhaps in your barn, if it would not trouble you, Senor. Otherwise, we shall be obliged to sleep on the ground.
Very well, go ahead. But mind you, don't strew hay all over the barn. And be on your way in the morning.
Pues sí, gracias, senor.
Jefe, what is this? What are we doing?
You had ears, didn't you? We are going to spend the night in Senor Repetto's barn.
But why? What
is not for you to ask questions, Chavez. You seem to forget that more and more lately. I give the orders. You take them. That is all you have to know.
See, of course, Jefe, but I only...
You stupid ox. Did it ever occur to you that banks are not open at night? That we might need fresh horses for an escape?
See, that is right.
You have no brain, Chavez. That is why you'll never be anything more than you are. Now, tell Isidro to have the horses riding behind the barn at dawn tomorrow. Then you shall see the action you want.
There they are, eating their breakfast. Repetto and his helpers.
Quiet, hombres. Remember, you are still sheep herders for a few minutes more. Come quiet.
See? Oh, it is you.
Si, senor. We have come to thank you for letting us stay.
That is all right. You, no strewn hay, have you?
Oh, but no, senor. We have taken good care that everything shall be orderly.
Very well. You'll be on your way.
What, senor? You would send us away without food? Oh, that is not true California hospitality.
Why, you confounded scoundrel. You expect me to invite you to eat with me?
See?
Get out of here. You filthy sheep herder.
But we are not sheep herders, senor.
What?
You get the idea, eh? Put up your hands. This little pistol has spoken before. And it is so hard to keep under control. I would not tempt it too much. All right, hombre. Inside, get the others. No. After you, senor.
But you can't do this, you...
Senor, I not only can, I am doing. You do not seem to realize who I am.
I don't know.
Tiburcio Vasquez can do anything, senor.
Vasquez?
Vasquez. No, you have heard of me, eh? I'm getting to be famous, eh? Well, not half so famous as I will be, senor. All California will know me well, senor, and you are going to help.
All right, line up against the wall, all of you. Hey, keep them covered. But, Senor Vasquez, I have no money here. I can give you nothing.
Oh.
I see. What I say is true. I never keep money here. I have nothing to give you. I would gladly give you all I have, but I cannot.
Oh, senor, your generosity overwhelms me, but I do not want all you have. I want only $800.
$800? But I tell you, I haven't that much here. I have nothing, a few pesos.
But you have money in the Pueblo Bank, see?
See.
Very well. That will do as well. In fact, I had expected this. Here is a check. You will sign it.
But I...
Go ahead, senor.
How can you get it from the bank?
You shall see, senor. You shall see. Boy, muchacho, come here.
You mean me, senor?
See, you, muchacho. You can ride a horse fast, see?
Si, senor.
You know the way to the bank in Los Angeles, eh?
I have gone there often with Senor Repeto.
See, with Senor Repeto, but this time you will go without Senor Repeto. Here is the check for the money I want. You will take it to the bank and cash it. You will bring the money back here muy pronto. And muchacho, if you do not...
Senor, he is just a boy. You would not harm him.
Harm him? Have I said anything about harming him? I like him. See, he's a nice muchacho. Hey, muchacho, come here. What is your name, eh?
Pedro, senor.
Pedro. You like Senor Repeto, Pedro?
Si, of course.
Si, of course. You would not like to see him dead, eh?
Oh, no, senor, no.
No, then you will return with the money pronto, and you shall speak to no one. No one, you understand? No one in the Pueblo. You just tell the banker the senor wants you to get the money, then no more, huh?
Si.
Very well, then. Go, hurry.
Si, I will hurry.
Jefe, you cannot mean... You trust the
Quiet,
boy to...
Chavez, hold your tongue. I have told you it's not for you to question what I do.
See, Jefe, but I do not like it. You will never get away with this, Vasquez.
No?
No.
We shall see, senor. I think we will. It will not be well for you if we do not, senor. And I should hate to have to harm you.
A lot you care about me, Vasquez. You'd as soon kill him as look at me.
Oh, but that is not true, senor. But you are to be big help to me.
You mean my $800?
See, you should feel honored. You are contributing to California, not to me, senor.
That's a novel excuse for your banditry.
The next time you use such words, it shall not be a slap in the face, senor. Tiburcio Vasquez is no bandit. You and your kind cannot understand that.
Then what do you call yourself?
I am a Californiano, senor, a real Californiano. My weak-kneed countrymen may bow and scrape to you foreigners, but I do not. I will drive all Americanos and people like you out of California. See, and that is what your money will do, senor.
So, you think you are a one-man revolution?
One day soon you shall not laugh, senor, for when I come back from Mexico with my army, you, all of you, will find the laughs choking in your throats.
You're mad, Vasquez. You cannot stop progress.
Huh?
No, you can't beat the Americanos.
You shall see, senor. You shall see.
Well, son, you're here bright and early. What can I do for you?
Senor, Senor Alberto. The man wishes me to get this money for him.
The man?
Si.
Oh, you have a check. Let's see it, son.
Si, senor.
Oh, yes, Senor Peto's check for $800. Ah, son, this is a mighty big check for a young fella to be cashing. Where'd you get it?
He just tell me to get the money and bring it back.
This is kind of irregular. Is Senor Peto ill? Come, boy. I can't give you all this money without knowing a little more about this. You needn't be so frightened, my boy. I'm not going to hurt you. But I must know why Senor Peto sent you to get this much money. Why he didn't come himself.
Please, senor, don't ask me. Please. I must not tell. I must not.
You must not. Sam, call the sheriff.
Vasquez, the boy should be back by now.
Stop worrying, Chavez. He will come. He had better come, or the little pistol is getting nervous, senor.
Stop pointing that thing at me, will you, please? I don't like it.
You don't like it, eh? Well, now it's not too bad. So inconsiderate of me, eh? Well, perhaps you will not have to look at it so long, senor.
Hey, the signal. Isidro has seen someone coming.
Go to the window, look.
See.
Well, who is it?
Caramba, it is the boy. He is riding up now.
Well, that is good. You will no doubt be happy to hear that, senor. Now, if he has the money, all right, you shall not have to worry.
Please, turn that pistol away. The boys will come. You get what you want.
Well, when I do, the pistol goes by.
All right, Jose. Bring the boy in.
A neat trick, eh, Chavez? Now, perhaps you will stop worrying about the orders I give you, eh?
But I still do not like it. We shall get the money and go, quickly.
Si, but there's no hurry. Now, muchacho. You are a fine boy. Come, you got the money, eh?
Si, senor. Here it is.
Gracias, mi amigo. Let me look first. See? It is heavy with gold. Well, what are you looking so frightened for? Your master is quite safe now.
Hey, senor, he has been up to something. I can tell. Hey, listen, it is trouble. The boy has brought the sheriff.
Hurry. To the horses.
Come here, you boy.
No, senor, no.
Chavez, stop that. Leave the boy alone. No. There's no time for that. Go. Muchacho, good work. You are a boy after my own heart. Hasta la vista. Hola, Diablo. Give me the saddle, please. Here they come. But they will never catch us. Away, Anthony.
Listen to that crowd yelling for his head. Yeah. Sheriff, we gotta produce Vasquez, and quick.
Yeah, he's got him scared with his talk of revolution.
Nah, he's getting more audacious every day. He's gotta be stopped.
And don't forget, he's wanted for murder up north. There's a reward of $8,000 for him.
I know all that, men. What can I do? I have to have time.
Yeah.
What nobody realizes is that half of them people out there are Californians.
That's right, Sheriff.
Many of them really sympathize with this Vasquez.
Uh-huh.
He'll know every word that was said about him out there in an hour.
Mm-hmm.
I can't make a move that isn't reported to him.
No.
It's almost impossible to organize a defense against him when half the population's against me.
But you've got to do something.
All right, I know it. Sooner or later, his own men will betray him. I can only hope that it's soon.
$500 people, you say, huh? I'm getting to be quite a drawer of crowds, eh?
But, Hefe, they mean business. Things are getting too hot. Perhaps you had better take to the hills for a while.
Run from them? No, not Vasquez. Why should I sneak off as though I were afraid of them? I am not afraid of them. I will go when I am ready and feel like it. And before I go, we shall have a great fiesta. See, at the barn at the mouth of the Canyon of the Laurels. We shall have a fandango and dance the whole night through.
But Vasquez...
Chavez, I have warned you. Those are my orders.
Very well, Hefe, but I do not like it. I have a feeling that you should go now. You are playing with danger once too often.
In the files of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles are 1,600 large volumes called lot books. These are, in effect, an index of every deed, mortgage, decree, or other important proceeding shown by public records to affect any one of the 1.5 million separate parcels of real estate in Los Angeles County. But matters affecting land ownership consist of more than these recordings relating to particular properties. For example, while a deed may convey a lot, the legal bankruptcy of its owner would be just as effectual in transferring its ownership. Many other matters that relate to persons rather than to individual pieces of property also affect land ownership. Among them are judgments, powers of attorney, insanity commitments, guardianships and probate proceedings, divorce actions, and property settlements. And so, in a different set of books called the General Index, Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles lists these personal matters. They are indexed by names of people rather than by particular properties. I will tell you why the General Index is probably the most interesting part of the company's title plant later in the program. But now, back to Frank Graham and the rest of our story.
As the sheriff and his men continued a vain search for Tiburcio Vasquez, the bandit was spending his last night before leaving for Mexico in a wild fiesta at the barn near the mouth of Laurel Canyon. All of the gang were there with their sweethearts. Long into the night, the merrymaking went on.
Hey, come, it is getting late. Hey, it's time to go.
Chavez, you old long-faced, the party has just begun. Come, stop looking so sour and join in the fun.
But, Vasquez, we must leave before dawn. And we need rest. We have a hard trip.
We will have our rest. When the fiesta is over, we'll go to the house of Greek George, and there we shall sleep until dawn. But not until the fiesta is over.
But, hey...
Chavez, those are my orders. If you do not wish to obey them, you do not have to. Lately, you are becoming less useful to me anyway. You frighten too easily.
But, Hefe, I did not mean anything.
All right, then stop sniveling about leaving. Come on, join the party. Pick yourself a pretty girl. Get a bottle. Take a lesson from me, amigo, Greek George. You see how he dances? Hola, George. Where did you learn to dance like that? Driving the camels?
What do you mean, Vasquez? You make joke about my dancing? I'm a good dancer, no?
No, you look like great donkey trying to dance.
Senor, I do not like for you to make a joke.
Huh? Such a hulking brute as you does not deserve to hold such beauty in his arms. Senorita, why have we not met before?
I do not know, senor. Perhaps because you have no eyes in your head.
So, I like Senorita with sharp tongue. It makes the game of taming them much more interesting.
You think you can tame me, senor?
You think I cannot, my little dog?
Perhaps.
There, you, Vasquez. She's my girl. You keep your hands off her.
To imagine that such beauty should look a second time at that hideous face of yours, mi amigo. You can forget such thoughts now that she has met me.
Stop it. You stay away from her. She's my girl.
Oh, wait, donkey. Stop braying. The senorita and I are going to dance, eh?
I have not said yes yet.
But you will. Because nobody says no to Vasquez.
Vasquez, I warn you. Leave her alone.
Get out, you swine. Hombre, tell him away.
Wait, you... Oh, stop. Let go of me. Let go.
Away with the donkey.
Let go. I kill him. I tell you, I kill him.
Well, you certainly have a way with you.
I get what I want. Always. Now, senorita, shall we dance?
Well, senor, you always get what you want, huh?
Let go of me, Sharpers. Let go of me.
See, there now. Just calm down, mi amigo. You're wasting your anger on him.
I kill him, so help me, Allah. I kill him.
I know you won't, George. You'll be dead before you draw a gun.
It would be a pleasure for to die if I could get him too.
There's no chance of that. You'd better forget it.
Forget it? You don't know me. Sooner or later... I have a better idea. Perhaps I wouldn't have to kill him.
What are you talking about?
Nothing. Never mind.
Senor, where are you going?
I'll be right back, senor. You mean you really know where Vasquez is?
Sure. I told his own men I'd give him up sooner or later. I was right. Greek George told us the whole thing. We're having a fandango at Laurel Canyon tonight. He'll come down to sleep at Greek George's house. We'll get him there.
Good. Nothing less. When do we start?
You'll start right away. I'm not going.
Huh? Why not?
You know why not. I'd give my right arm to go. But every move I make is watched. He'd be warned in no time. So you'll take charge of the party. There'll be 8 of you. You're to assemble one by one at the livery stable. Guns and ammunition are there ready for you. Take a winding route, but get to Greek George's by dawn. Good luck.
Mitchell, Smith, Rogers, Beers. All right, men. This time we're going to get him. Let's go. Oh. That's Greek George's down there. From here on, we'll have to go carefully, men.
We're none too early. It's getting light.
What's that?
It looks like a wagon coming down the trail.
Back in the shadows, men. We'll stop them. Stop them, men. All right. Just a couple of Mexicans from the rancho down there. Let them alone. But we'll commandeer the wagon. It's just the thing we need.
What do you mean, Elmo?
I'll drive her. You and the others get in the back and lie down at the sight. We can drive right up the Greek George's without them suspecting a thing. Come on, let's go.
Jefe! Vasquez!
There, what do you want?
Hey, you must hurry. Already it is light. We should have been gone long ago.
In a minute. First, I must have my breakfast.
Your breakfast. I tell you, we must hurry. I do not like this. We should never have come here.
Why not, sour face?
Hey, where is Greek George? Why is he not here?
How should I know?
But he hasn't come back after he left last night, and he was very angry at you. He talked about killing you, and then he said very funny things. I couldn't make him out. But he is not back, and I am worried.
I probably got drunk because I took his girl. Well, he can have her. I do not care much for her.
See, but Jefe, this might be serious. He is loco. We should be gone.
After I eat my breakfast.
What, Jefe?
Chavez, after I eat my breakfast, Chavez.
See, I go fix the horse.
Well.
What is that?
Sound like wagon approaching. Look through the window, you can see.
See, maybe it is.
Don't be such a fool, Chavez. Anyone can see it's just a man driving an old wagon. Maybe from neighborhood rancho, huh? Stop worrying. Go fix the horses.
See, but hurry, Jefe. All right, Jose, ready with the horses. We leave in a minute. Hey, you sent the others on ahead?
See, Chavez.
Bueno. Hey, what is that?
Look, men, they're surrounding the house.
See, look, there is Vasquez coming out the window.
Jefe!
Run!
Run, Jefe! Run, ándale! They shot him. Vasquez is fallen. They have him.
See, it is too late. Ride, Jose, ride.
Ándale! Come on, ride!
Senor Vasquez.
Senor Repeto, you have come to see me.
See, I have come to tell you that as for our little account, you can settle it with God.
Oh, no, senor. I intend to repay you. Now that my plans have gone astray.
I do not expect that. But I beg of you, if you ever resume operations, never visit me again.
Senor, I am caballero, with a caballero's heart.
One sorry caballero you are not, senor. Here behind bars.
See? I am in quite a fix, senor?
Why did you do it?
Well, nobody seems to understand that. Maybe I am hot-blooded, no lose my temper too much, but I am a Californiano, senor. I love my California. I see the Americanos come and take what is ours, change it to something that is not ours. Well, maybe that is for the best, I cannot say, but I cannot like it. I cannot stand by and see it without putting up a fight.
And so you've made a mistake, Vasquez. If you had to work with the Americanos, you could have done much for California.
See, perhaps that I cannot say. But perhaps if people remember that I love California, they will not think so badly of me. Eh?
Maybe not, senor. For the sake of your memory, I hope not. No?
Oh, You must go?
Si.
Oh, but wait. Wait, come here, senor. Senor Repeto, here is gold watch. See, I take it from Americano engineer. You find his name on the back. Please, senor, please, you give it back to him. Maybe he can make it work. I cannot. And besides, senor, where I will be, I do not think I will need a watch, eh?
Do not like to hear you say that.
Oh, well.
Si, senor, I will give it to you.
Gracias, senor.
Now, hasta la vista.
No, senor, not hasta la vista. Adios. You know, senor, I think this is one time when Vasquez will not have his own way.
And Tiburcio Vasquez was right. At last his career of crime was finished. He was taken to San Jose, tried for murder, and hanged. Thus ended a vivid, stormy chapter in the story of early California. A chapter rich in the romance of the ranchos.
Frank Graham will have a great story for you next week. He'll tell you a little about it in just a moment. A few minutes ago, I told you how Title Insurance and Trust Company maintains a general index in which are listed matters which may affect land ownership, but relating to persons rather than to individual pieces of property. In that index at present are the names of more than 1.5 million persons. Many of these people do not own any real estate and perhaps never will. But in case they ever do, certain things that have happened to them may affect the title to land acquired by them, and so the company must keep this mass of information posted in its general index. Much of the personal history of people is reflected in the entries under the names in the index. Hence, there is a fascination in the tracing of land titles through the past if the examiner visualizes the human stories behind the facts. For example, the life of Pio Pico, last Mexican governor of California, is reflected in 25 entries in the general index since 1850. The earlier ones show him actively conveying and mortgaging valuable lands and giving powers of attorney. Later, the fading of his fortunes is seen in an action to restrain a foreclosure of sale of property he had borrowed money on. The last posting in 1895 reveals his death and the probate of his estate. And now, Frank, what's the story for next week?
Next week, we'll tell you the story of Rancho San Vicente y Santa Monica and the Boca de Santa Monica, and of the lifelong fight that a gallant California put up for his land. You won't want to miss it. And so, until then, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, is dramatized by John Dunkel and produced by Ted Bliss, with special arrangements by Irwin Yo. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We have more classic radio coming your way next.
The Romance of the Ranchos.
Santa Monica, 1840.
Rancheros quarrel over pasture land.
Santa Monica, 1896.
Harbor fight carried to United States Senate.
Santa Monica, 1941.
Santa Monica, resort paradise of the Southland. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, recreating for you the vividly colorful yesterdays in the history of Southern California. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, reveals another fascinating story from the days of the dawn. land is a wonderful possession in many ways. It is tangible and indestructible. Fire can't burn land. Thieves can't carry it away. It can be used for centuries, yet never be used up. Yes, land is a fine thing to own when you really own it. The simple way to know that you really own land, to have evidence of ownership that is readily accepted by buyers, banks, or loan companies, is through title insurance. For example, a deed to land may be forged, but your policy of title insurance protects you against such deficiency. That is why title insurance makes land readily marketable or instantly accepted security for loans. That is why, in providing title insurance service promptly and at low cost, the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles renders a real and worthwhile service to the community. And here to tell us the story is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Our story for tonight is concerned with a beautiful section of Southern California, from princely Bel Air to the blue Pacific at Santa Monica, land which was once the ranchos San Vicente y Santa Monica and the Boca de Santa Monica, a great estate of the old Spanish dons, a land filled with the romance of the ranchos. Our story takes us back to the coming of the first white men ever to travel the Southland. In 1769, Captain Gaspar de Portola and his company of leather jackets marched north from San Diego to explore the possibilities of colonizing the wilderness of Alta California. Camping at a spring at the mouth of the Sepulveda Canyon, near the present site of Sepulveda and Sunset Boulevards, the captain sent scouts to the west to explore the coastline for a passage north. Toward evening, they returned to camp.
Hola! What did you find?
Tell me, Capitan. I have been forward to the sea. It is about 2 leagues away.
And what about the passage?
There is none. The cliffs rise straight off from the sea. The sharp rocks offer no foothold for our pack train.
Ah, that is bad. We shall have to find some other way. Some path through these mountains.
It looks like it. Perhaps that gap to the north is a path. Perhaps we should explore that tomorrow, huh?
Maybe so. The mountains of Santa Monica may offer us the way we seek.
Eh? The mountains of Santa Monica?
Si, for so we have named this section Santa Monica.
But why that name?
You have but to look at the sparkling spring over there, the bright drops of water, and you will see in them the tears of the saint, Santa Monica, weeping for her wayward son, Augustine.
Oh, I see.
And what could be more fitting for the sad, brooding mountain shrouded in mist? See, we have named them well. This is the land of Santa Monica.
The mists of time have joined with the mists of the mountains to obscure the facts. Only this legend remains to explain the manner in which the region of Santa Monica received its name. Many years were to pass before Santa Monica was to know the white man's civilization. They were years in which the Indians who had greeted Portola were the only inhabitants of the region. Then, in 1828, news came to the Pueblo de Los Angeles, to the home of Don Francisco Sepulveda.
Ramona, who is that at the door?
I go to see now, Francisco, un momento.
Buenos dias, senora.
Oh, Don Jose. Welcome to our home. Eso es su casa.
Gracias. Is Don Francisco at home?
See, he's coming.
Ramona, who is it?
It is the alcalde, Don Jose Antonio Carrillo. He has come to see you.
Ah, Don Jose. Come in. I'm honored by your visit. Gracias. And how are you, mi amigo?
Oh, as well as can be expected for an old soldier. I shall be much better when I get my rancho.
You're mighty anxious to get that rancho.
Why should I not be? I own 150 head of cattle. I am an old soldier of the country. I worked the most painful period, wandering amidst nomadic tribes, suffering untold privations and in constant danger of my life.
Si, mi amigo, I know.
You ask why I'm anxious to get a little place of my own to settle down, live comfortably for my remaining years.
Ah, mi amigo, do not be so angry. I know you deserve the land of the Santa Monicas, but I could not resist the opportunity to tease you.
Huh?
For you can afford to be teased a little now.
Well, what do you mean?
I mean that the news you awaited has come.
What?
I bring it to you today.
You mean?
See, I mean the governor has decided, and he has sent me word to give you formal possession of the Rancho San Vicente right away.
Beside the springs where today stands the University High School of Santa Monica, Don Francisco Sepulveda built an adobe house. There he brought his wife Ramona and her family, and his cattle roamed the vast acreage of San Vicente. For 10 years their life there was a happy one, but a crisis was developing. For, as often happened in those days, the governor had been careless in defining the boundaries of his grants of land. And one day, in 1839, Don Francisco came home with bad news.
Querido mío, what is it? What is the trouble?
Oh, I do not know exactly what is wrong, my little dove, but you know our neighbors to the north?
The Alvarados?
See, they have left their houses. They have abandoned the land in the canyon of Santa Monica.
So? But that is as it should be, for that is our land.
That is just it. They have claimed it, and now they have moved away, only to give the land to 2 others.
2 others?
See, Isidro Reyes and Francisco Marquez. They're living there now. Reyes is building a house on the high hills overlooking the ocean.
But they cannot do that.
Well, that is what I told them. But they claim it is theirs. They claim that the governor granted the land to the Alvarados, that they have taken it over.
But the governor granted it to you.
I have always thought so.
Francisco, what are we to do?
I do not know. But this I do know. I must have that land, for it is the best pasture land near here. Without it, I have no place for my cattle. And if it means a fight, then I shall fight for it. To the end.
And so began the lengthy dispute over the land north of Rancho San Vicente, which was later called the Boca de Santa Monica, stretching from Santa Monica Canyon to Topanga Canyon. For years, Don Francisco Sepulveda fought to save the land he thought to be his. He appealed to the authorities. The leading citizens of Los Angeles took sides in the dispute. Petitions were addressed to the governor and messages sent. But the years rolled on, and still there was no decision.
Francisco, my husband, my loved one, you must stop this fighting. It is no use. It will go on forever, and we need you here at home.
I cannot give up, Ramona. While there is the blood of the Sepulvedas in my veins, I must fight for the Santa Monicas. I'm going to Monterrey to see the governor. I will meet him face to face and ask for justice.
No, Francisco, no, do not leave us. Our little son, he cries for his father, as I do.
I must go, Ramona. I must. I cannot rest until I have settled this matter. I must go.
Sepulveda journeyed to far-off Monterrey to lay his case before Governor Pio Pico, but still without success. Finally, after many months of weary argument in the capital and in Los Angeles, Don Francisco came home, beaten and discouraged, back to the little adobe house at San Vicente, where he was met by the faithful Ramona.
Ramona, we have lost. We can never own the Boca de Santa Monica. They've ruled that it rightfully belongs to Reyes and Marquez.
Oh, does it matter, Francisco? Oh, we have waited so long for your return. I've sent messengers to the city, to Santa Barbara, to all the ranchos, searching for you, Francisco. And our little son, Juan, he lies ill. Near death, he cries for you.
What? My son dying? No, that cannot be. Ramona, take me to him. Hurry. Take me to my son.
For days, Don Francisco and Ramona kept vigil together at the side of their dying son. The doctor had long since given up hope, but not Francisco. Forgotten was the pasture land of the Boca de Santa Monica. Forgotten the battle with Reyes and Marquez. Only one thing mattered: the tiny, silent form on the bed before him. Don Francisco prayed.
Please, spare him.
Francisco, querido mío, you must rest. You have not slept for 2 whole days.
How can I sleep, Ramona, when he was strong enough to cry out for me? I was not here. Now that I have come back, given up the useless, foolish fight, he does not even know I am beside him. Ramona, he needed me. You needed me, querida, and I was not here. What a fool I was.
No, Francisco, you must not blame yourself. You only did what you thought was right.
But now I know how wrong I was. Ramona, what does it matter? Land or gold or earthly possessions, they mean nothing compared to the warmth of the heart that comes with love. The happy love of a good woman like you, Ramona. Or the open, unselfish love of a little child. Madre de Dios, if I could be spared my son, I should never want for anything again.
Francisco, look. The Padre has answered your prayers. Your little son, he reaches out his arms to you.
One, my little son.
Take him to you, Francisco.
See, and never again shall I leave you two. Not for all the world, my love. No, for all my world is here with my beloved family. In the name of God, beginning and ending of all things, know all persons who may see this will, that I, Francisco Sepulveda, a native of town of Sinaloa, Republic de Mexico, the son of Francisco Xavier Sepulveda and of Maria Candelaria Arredondo, residents of the same place.
Don Francisco Sepulveda lost his fight for the land of the Boca de Santa Monica, but he gained in understanding and the fullness of life.
Of the city of Los Angeles, after having performed the requisite.
He died with more possessions than the richest man on earth, for he held the warm love and respect of those nearest to him. Perhaps that is why his will was such a simple one, reflecting a calm serenity toward life and
I
death.
have about 500 head of neat cattle, about 50 head of sheep.
Even in defeat, Don Francisco triumphed, for his name has lived down to this day, and the name of Santa Monica, even though he lost it, became forever associated with his rancho and with the city which was to grow up there. With his death in 1853, passed the first great era in its development.
That the bulk of my estate I leave to my wife Ramona Serrano as my sole and general heiress, without any person having any reason to trouble or molest her in any manner, and leaving her without any obligation from me other than to deliver to my son Dolores 150 cows.
Title insurance is different from almost all other types of insurance in one very important respect. On a policy of title insurance, the premium is paid only once. In other words, when you purchase land and obtain an owner's policy of title insurance from the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, the protection afforded by the policy continues during the entire period of your ownership, without the payment of any further premiums. Another thing to remember is that in Southern California, the cost of title insurance is customarily borne by the seller. When you buy a piece of property, you should require, as part of the transaction, a policy of title insurance protecting you against defects in the title. When you sell property or borrow money on it, the purchaser or lender will require title insurance, which you will be expected to pay for. So you'll be glad to know that Title Insurance and Trust Company's rates are very considerably lower than the average cost of similar protection elsewhere in the United States.
Already, the land ruled over by the families of the Sepulvedas, the Reyes, and the Marquez was becoming a resort. Californians from the Pueblo came to the broad, pleasant beach for a picnic under the sycamores and a swim in the surf. Overlooking it all was the broad, fertile mesa of the Rancho San Vicente y Santa Monica, vast and empty. This was what met the eye of Colonel R.S. Baker the day in 1872 that he visited the land for the first time. Immediately he saw the possibilities and looked up the heirs of Don Francisco Sepulveda.
You're Jose Sepulveda, senor?
Si, I am. And you?
I'm Colonel Baker, Robert S. Baker.
Oh, si, you're the gentleman who wants to buy the rancho.
That's right. That is, I'm in the market if the price is not too high.
Well, it is good land, senor. We cannot give it away.
Nobody's asking you to do that, Don Jose. I'm willing to come to the right terms.
That is good. You want it right away?
You bet. I've got a sheep ranch up in Cajon County. That's my business, sheep. This looks like good country for them.
Sheep? You wish to make San Vicente into a sheep ranch, senor?
Sure, why not?
San Vicente is a cattle ranch, senor. It has always been since my father first got it.
Oh, come now, Don Jose. I realize how you cattlemen feel about us sheep men, but you wouldn't let a little thing like that stand between you and a good price, would you?
Senor, if it were just for myself, I would say to the devil with you and your sheep. But since others of my family have an interest too, mi madre, brothers and sisters, I will not. They are anxious to sell the land so that my father's estate may be divided, so...
Good. We may as well discuss the price then.
Very well. But we will not take any cheap price. We have discussed the matter. We feel that the value of the land has reached its peak. Therefore, we shall ask a high price.
Well, you have about 30,000 acres. How about $55,000?
What was that? $55,000? Say that again, senor.
Why, sure. $55,000. That's a fair price, isn't it?
Senor, do you mean that?
Of course.
Your hand, senor. There, it's settled, then. We shall have the papers done up immediately, eh?
Well, the sooner the better.
See, before you... Yeah, I mean, see, of course. Tomorrow, perhaps.
All right, tomorrow, then.
See. Madre de Dios. 55,000 pesos.
The great Rancho San Vicente y Santa Monica came into the hands of Colonel Baker, and shortly afterward he united it with part of the land of the Boca de Santa Monica, as Don Francisco Sepulveda had unsuccessfully tried to do for so many years. From the Reyes and Marquez families, he added the acreage, and soon he was the master of a vast and thriving sheep ranch. But the life of the ranchero was not all work. Colonel Baker had time for the social life of the nearby city of Los Angeles. It was there
what a superb party, Doña Arcadia. I'm enjoying it very much.
I'm glad, Senor Baker. I'm always happy to have you here. You should try to make it more often.
You really miss me?
But of course.
Doña Arcadia, I have something I want to ask you.
See?
Aren't you tired of dancing?
Perhaps. Is that what you wanted to ask me?
No, of course not. Can't we go outside on the balcony?
See, of course, Senor. Come this way. Here we are, outside.
Yes. It's a beautiful night, isn't it?
See, lovely.
But then most nights in California are nice, aren't they? I don't know what's wrong with me.
You said there was something you wanted to ask me.
See, I don't know whether I should or not,
Perhaps I can decide that. You may.
But you don't know what I'm going to ask?
Don't I? Senor, don't underestimate a woman's intuition.
You know, then? You have known all along?
See, Senor Baker, I have.
And here I've been afraid, acting like a schoolboy. You must have thought me a fool.
Oh, but no, Senor Baker, of course not. But I know why you were afraid.
Yes. It's your late husband, Senor Stearns. I didn't know how you felt.
He is gone, Senor. He was a fine man, and I loved him, but he is gone. He would not have wanted me to be alone. Of that I am sure.
Well, that relieves me a great deal, Doña Arcadia.
And now, aren't you going to ask me?
But you already know.
See, but every woman has a right to this moment, Robert. It's just a little thing, but such a tender memory.
Will you be my wife?
That, querido mío, I can ask no more than to be your wife.
Beautiful Arcadia Bandini de Stearns became the wife of Colonel Baker and continued her long reign as the social leader of the growing city. Then, in 1875, Colonel Baker's domain was touched by a new era. Senator John P. Jones of Nevada appeared on the scene and bought a 3/4 interest in Rancho San Vicente y Santa Monica. Together, the two owners mapped elaborate plans.
Senator Senator, do you think it can be done?
Of course it can be done. Everything is all set, the plans are laid, and we're ready to start building. Why not, Colonel? For this country's only started to grow. We can ride the crest of the wave. Yes, we can even make the wave. And we can put this town of ours on the map.
Yes, but what about San Pedro? Southern Pacific's already built a railroad down there. They're using that as the harbor for Los Angeles.
We'll put them out of business in no time. We've got just as good a harbor right here. And with a little money, why, we can make it a better one.
But they've got the railroad.
We'll build our own railroad. I've got the plans all laid out. Here it is, the name and everything. The Los Angeles and Independence Railroad. Straight from the mines up in Inyo County down to Los Angeles, then out to here and onto our wharf. From there, our ships will sail to every country in the world.
But the Southern Pacific will connect with the East.
And so will we. We'll extend our road on east to make connections. Why, Colonel, this is a big thing we've gotten a hold of. We've started a new town, Santa Monica. In a few days, we're selling the first lots. And in a few years, we'll be running the port of Los Angeles.
Gentlemen, the auction is about to begin. Yes, sir, you're about to get your first chance to buy a lot in paradise. Just look at it against the backdrop of the Pacific Ocean draped with the western sky of scarlet and gold. And just imagine this beautiful emerald bay filled with white-winged ships. Just draw in a breath of that frostless, bracing, warm yet unlanguid air, odored with the breath of flowers. The title to this land, ladies and gentlemen, is guaranteed by the owners, and the title to the ocean, the sunset, and the air by the Creator himself. All right, who'll give me a bid? Who'll make the first
The
bid?
flowery oratory of auctioneer Tom Fitch brought in the first bid of $300 from Harris Newmark. Others went like hotcakes. Within 9 months, the new city of Santa Monica had a population of 1,000 people with 160 houses. But the ambitious plans were never to be realized. The railroad was stopped at Los Angeles. The long wharf, built 1,800 feet into the Pacific, failed to bring much shipping to the new port. And San Pedro and Wilmington forged ahead. Forgotten for a time were the dreams of a great harbor, as the little town, instead, busily forged ahead as a site for homes. Then, in 1891, another railroad entered into competition with the Southern Pacific at San Pedro, and Collis P. Huntington of the Southern Pacific determined on a bold policy.
Yes, gentlemen, I do mean it. I'm going to take the Southern Pacific to Santa Monica. If the Terminal Railroad can bring their tracks right out onto Rattlesnake Island, we're going to be licked. That brings them right into the center of the harbor. We have to do something, and this is what I propose to do. I'm going to make Santa Monica the harbor of Los Angeles.
Thus began an argument which eventually was carried to the United States Senate, where Senator Stephen M. White was an outstanding supporter of San Pedro.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, before you vote away $3 million of the taxpayers' money on the worthless harbor of Santa Monica and give the true harbor of San Pedro only $390,000, I want to propose an amendment to this bill, that a board of Army engineers, chosen for their neutrality and for their confirmed judgment on such matters, shall be appointed to determine the desirability of each of these harbors, and I propose that the money we appropriate here shall go to whichever harbor the majority of them decide shall be the best. I am confident that if you shall adopt this fair and unbiased manner of determining, the harbor of Los Angeles shall be at San Pedro.
It is the verdict of this Board of Engineers by a vote of 4-1 that the harbor of San Pedro offers more advantages as a free port, and that the money appropriated shall be used in its development.
Santa Monica lost the fight, and Collis P. Huntington took his Southern Pacific Railroad back to San Pedro. This beautiful city of Santa Monica, on the sprawling mesa, with its precipitous cliffs falling away to a golden beach and a foaming surf, was not to become a bustling harbor for the ships of the world. Instead, it has become one of the world's loveliest cities of homes, a world-famous pleasure resort, a healthful, pleasant place in which to live. Today, it is the home of almost 80,000 people in the residential communities of Santa Monica, Brentwood, Brentwood Park, Sawtell, Pacific Palisades, Westgate, and a part of the United States Soldiers' Home, and also furnishes the home site for the great Douglas aircraft plant. And so is written another chapter in the romance of the ranchos.
A few moments ago, in the course of our story, you heard a reference to titles in the speech of auctioneer Tom Fitch. The title to this land, said Mr. Fitch, is guaranteed by the owners, and the title to the ocean, the sunset, and the air by the Creator himself. Even in those days, purchasers of land required something more than the guarantee of the owners. Deals were usually concluded only after some competent person had made a search of all available public records, and after the report, or abstract, of such search had been passed on by an attorney. But even then, the purchaser had no insurance to protect him against loss in the event that some document might have been accidentally overlooked. Today, such insurance is available from the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles. And because of the completeness of its records and the efficiency of its hundreds of expert employees in making title examinations, both the search of the records and the insurance of the accuracy of the search cost you less than the partial protection did in the early days. Now, Frank, what's on the calendar for next week?
Our story for next week deals with the first discovery of gold in California. Yes, and it did take place in Southern California, on the Rancho San Francisco, near Newhall. Tune in next week and hear all about it. Until then, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, is dramatized by John Dunkel and produced by Ted Bliss, with special music arranged by Irwin Yo. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers. And that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
You know, Chester, a morning like this makes a man glad to be alive.
Oh, it's a fine one, all right, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
A little nippy, maybe, but just fine.
Indian summer hanging on and winter holding off. You know, Chester, this time of year I wouldn't trade western Kansas for everything east of the Mississippi. Ah, good. Pedro's got a fire going.
I built the fire, Marshal Dillon.
Oh, good morning, Caleb.
I've been waiting in this jail office for a full 2 hours. What time do you start work, Marshal?
You know Caleb Andrews, don't you, Chester?
Oh, yes, indeed. How are you, Mr. Andrews?
Marshal, I have an order here from the U.S. District Court. I believe it's your job to serve such orders.
Yeah, it is. I don't get them often, though. Order of foreclosure and eviction on...
Ed Blake. Why are you doing this to Ed, Caleb?
The man borrowed money from me. Gave me a mortgage on his farm and household effects. He can't pay it. Why do you think I'm doing it?
It only came due 3 days ago. You sure didn't waste any time.
I'm not interested in your opinions, Marshal Dillon.
Yeah, the amount of the mortgage, $420. What do you need with $420? You own half of Ford County now.
Marshal, it's not your place.
You know as well as I do why Ed Blake can't pay this off. His horse rolled on him last spring and broke his leg. And his wife and kid nearly broke their backs trying to get a crop out.
I didn't come here to listen to
you. If you let this ride on through the winter, you'll get your money out of it. If you go ahead and foreclose now, you'll wipe him out.
Marshal, I already have foreclosed.
You would break a man for $420 you don't even need, huh?
As I said, your opinions don't interest me. All I expect from you is to serve these papers.
All right, I'll serve them.
You'll notice they're to be served today.
I said I'd serve them. Now get out.
What?
This office belongs to the United States government, and as far as I know, that's one thing you got no mortgage on, so get out.
You may find I have some influence in Washington, Marshal Dillon.
Then see if you can get me a decent salary for this rotten job of mine.
It sure was a fine morning, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, it was. All right, Chester, let's saddle up.
This is one job I purely wish we didn't have to do, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
My, this sure is a nice farm. Ed and Martha put in a lot of work here the last 4 years.
We don't have any choice, Chester.
Yes, sir, I know. It's a downright shame, though.
Hey, Marshal!
Oh, but... Well, hi, Jimmy.
Look at here what I got, Marshal.
Well, looks to me like a mighty dead coyote.
Sure, that's what it is. He's been killing my chickens, so last night I hid out behind the barn.
Yeah?
I got him with one shot, Mr. Dillon, and there wasn't even a full moon.
Well, that's fine, Jimmy.
Matt Dillon, how are you?
Good morning, Martha.
And Chester, too.
Miss Blake?
Well, I'm glad to see you. Get down, come on in.
Thank you.
Jimmy, now that you showed that thing to Mr. Dillon, take it away somewhere.
All right, Mom. He sure is a big one, ain't he, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, about the biggest I ever saw, Jimmy.
He's real proud of those chickens of his. He's done fine with them. Well, here I am, though, keeping you standing out here in the yard. Come on, let's go inside.
Well, we really can't stay, Martha.
Oh, nonsense. You don't get out here once in a coon day.
Yeah, I know, but
you're just in time. Your favorite dish, Matt. I was about to take it out of the oven when you rode up.
Cornbread. Buttermilk cornbread.
That's right. Ed's not here, but you will stay, won't you?
Well, Martha, I'd like to, but, well, we just can't, that's all. The thing is that, you say Ed's away?
Yes, he's in town. Matt, you're not yourself. What is it?
Well, I suppose I ought to talk to Ed about this, but maybe it'll be better if he hears it from you.
Here's what?
Martha, I got a court order here. It has to do with that mortgage of Caleb Andrews. It's an order of foreclosure and eviction and sale.
No. Oh, no.
Here it is.
We were so sure he'd extend it. He knows what happened, why we couldn't pay it. We were sure he'd extend it.
Well, he won't. I talked to him.
Matt, how long before we have to get out?
5 days.
So soon. You're right, Matt. It is better that Ed hears it from you. Coming on top of everything else, it'll... Well, I can't let it break him. I just can't let it break him.
Martha, if there's anything I can do, you let me know, huh?
Matt, I don't blame you for this. I understand. Well, come on in now and have some cornbread with us.
Well, I couldn't. I'm sorry. Thank you anyway, Martha. But I just couldn't.
Matt, you look low all week.
I was just things in general, Kitty. Sometimes you get to wondering if it's all worth it or not.
The Blakes, huh? Chester was telling me.
Chester talks too much.
It's not your fault, Matt. Somebody had to serve the order.
Somebody has to be hangman, too.
Life's never all good, Matt. There's always a little bad in it.
Well, in my job, it's more than a little.
Try making your living sometime as a dance hall girl.
Yeah, I guess. But when you gotta go out and boot somebody like the Blakes off their land and out of their home, then you start wondering what's right and what's wrong, that's all.
Well, if you find out, Matt, let me know. I've always...
There you are, Marshal. I stopped by the jail.
Well, all right, Caleb. What's on your mind?
That Blake family, Marshal. They were supposed to vacate today. Well, they haven't done it. I rode by there a little while ago.
According to the court order, they got until sundown.
But they haven't made the slightest preparation. Marshal, I believe I'd prefer to discuss our business elsewhere than in the presence of this...
Easy, Caleb.
Matt, can I go?
Caleb, you're going to apologize to Miss Kitty right now.
No.
Apologize? If you think I'm going to apologize to this cheap little baggage who's in this...
Matt, you shouldn't have done that.
Finnegan, take him outside and throw some water on him.
Yes, sir, Marshal.
Why not, Kitty? He had it coming to him.
He'll do everything he can to hurt you now. He'll take it out on the Blakes, too.
Yeah, maybe. Look, Kitty, I just got an idea. I'll see you later.
All right, Matt.
But, Matt, the mere fact a man runs a bank doesn't always mean he's got a free hand in everything he does. A bank has stockholders, a board of directors. I've got to listen to them.
I think they'd approve the loan, Clem.
Another thing, Caleb Andrews is the biggest account I've got. If I crossed him by taking this loan you suggest, Matt, he'd break me.
I see. All right, Clem. Forget it.
Matt, I realize I'm under obligation to you. You saved my life that time the James brothers held me up. Saved the bank, too, in fact. But
that was part of my job, Clem. There's no obligation. I was just asking you as a friend to help out another friend.
Matt, I'd like to do it, but I just can't. Don't you see?
Yeah, sure, Clem. I see. Just forget it.
Gotta think of my wife and the two girls.
Yeah, of course you have.
It's not that I don't want to.
I understand, Clem. I really do. Forget it.
There. That'll hold it a while. That fire feels kind of good, Mr. Dillon. It's getting chillish out tonight.
Yeah, I guess we better have Pedro lay in some more wood.
Yes, sir. When winter sets in, it always makes you feel good to know you got a warm place to hole up. Be mighty rough not to have a...
Yeah, I was thinking of the same thing, Chester.
You suppose they vacated this afternoon?
I don't know. We'll ride out there in the morning and find out.
Sure is a shame. It's just too bad that...
Come in.
Can we bother you, Matt?
Ed! Oh, come in, Martha. Well, hiya, Jimmy. Come on up to the stove, folks. Come on.
Matt, the fact is that we kind of like to impose on you for tonight. We haven't got any place to go, no money. Wondered if we could sleep in the jail tonight.
Oh, sure, Ed. Chester, would you get a fire going back there?
All right, Mr. Dillon.
And dig up some blankets out of the storeroom, huh?
Yes, sir. Want to come help me, Jimmy? Jimmy?
No, you go along with Chester now, boy. Go on.
All right.
He doesn't understand all this, Matt.
Ed, we may as well get your stuff out of the wagon, I guess.
Well, there ain't any wagon, man. We walked into town. 6 miles? With that leg? I know, but that wagon, the horses, all the household goods, they're all covered by that mortgage. We didn't take anything. Except the clothes on our backs. Oh, so help me, Ed. So help me if I can...
It's all right, Matt. We know how you feel. But after all, we started with nothing before. We can do it again.
But there's no reason you should have to.
We do have to, though. And that's that. Ed and I can accept it. We're not bitter any longer. Jimmy can't understand. He's been carrying on pretty bad, but he's just a boy. And in time, he'll be able to...
Dylan?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
It's Jimmy. He grabbed a rifle from off the rack and took out the back way. I couldn't stop him.
What?
But where on earth's he going?
I think I know where he's going. And heaven help Caleb Andrews if we don't catch him.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, that widely traveled man of music, Mr. Vaughn Monroe, will land in Pottstown, Pennsylvania this Saturday night. The Moon Maids, the Moon Men, and the Monroe Ensemble will be on hand to enliven the session. Remember, tomorrow night and every Saturday evening, it's Vaughn Monroe and his musical caravan on most of these same CBS radio stations. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
That's Mr. Andrews' house there on the corner. Looks dark, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, he may not be home. I sure hope he isn't.
No sign of the boy around. Reckon he broke in the house, Mr. Dillon?
Maybe. Anyhow, it's 10 to 1. This is where he headed for. His mother said he was real upset about it, and it's just like a kid. Chester? There's somebody back of that tree up there on the left.
Yeah. Think it's him?
I don't know. Just keep on walking. Yeah, it's him, all right. I can see the moonlight on the rifle barrel.
Will we try to rush him, Mr. Dillon?
Well, not unless you're thinking of suicide. I'm going to talk to him, Chester. Jimmy? It's me, Matt Dillon.
Go away, Mr. Dillon. Better go away and don't bother me.
I can't do that, Jimmy. You're a friend of mine, and I figure you're waiting here to do something that you'd be sorry for, and I can't let you do that.
Nothing you can do about it, Mr. Dillon. I got a gun here, and I'm going to kill him. You go away now, leave me alone.
Jimmy, I know how you feel. I don't like Caleb either, but killing him's no answer. You folks feel bad enough already. Think how it would hurt him if you did.
Stop, Mr. Dillon. I'll stay where you are. Don't come any closer.
I have to, Jimmy. It's my job. So if you're going through with this, I guess you'll have to kill me first.
No, Mr. Dillon. Now stay back.
I'm sorry, Jimmy. I don't have a choice. But you do.
No. I couldn't shoot you, Mr. Dillon. You know that.
Sure. I knew you couldn't.
I kept waking up nights and hear Mom crying. Dad would sit up all night without the lamp lit, no fire, not say anything, just sitting.
Easy now, Jimmy.
Why did he do it to us, Mr. Dillon?
Jimmy, listen to me. Will you do something for a friend?
Yeah. If you say so.
All right. Then take that rifle back to the jail and put it in the rack. And go to bed. Now, you promise?
Yeah. I promise, Mr. Dillon. I'm sorry. I'll do like you say.
You're all right, Jimmy. Good night, son.
I could have told you Clem Bates wouldn't do anything, Matt. He wouldn't dare. He'd be scared Caleb would take his money out of the bank.
Yeah, that's about what he said. I don't know, Kitty. I've done everything I could possibly think
Oh, the
of.
worst of it is everybody in town's just as scared of Caleb as Clem is. I doubt if they'll even have the nerve to bid against him at the sale.
Yeah, I know. He'll probably get the place at not much more than the amount of the mortgage.
$420. Matt, I've seen more than that change hands across a poker table here in one deal. They think that's all it takes.
I beg your pardon, Miss Kitty.
Oh, of course, Jack.
I'm not usually one to eavesdrop on people, but I have been listening to you, too.
Jack, have you met Marshal Dillon?
No, I really the reason I butted in, Miss Kitty, I heard you talking about these people losing their home. I don't know this fellow Blake. He's never done any business over my table and probably never will.
No, I don't think he's ever been in here.
And I don't know if this will make sense. But the thing is, I left home when I was 10 years old, and I've been drifting ever since. When I see somebody like this Blake that sticks it out and works and fights and gets a raw deal. Well, what I'm getting at, here's $50 if that'll help him any.
Jack.
Well, this is awful decent of you, Jack.
Matt, I said a while ago that nearly everyone in town was afraid of Caleb.
Yeah?
Well, there's some who aren't. Like Jack here and me and the rest of the dealers and the gamblers and the girls, the bartenders.
That's right, Miss Kitty.
Because we're drifters. We got nothing to lose. Matt, I'll raise $420 right here in the Texas Trail.
By heaven, Kitty, I think you could.
Well, I can't do as well as Jack, but... here's 20 for me. Boys! Everybody! Now listen to me for a minute. I got something to say.
He's sure taking his time getting here, Chester.
Well, I told him what you said, Mr. Dillon.
Well, that ought to bring him on the run, if anything will. Anytime Caleb figures he's about to lose $1 or two, it's hitting him where it hurts.
The Blakes turned in for the night?
Yeah, I guess so. It's been quiet back there for the last few.
Marshal, what's this all about?
Well, shut the door, Caleb. We're trying to keep it warm in here.
Would you mind telling me why I've been called over here at this time of night?
Yeah, sure. Here's $420. The Blakes want to pay off the mortgage.
They do they?
The court costs up to now will probably run about $10. I'll pay that myself.
That's mighty generous of you. Well, good night, Marshal.
Is it a deal, then?
I am not the least bit interested in having that mortgage paid off, Marshal Dillon. The Blake farm is worth about $2,000 now, and in 5 years it'll be worth 3 times that much. Land's going up in Ford County. That's why I'm grabbing every piece I can get. So I don't want the money. I want the farm. And when it's put up for sale, I'll get it at my own price. The foreclosure still goes.
I see.
Good night, gentlemen.
Well, I guess that's that, Mr. Dillon.
I don't know why I even thought he'd take the money. The Blakes won't get a cent out of the sale. He'll scare everybody off and bid it in a few dollars over the amount of the mortgage, and nobody in town will even try to...
Try to what, Mr. Dillon?
Chester, I'm going over and wake up Clem Bates. I got an idea, and if it works, we'll hold that sale at noon tomorrow.
That's pretty short notice to find an auctioneer.
I don't need an auctioneer, Chester. This one I'm going to run myself. All right, everybody. All right. Now, all of you know what we're here for. This is a foreclosure sale of the property and household effects of Edward and Martha Blake, ordered by the court at the request of that fine-spirited, good-hearted public benefactor and friend and neighbor of us all, Caleb Andrews.
Marshal Dillon, I refuse to tolerate that.
Caleb, I think we better get one thing straight right now. The law tells me I got to conduct this sale, but the law doesn't tell me what I got to say while I'm conducting it.
Get on with it. Get on with the sale.
All right. Now, the first item I'm offering is a breadboard. Ms. Blake tells me she's used this for nearly 10 years. That's a lot of loaves of bread, a lot of years. As you can see, it's pretty badly battered up. I doubt if it'd be worth much to anybody unless they were used to it. Suppose we started at 50 cents. Is there anybody here low enough to bid 50 cents for Mrs. Blake's breadboard? How about you, Caleb?
I'm not interested in the item. Get on with the sale.
Anybody else? No? All right, then. The second item. It's a crib. Now, you'll notice it's handmade. Rough construction. Never been painted. And it's been well used. Ed built it himself 12 years ago, just before Jimmy was born. There are teeth marks all over the slats here, but that doesn't really hurt anything. There are
Marshal Dillon, may I suggest you lump the household effects together and offer them as one bulk item?
I'm sorry, Caleb. I'd rather offer them one at a time. Unless, of course, you'd care to waive all claim to the household effects and withdraw them from the order of foreclosure.
I waive the claim. The household goods are withdrawn. Now get on to the house and land.
So ordered. Now, the item offered is 160 acres of tillable land, a 4-room house, and a barn. I won't read through the description. You all know the property. It's a good farm. The amount of the mortgage is $420, held by Caleb Andrews. All right, the bidding's open. What am I offered?
$450.
I have $450 from Caleb Andrews. Do I hear another bid? Oh, the farm's worth $2,000. You're going to let him have it for $450? How about another bidder?
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
Well, I've been thinking some lately of getting me a little place like this and settling down. I'll bid $1,000.
I have $1,000. Do I hear another bid?
It's a trick. He doesn't want this place.
$1,000. Going once?
$1,200.
Caleb Andrews bids $1,200. What do you say, Chester?
Well, sir, I think I kind of like this farm. $1,500.
This is ridiculous.
The bid is $1,500. Going once. Going twice.
$1,600.
$1,600 from Mr. Andrews. Chester?
$8,420.
He never had that much money in his whole life.
Do I hear another bid? Oh, what do you say, Caleb?
Do you think I'm a fool?
Going once, going twice, sold. The Chester Proudfoot for $8,420. The buyer will come forward and complete the sale.
Don't you worry none about me, Mr. Andrews. I got it right here. There's $8,000 in $500 bills, and here is the $420.
Where did you ever get that much in cash?
Well, I save my pay, Mr. Andrews, and of course I drink just mostly beer. It adds up after a while.
Caleb, I guess $420 of this is yours. And that takes care of the mortgage. Well, Ed, looks like you made a pretty fair profit on the place.
A lot better than I expected.
Here's your money.
Thank you, Matt. But I tell you, I'd still rather have the farm than the money.
Well, now, I've been sort of thinking it over, Mr. Blake. Maybe I kind of lost my head. But when you come right down to it, I don't know what I'd ever do with a farm, so if you'd like to buy it, I'll take a $420 loss and sell it back to you for $8,000 cash.
Done. Here's your money.
This is unheard of. They can't do it, Marshal.
Well, as far as I know, there's no law against a man selling his own property.
Now, the way I see it, Mr. Andrews, is right this minute you're a trespasser on my property. Come on, let's go.
Who do you think you're at?
Chester, you better get that $8,000 back to the bank. Clem Bates is probably worrying himself into a breakdown for fear somebody will find out that he let us have it.
All right, Mr. Dillon, I'll see you in town later.
Yeah.
Oh, Matt, I don't know how we can ever thank you for what you've done.
Not me, Martha. Thank the bunch that work at the Texas Trail. You know, they're bums and drifters, most of them.
But when Kitty told them the story, they really came through.
We'll pay it back, Matt, every cent of it. And, well, that girl, Kitty, I guess I've said some hard things about her in the past, but... Matt, will you ask her to come out to dinner some afternoon?
What?
I'd like to thank her myself.
Sure, Martha. I'll ask her. And I think she'll appreciate that more than you'll ever know.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, Paula Winslow, and Richard Beals, with Joe Duvall, Lawrence Dobkin, and Jim Nusser. Parley Baer is Chester, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Here's a suggestion for Saturday listening. Fun for All, starring Bill Cullen and Arlene Francis, and John Reed King's great show, Give and Take. Hear them tomorrow on CBS Radio. Clancy Cassell speaking. And remember, you'll find Western adventure and music with Gene Autry Saturday evenings on the CBS Radio Network.
To HOJO Radio. More classic old-time radio coming your way next.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
A stranger named Joe Beaudry killed a man in Dodge and then got on his horse and rode 90 miles northwest. He made it across the Smoky Hill River before his horse played out and fell behind a small knoll. Beaudry put a knife in him and settled down to wait. Half hour later, he shot my horse out from under me and crippled Chester's with a slug in the shoulder. And then he gave up. He just threw down his guns and walked toward us across the prairie, his hands in the air.
You think it's a trick, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know, Chester, but if he makes a move, I'll kill him.
Yes, sir.
That's far enough, Beaudry. Now turn around.
I ain't armed, Marshal.
No. You know, I'm curious, Beaudry. Why didn't you shoot it out?
I don't want to kill anybody, Marshal.
You killed a man in Dodge.
He went for his gun. I had to.
Some of the witnesses say he didn't.
Oh, sure. Friends of his. I heard him. That's why I lit out.
Man looks guilty when he runs. You should have stayed and faced it.
Now, what
there.
kind of shake could I get in a strange town, Marshal? Everybody be against me.
The law protects you if you're innocent. You'll have to stand trial now anyway.
Well, maybe I made a mistake, but I'm still alive.
Yeah, and a long way from Dodge.
Say, by gracious, that's right. How are we going to get back, Mr. Dillon?
Well, we crossed the Overland Express route about 5 miles back. We'll just walk to the road and wait for a stage, I guess.
Yeah, but the stage don't go up to Dodge from here, sir.
Well, we'll take it into Fort Donner. Maybe the Army will lend us some horses there, and we can turn them back at Fort Dodge.
Marshal.
Yeah.
Well, I know you don't owe me no favors, Marshal, but I never been arrested before. I'd be kind of ashamed in front of everybody on stage.
Well, that's tough, Baudry. What do you expect me to do?
Only a little thing, Marshal. Won't make a difference to you. Just don't let them know that you're taking me in, is all.
All right, Baudry. I guess it doesn't matter.
Thanks.
I'm not wearing a badge anyway. But you make one move and I'll hog-tie you and you'll ride on the roof. Or you'll be dead.
Well, it's a deal, Marshal.
You'll get a fair trial, Baudry. If you're innocent, you'll go free.
Well, if it is a fair trial, I'm going back to California. I don't know why I ever left it.
You come from California?
Yeah. Hey, Marshal, look, is it all right if I lug my saddle back with me?
Yeah, sure. We're not leaving ours. Chester, I'll go with Baudry and get his guns.
Yes, Mr. Dillon. I sure do wish you'd stop closer to the stage road, though, Baudry. 5 miles is a long way packing a saddle.
Go take care of your horse, Chester. Let's get out of here.
Yes, sir. It's a doggone shame, though. That was a mighty good horse.
Come on, Baudry.
I sure hope the stage hasn't gone by already, Mr. Dillon.
Why don't you get off your back and look down the road, Chester?
Well, I declare. Looky yonder, it's a-comin'. And it's painted bright red, too, Mr. Dillon.
Hey, what if they don't stop for us, Marshal?
Road agents don't usually carry their saddles. The driver will notice that if he's awake.
Driving a 6-horse hitch ought to keep him awake.
Yeah, but not sober.
That's a shotgun the messenger's holding.
He doesn't need it. We want to ride, that's all.
Where's your horses?
Marshal, please, you remember what you said.
We lost them.
You don't look like greenhorns to me.
It can happen to anyone.
That's cool. The one in the middle ain't even armed. Pick him up, Hank.
All right, Berryman, it's your treasure, Blacks. How far are you going?
Fort Donner.
It's about 60 miles to Fort Donner. You're crowding us. That'll be 15 cents a mile.
How much is that, Mr. Dillon?
About $9, Chester.
$9 apiece, that is, and payable right here.
All right. It's high, but I can't argue with you now. Here you are. 20, 5, 6, 7.
All right, mister. Get in. I don't know how the passengers are going to like this, though.
You got room for a couple more in here?
Anybody can't keep his horse ought to walk home.
There's room for 2, maybe, but not 3.
Oh?
Take a look for yourself, mister.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Chester?
Oh, no, sir, I can't.
I don't want Baudry on top. You'll have to get up there, Chester.
Well, I guess you're right, sir. But I think you fellas ought to charge us less if I can't ride inside.
The Overland stage guarantees a ride, mister. Comforts the passengers' problem.
Get in, Baudry.
Yeah.
Now get fixed somehow. You've held us up long enough.
You don't look like a judge, mister.
I'm not a judge.
Well, you must be important somehow. We order these men around, and that fellow on top there calls you sir.
Dillon? Well, let's just say that I'm sort of the boss of this outfit, mister.
What'd you say your name was?
I didn't say. It happens to be Dillon.
Oh, I'm Zimmer. Old man here called himself again.
My name is Gan. I ain't Shimmer. I don't give a long hoot what any of you call yourselves.
Gan's kind of crusty, but he's sober. That's more than I can say for the other two here. They only wake up long enough to pull on that jug they got and get drunk enough to go back to sleep.
Now, that's not a bad way to travel if your stomach can stand it, I guess.
Oh, he ain't doing myself if I was younger.
What business you in, Dillon?
You ask too many questions, Zimmer. You ain't got no manners.
Nobody's asking you, old man.
Good. Then I don't have to listen to your gobbling.
Now, listen here, Jen. Any more out of you, and I'll tear you apart.
You can't spook me. I'm too old. 85, mister. Wouldn't you believe it?
No, sir, I wouldn't. That's mighty old. You sure don't look it.
I knew Meriwether Lewis, mister. Met him in St. Louis when he and Clark come back from the Pacific.
Now who's doing all the talking?
Leave him be, Zimmer. There's no harm in passing the time.
Look, mister. You may be the boss of these other fellas, but you don't run me.
Nobody's trying to run you. Just take it easy.
Don't pay him no mind, Dillon. He's just nervous about something.
What are you driving at, old man?
We'll be at Monument Station in about an hour, Dillon. Spend the night there. Hope the chows improve. Last time I was there, all I had was fat pork. One passenger says, I never eat fat pork. So the cook told him, well, then just help yourself to the mustard.
Monument Station was a long, low hut made of sun-dried, mud-colored bricks, with a flat roof thatched and then sodded. The one building served as an eating room in the daytime and a bunkhouse at night. There wasn't much air inside, and after dinner, fat pork and mustard, Chester, Beaudry, and I went out to the corral for a smoke.
My gracious alive, I hate to think of sleeping in there. All those men, why, a fellow could suffocate. And I'll bet that stock tender hasn't washed himself since he left home.
He said he washed his blankets anyways, just this morning.
Yeah, sure. You know how? He spreads it on an anthill for a couple of hours.
Oh, well, that settles it. I'm sleeping outside.
All right, Chester. We just don't get too cozy. Half the night you're standing guard over Beaudry here. I'll watch him the other half.
Well, I'm not going to run away, Marshal.
You ran once, Beaudry.
All right, I'll tell you something, and maybe you'll trust me a little then.
Tell me what?
Would you like to know who Zimmer is?
Zimmer? He that real testy fella? I don't like him at all. He's always on the prod about something or other.
Wait a minute, Chester. Wait a minute. What about Zimmer, Beaudry?
His real name is Chess Rhine.
So?
Well, at least that's the name was under his picture.
Well, where was his picture, Beaudry?
Well, in California, tacked onto a pole.
Go on.
Well, I think the reward was $500. Of course, I ain't certain.
You sure it was his picture?
Yeah, Marshal, I'm sure. Heard a lot of talk about him in Sacramento just before I left.
What kind of talk?
Well, like one time he rode in a stagecoach as a passenger, and he was peaceful enough until some fellows on horses, they stopped that stage in a canyon somewheres, and then this here Chess Ryan, he pulled a gun on the other passengers, and he disarmed them, whilst the boys outside unloaded the treasure box. They had the extra saddle horse along, and Ryan, he rode off with him. That's the way I heard it.
Seems to me he went to a lot of trouble.
Sometimes the passengers give road agents as much fight as the driver and messenger, Chester. They feel safe because they're inside.
And that's what Chess Ryan figured. What, are you going to arrest him, Marshal?
I can't arrest a man without cause, Beaudry. You may be telling the truth, but I don't know that for sure. I can check on Zimmer when we get to Fort Donner, but all I can do till then's keep an eye on him.
Well, this stage will be robbed long before it gets to Fort Donner, Marshal.
Yeah, maybe, but not without a fight. Thanks for telling me, Beaudry, and for your sake, I hope it's the truth. If it isn't, you're going to be in more trouble than you are now. All right, keep an eye on him, Chester. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Yes, sir.
Berryman? Yeah? Out here a minute, will you?
What's up, mister?
I want to talk to you, that's all. Alone. Come on outside, eh?
Be right back, Hank. Save some of that whiskey for me.
Right, Barry.
What's on your mind, mister?
How long you been an express messenger, Berryman?
2 years? Not that it's any business of yours.
You run into any trouble in that time?
Some? Why?
I just want to know if you can handle yourself, that's all.
You want to find out?
Look, Berryman, you know my name. It's Dillon. I'm Matt Dillon. I'm the U.S. Marshal out of Dodge.
Dillon. Yeah, I think I remember seeing you there.
Good. Now tell me this. You carrying much in that treasure box of yours?
The messenger who brought it as far as Pond Creek said it was $50,000, unsigned currency mostly.
Mm-hmm.
Something up, Marshal?
Well, maybe. Tell me, what's the best place for a holdup between here and Fort Donner?
Willow Bend, I expect. Man on a horse could keep hidden there till we were right on top of him.
All right, tell the driver to whip those horses through Willow Bend as fast as they'll go. Chester will be on the roof to help you, and I'll sort of organize the passengers inside.
Well, now if there's going to be a holdup, Marshal, you
Well, I don't know, but we'll play it safe. And, by the way, Berryman, don't let on inside there about this, huh? Or, who I am. All right?
Okay, Marshal.
Thank you. Good night, Berryman.
Night, Marshal.
Oh, Marshal.
Yeah?
We got a jug of station whiskey inside if you want a drink.
I don't think it'd do much good. I've heard of that stuff freezing solid on a cold night.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, backing up the great CBS Radio News Team election night will be Univac, the new electric brain operating for the first time to bring you faster, more accurate, more complete election night totals. November 4th, starting at 8 p.m. New York time, CBS Radio reports the election returns from coast to coast. Make CBS Radio your election headquarters to hear the trends, the color, and the mounting tide of results. Reported by Edward R. Murrow, Lowell Thomas, and the rest of the same great CBS radio team that made convention reporting history earlier this year. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
Next morning, just after sunup, the stage left Monument Station. It was 10 miles to Willow Bend and 12 miles to the next change of horses at a small swing station run by a lone stock tender. Zimmer, or Chess Rhine, if that's who he was, seemed nervous. Too nervous for an experienced road agent, but maybe he had figured me for what I was, and that gave him the jumps. Anyway, I sat next to him so I could handle him faster if and when the time came. We drove at an easy pace until we neared the bend. And then the driver popped his whip over the teams and they began to run hard. But suddenly he was pulling them in and breaking them. One move by Zimmer at that point and I'd have killed and crippled him.
What are we stopping here for? Hey, driver! What's up?
Wheels been dragging. Couldn't you feed it pull?
All right, everybody out.
What's that in, driver? What's wrong?
The wheel's stuck. Can't pull it off with you in there. Come on, hurry up.
Baudry, get over there by Chester.
Well, don't you worry about me. You keep an eye on Reed.
Go on now.
Come on.
What do you think, Dillon?
Well, they'd have jumped us by now, Berryman, while everybody was still inside. But keep your head up anyway. You watch the other side of the coach. I'll stay here.
Okay.
What do you mean it wasn't grease? Why not?
Sizzling hot. Have to cool before we can take it off. That drunken fool at Monument didn't grease this one, that's all. Take a bullwhip to him when I get back there.
Well, you can grease it now, can't you?
I could, mister, if I had any grease.
Well, you mean you haven't got any?
Not unless I render you down and make some. Now get out of my way.
Well, any more of that and I'll... All right, forget it. What are we going to do?
How about grass, driver?
Hey, that's an idea.
Wrap it around the spindle and go till it wears out. It won't last long, but we can keep putting it on till we get to the next station.
We'll be all day stopping every half mile. Why don't you greenhorns ask a real man how to fix it?
All right, Pop. How are we going to fix it?
Cheese.
Cheese.
Yeah, cheese. Worth buying, too.
Yeah, it might at that.
I suppose you brought some cheese along just in case, Pop, huh?
I brought it along to eat. Yeah. But I'll let you have it. It's in my carpet bag.
Old Gant's cheese worked fine, and we left Willabend without more trouble. I began to figure Baudry for a liar, but he just sat there, staring out at the prairie, and said nothing. A few miles further on, as we approached the swing station, I heard a shout from the messenger, and then Baudry pointed ahead, and I leaned out to take a look. The station was a small, one-room adobe hut with the usual corral at the rear, but there wasn't a horse in sight. And out of the two windows facing us poured thin streams of white smoke. As the stage pulled to a stop, I saw two arrows embedded in the half-open door.
Come on, look at them there.
Wait a minute. Let me take a look in there. Let's all take a look, Zimmer.
Where's the stock tender? They kill him?
They tried to fire the place, but it just smoldered.
Who are those two men?
I don't know. But this one's still alive.
Well, that's the stock tender. But who are those two?
Never mind them. They're dead.
Scalp. Indians sure must have surprised him, sneaked right up.
All right, Berryman, let's get the stock tender out of this smoke. Take his head there.
Yeah. They scalped him, too. He ain't even dead.
Never mind that. Just pick him up easy. It's all right, fella. Stage is here.
Indians, Comanches, they scalped me. Never even heard them.
Ask him who those other men were. What were they doing here?
Leave him be. The man's dying.
Water. Give me a drink.
Chester, get the water bag.
Yes, sir. Can't you let the man alone, Dillon?
Yes, scalped 3 men and stole the horses. That's Comanches for you.
Here's the water, sir.
Oh, thanks. Here, fella. Here now. Take a drink. There we go.
Road agents, those two, they held me up. They said they'd hide till the horses were unhitched. Then hold up the stage. Had a partner on the stage to keep the passengers out of it.
What was his name? Their partner, I mean.
Put my head down, mister. It's bubbling over.
The stock tender's eyes clouded up and went blank as I lay his head back. And then there was a scuffle behind me, and before anybody could move, Zimmer grabbed Gant and, using him as a shield, he walked backward toward the stage. The old man stopped struggling when he felt Zimmer's gun in his back, and the rest of us just stood there watching, helpless.
First man draws a gun, Gant will die.
You gave yourself away, Chest Ryan.
Yeah, take it easy, man. Take it easy. This fool's nervous.
Shut up. You, driver. Lead those teams down the road a piece, and then come back here. Jan and I'll take the stage alone. Come on!
You better do what he says, driver. He's scared enough to shoot.
Yes, I better.
Come on. What are you stopping for? Take him 50 yards down there.
Can't do it. That wheel's froze up again. He ain't going anywhere at that stage.
Might as well give up right now, you young fool.
I never did like you, Gant.
Ryan, listen to me. You've made your play and you've lost. If you give up now, the charges will be attempted robbery. If you don't, they'll probably turn into murder.
Who are you anyway, mister?
I'm a U.S. Marshal.
Well, you're not arresting nobody. Not unless you want Gant dead. You make a move and his blood will be on your hands, Marshal.
You can't hold him there forever, Ryan. The stage going west passes through sometime today. What'll you do then?
He's right. That stage passes this station about noon. I drive it myself half the time.
I'll think of something. First, I want all your men to unload your weapons. Line up and throw them in a pile there. One at a time. Don't you even start to try anything and I'll blow a hole in the old man.
You think you would, Mr. Dillon?
He's so nervous now, it's a wonder he doesn't do it by accident, Chester.
I get going, don't stand there. One at a time now. And use 2 fingers to do it.
All right, man, you better do as he says. Now?
Go ahead. Easy. All right. Next man.
Baudry.
Yeah?
You're the only man who might stop this.
Oh.
Pretend to join him.
You trust me that much?
I have to.
Okay. All right, easy now. 2 fingers. All right. Next man.
Ryan.
Hold it right there, Poultry.
Well, I'm not armed, Ryan. Look. But you know why?
That's too yellow, maybe.
Oh, the marshal's got my gun. I'm under arrest.
He's taking you in, is that it?
He was, till I woke up just now. I killed a man in Dodge, Ryan. They want to hang me for it.
Now, Baudry, we told you you'd get a fair trial.
Chester,
What's more...
shut up.
Yes, sir.
Well, look, you haven't got much chance alone, Ryan. But you and me, we can disarm these men, throw away their guns, and ride off on those horses without the coach.
You do that, Baudry, and I'll quit my job and run you down if I have to chase you all the way to Oregon. I couldn't show up in Dodge after this anyway.
Well, I'll be watching for you, Marshal. It beats hanging. Well, how about it, Ryan?
Make a fool out of Dillon, huh? I like that. All right, pick up a gun, Baudry, and get over here.
I'm warning you, Baudry.
Sorry. I figure I'll live longer this way, Marshal.
Yeah, you hold the old man, Baudry. I want a free hand.
Yeah. I'll kill Gant quicker than Ryan would. Any of you men try anything.
You heard him. Now, let's get this over with. Fast.
Ryan, I want to tell you something.
That's far enough, Marshal. All that...
That gun in your hand, Ryan, you better keep it on me. You even glance at Baudry and I'll draw and kill you.
What are you talking about?
You shoot me and Baudry will kill you from behind.
That's right, Ryan. Yeah, you walk back over towards the hut so you can see I'll let you go.
He tricked you, too. But I can still kill you, Marshal.
Yeah, that's right, Ryan. You can still kill me. But I'm paid to die. I settled that in my mind when I took this job. It's only a matter of time. But what about you, Ryan? You ready to die?
You can't do this.
I'm doing it, Ryan. I'm doing it now. I'm going to walk right up to you, and you're going to give me that gun. Stop, Marshal.
Don't. Yours fine if you shoot, Ryan.
Let me have the gun, Ryan. Easy, Ryan. Now!
Did he hit you, Mr. Dillon?
No, he waited a second too long.
Worked, Marshal. Oh, you worked.
Yeah, you did fine, Baudry. I'm going to remember it.
Yeah.
Now, give me back that gun.
You still going to take me in?
Of course.
No, that don't seem fair, Dillon.
I'm only a marshal, Baudry, not a judge.
Oh. I'm not sure I wouldn't rather die right here.
Wait, Baudry. Now, I'll testify at your trial, and I promise you it'll be a fair one, but that's all. Now, give me the gun.
You don't make it easy, Marshal.
My job's to bring you in. Any way I can get you there.
Dead or alive?
That's right.
Here's a gun.
Thank you. The next day, I turned Chess Ryan over to the Army at Fort Donner. The colonel wanted credit for sending him back to California, and I wanted to be rid of him. Took us 3 days to ride back to Dodge. On the way, we got to be real good friends with Joe Baudry. I wouldn't let him have his gun back. But even so, he managed to supply us with antelope steaks every morning. I made him borrow Chester's gun.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin and Lou Krugman, with Vic Perrin, Junius Matthews, Jim Nusser, and Ralph Moody. Harley Bayer is Chester. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Thousands of acres of timber are afire in the Midwest, New England, Far West, and southern areas. This is a word of warning to all who may be in or near woodlands. Take every precaution to avoid setting fires with cigarettes, matches, campfires. Timber is vital to America's defense. Human lives and property are at stake, too. Hunters especially are urged to exercise caution. Any further damage may result in suspension of the hunting season indefinitely. Clancy Cassell speaking, and remember Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy opened fire on your funny bones Sunday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
To HOJO Radio. We have more classic radio coming your way next.
At the gallop! Oh!
Fort Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier, the saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire, and the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
Patrol! Halt! Sergeant Gord.
Yes, sir.
Dismiss the patrol. I've got to report to Major Daggett.
Yes, sir.
And see that their horses are babied right this time.
Yes, sir. Roll. Prepare to dismount. Dismount.
Captain Quince reporting, sir. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I thought you'd be alone.
That's all right, Captain. This is Major Barlow.
Major?
My pleasure, Captain.
Well, how did your patrol fare?
Routine, sir. No sign of trouble.
Good. Oh, sit down, Quince.
Thank you, sir.
Major Barlow is here on orders from General Staff in Washington. He's surveying all the posts in our department.
I have only a few days here, and then I'm going on to Fort Dodge.
General Custer's command?
Yes. I'm looking forward to that. Read hundreds of reports, and certainly that 7th Cavalry is doing the best job with the hostiles that can be done.
You haven't surveyed them yet?
Well, not personally, no. The record reads victory after victory. I wish we could say the same about the 2nd.
Well, the circumstances are a little different, Major. They're waging open warfare from Fort Dodge. Here, we try to keep hostilities at a minimum, maintain peace. Captain, how much firefight have we seen in the last month?
Oh, 3 or 4 skirmishes is all, sir. Mostly with dog soldiers driven from the Fort Dodge section.
Dog soldiers? There are 2 kinds of Cheyenne. That's the tribe we've been most interested in around here lately. Dog soldiers are the warriors. They wear 3 feathers.
Oh.
The ones that don't wear the feathers are the reservation peaceful kind. We don't bother either unless they make us.
Yeah. Well, Major, it's the belief of many members of the staff, including myself, that a soft policy such as yours is bound to lead to an uprising.
I hope you're wrong, sir.
Well, the hostiles see it as a sign of weakness. The only way to enforce peace with these savages is to maintain constant pressure, continual display of strength.
Will we get a directive to that effect, Major? Or is that a private opinion?
It's my opinion at the moment. I can assure you I'll do everything I can to see a directive based on it. Now, Captain, if you'll show me to your troop area.
Yes, sir.
Major Barlow will be attached to your troop during his stay. You'll place yourself at his disposal, do everything possible to assist him in making his survey.
It's an honor, sir.
First thing I want to do, Captain, is make a complete tour of the reservation camps. I want a first-hand look at the natives. Their condition, their attitudes, extent of their weapons, so on.
Camps are pretty well scattered, Major. It'll take some time to cover all of them.
These reservation people should be centralized so that they can be watched.
They've lived in small village bands for hundreds of generations. They kind of need stretching
They're
room.
prisoners of war, Captain. Prisoners of war live under imposed conditions, not their own.
Yes, sir.
Captain Quince?
Yes, Sergeant? At ease. What is it?
There's a man waiting for you in the orderly room, sir. Ben Coons.
What does he want?
He says his stepson was stole by the Cheyenne.
What's that?
We'll go in and find out. Thank you, Sergeant. I've just heard about your son, Coons. How'd it happen?
How do I know? My place is only 5 miles outside of town, and he was gone when I got home last night. Look at this.
Cheyenne scalping knife.
It was stuck in my door. I've had a Cheyenne lodge oath hanging over my head for a year. That filthy devil finally found a way to get to me.
You mean someone in particular?
One of the worst of the breed. Wasaya.
I've heard of him. Quite a warrior.
You say he's had a personal hatred for you, Mr. Coons? Ever since last summer. I was scouting for the 7th. I run across his camp on that big north swing of the Solomon. You know, Captain, just before it flows into Grand Valley.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I led the troopers into it, and during the fracas, Wasaya's brother was killed. That's when he took the oath to put me under. Or do worse. Now he's done it. Taken Billy.
I'm sorry about your son, Coons. But the way I heard the story of that attack, Wasaya's wife and 8-year-old son were killed, too, by one of our scouts.
I didn't have nothing to do with it. I did what I was paid to.
Captain, the man's child's been kidnapped. I see no reason to discuss anything else.
The Army's supposed to protect the civilians.
What makes you so sure it was Wasaya?
Well, he brought his band into the Laramie foothills 2 days ago. Put that and the knife and his oath together, and there's no place else to look.
Where'd you hear he was in this part of the country?
Your breed scout, Quanto, got wind of it.
I should think you would have learned about it in your patrol, Captain.
No, we were working in the other direction, Major.
Oh.
I heard this morning. Right away, I got the feeling about what happened, and I started looking for sign around my place. I found it right enough. A wash about a half-mile away. Tracks of 9 ponies headed south toward the hills. I want that Cheyenne dog brought in and hung up where I can see it.
Sergeant Gorse?
Yo.
Go look up Quanto. He says there's a band of Cheyenne in the Laramie foothills. I want to talk to their head man. Find out where they are, pick out 10 good men for the patrol, including you.
Yes, sir.
You'll make provision for me to go with you, Captain.
There won't be much in the way of provision, Major, but you're welcome, sir. Coons, you go tell your story to Major Daggett. As soon as I get word from him, we'll move out.
All right, Captain.
Oh, Coons. How old is your stepson?
9 years next month, if he's still alive.
Same age Wasiah's son would have been. Well, if they're together, I don't think you have to worry about Billy being anything but alive and well.
You got a lot to learn about Cheyenne, Captain.
Maybe you could teach me. You want to come along?
I'll go talk to the major.
There goes a man with a bad conscience.
What about your own, Captain? You seem to feel more sympathy for the savage than you do for this poor man who's lost a child. I hardly think your attitude right for a man in your position.
I suppose it won't look good in your survey report, sir, but there's a popular idea out here I've never been able to swallow and keep down. That whatever a white man does to an Indian is all right. But whatever an Indian does is all wrong.
You and I are soldiers, Captain. We do not set policy. We follow it.
Yes, sir.
Fast water Quanto talked about's just around this bend, Captain.
I know. I caught some beautiful trout in that stretch.
That's where their camp's supposed to be.
Hadn't you better order carbines at the ready? A show of preparedness, Captain?
Little late for that, Major. They've had their eye on us for at least an hour.
Why do you bring a small force into a situation like this? Surely you don't trust them not to catch us in ambush.
I don't trust them, Major. I know them. The best place for ambush was about 2 miles back. We've gone beyond the point of carbines at the ready. There you are, Major, up ahead, waiting for us. Those are dog soldiers. Some of the best mounted fighters in the world.
We're well outnumbered, Captain.
We always are. Now, they'll come in to meet us at full run and screaming like banshees. That's their way. They don't want you to know whether they mean to be friendly or to open your throat. If we had our carbines ready, their run wouldn't be exactly friendly. Patrol! Halt! Keep your hands away from your weapons, men, unless I tell you different. Stay relaxed, the way you do on the parade ground when I want you to be alert.
You should have ordered out your full troop, Captain.
Captain, here they come.
I see him, Gorse. Act like this happens every day, men. Just rest easy in your saddles and talk to each other.
Captain, order carbines at the ready.
That an order, Major?
It's common sense. Show them we'll fight.
Don't draw your pistol, Major. You'll spook them for sure, waving that thing around. They'd have opened up by now if they were going to. Bahi, who is chief among you? Which of you is Wasiah?
I am Wasiah. Why do the soldiers come to us? We have done no wrong.
I brought you your scalping knife, Wasiah. Here.
Huh. Where is the one called Coons? The woman killer. The child killer. Did he die of fear when he found my sign?
Why, that insolent beggar.
He says that you came for vengeance and that you stole his son.
I have stolen no son.
You were at his house, and now the boy is missing.
I have stolen no boy.
Oh, he's lying, Captain.
What does the high soldier say?
I say you are lying.
Major.
I speak true.
We'll search your camp and find out how much truth.
No, we want no soldiers in our camp.
Ain't there any way you can stop him, Captain?
You ever been able to stop me, Gorse?
Well, I'd sure try if you went off half-cocked like he is.
When the soldiers come to our camp, there is trouble. We want no trouble. We are at peace.
You don't want us in your camp because you're lying. The search is going to be made. And if you resist us, I'll see the whole 2nd Cavalry out to do the job.
Bandu Nicano!
Patrol! Carbines at the ready!
Boots or carbines?
What was that, Captain?
Sorry, Major. They're going back to their camp.
Those insolent... Well, at least I've seen a prime example of what a soft policy brings about. The hostiles move up here from the 7th Cavalry area. Undoubtedly, they rest, repair equipment, and go back to take up the attack again.
Some of them do, some of them don't. There are good ones and bad ones with these people, same as there are with whites.
Well, until such time as a magician is attached to the 2nd who can distinguish between the two, Captain, pressure should be exerted against all of them. We'll return to the fort. I'm going to recommend that at least 2 troops are assigned to this matter until that boy's recovered.
With your permission, sir, I'll stay here. Sergeant Gorse will take command of the patrol and escort you.
Why on earth stay here? I need your statement at the fort.
You have plenty of other witnesses, sir. Before you come back with 2 troops of cavalry, I'd sort of like to see what one man can do in that camp.
You're thinking as an individual again, Captain.
A hard habit to break, sir. If it doesn't work, it'll make a strong point in your survey report.
Very well. I trust you don't expect commendation on your stubbornness. I do plan to make reference to your unmilitary behavior.
Be better if we could send old Brass Shoulders in alone.
Watch your manners, Sergeant.
Don't you want me to stay with you?
Thank you, Gorse, but I don't need you. This may look crazy, but I don't think I'll run into any trouble.
If that youngin's in there, you will, sir.
Well, I don't figure he is. I've been thinking. If I was Wasiah and had kidnapped the boy, I sure wouldn't have left a knife to point the finger at me. And I would have hightailed it out of these parts a long time before this.
I sure hope you're right, Captain.
Sergeant, I'm ready to go.
Not far enough.
Watch your manners, Gorse.
Yes, sir. Good luck.
Easy, easy.
Stop, soldier! You do not come in our camp.
Then come out here, Wasiah, so we can talk without being bothered by others.
Do we talk about the son I did not steal?
I believe you. I believe that you didn't steal him.
Your high soldier is blind. His words cut like flint.
He's new to this country. He has much to learn.
He went back. Does he bring more soldiers to attack us?
That's what's in his mind now. It'll take a day, so you have time to move your camp.
Strange words from a soldier. Why do you stand with me when the high soldier says I lie?
I've heard much of you, Wasiah. If you were going to steal a son, you'd do it better than this.
I say this. The days are gone when a son brought only gladness to his father. Now the father looks to the day when his son reaches manhood and sees nothing but sadness and hunger and fighting a war that will not be won. Some nights, when sleep runs away from me, I think of my son, and I am happy that he is not with me to share the trouble that follows us. I would steal no son. I have nothing to give him.
Do you truly want peace, Wasiah?
A peace with honor, yes. We are tired of fighting and running.
This is a small thing, a missing child, when you measure it against the bigness of the trouble that we're all in, all the tribes, all the army units. But it's a thing that could stir everything up again. Word from the major could go to Washington.
His words from his mind.
They'd be believed because no other words could go to say they were wrong. I'd like to stop it, Wasiah. Would you help me?
How would a Cheyenne help a soldier?
If you and I could find the boy and take him back, everyone would know that you were a man of honor and truth, and that you lead a peaceful band.
Then the high soldier's word would be lies.
You'd be right, and he'd be wrong.
For that I would help. But how?
Have any other new bands moved into this section that could have taken the boy?
One Shoshone and one from my tribe.
Could you find out if they have him?
Yeah.
Will you do it?
I will.
While you do that, I'll try and get a line on him. Will you meet me in the wash near Coon's place at sunrise tomorrow?
Do you know what you asked me to do? To help the man who killed my son and my wife?
I know, Wasiah.
We meet at sunrise, soldier.
Hold.
I am here, soldier.
You hide well. What did you learn?
The boy is not with the Shoshones and not with the Cheyenne.
Then we have another way to go. He has an uncle in the Rock River settlement. He's talked to some of his young friends about going to live with him. He told them the trail he'd take. If I put you on it, could you pick up his sign and follow it?
I have followed older sign.
We'll go then.
Wait. He fell here.
All right. Look there, piece of cloth. I'd say he has torn clothing and a sore knee.
He rested here. Slept, I think. See, the grass is pressed down.
He's traveled a long way for an 8-year-old.
I think not much farther than this. He started very slow from here. There, soldier.
Billy? Billy? We're going to take you home.
No, I won't go back.
It's all right, Billy.
Who is he?
His name is Wasiah. He's a friend of mine.
You are a good, strong boy to come this far. If I had a son, I would hope he would be so strong.
You've got a nasty bruise on your face, Billy. You must have taken a bad fall.
He hit me.
Who did?
My paw. With a stick. He hit me till I ran away.
Here, let's see under your shirt. Yeah, he sure did hit you, didn't he?
I won't go back. My paw hit me again.
Come on. Stand up, Billy. Look, I don't blame you for running away. I guess I'd have done the same thing.
I won't go back.
If you want to live with your uncle, I think we can work it out.
In Rock River?
Yeah. And instead of trying to get there all by yourself, how would you like it if you could ride with the cavalry?
By myself? On a horse?
Yes. Horse all your own. Now, you ready to start back?
I won't stay with my pa.
You won't have to.
Come here, boy. You ride with me on my pony.
No, I don't want to.
Why, sure you do, Billy. Think what you can tell your friends. I'll bet none of them have ridden with a real Cheyenne warrior. Come on now. Show them how brave you are.
Come here, boy. Am I strong enough to lift you up? Oh. He not know the feel of a white man on his back.
You all right, Billy?
Does this pony run fast?
Oh, yes. Faster than prairie fire. I go. Wait, soldier.
They're forming the two troops for the big search.
I go no farther.
I know how you feel because I felt the same way riding into your camp. But the major from Washington won't believe you had a part of this unless you ride in with me. You have my word that everything will be all right.
I go on your word.
Right up to the major, Wasiah. Captain Quince reporting, sir.
Well, this savage did steal the boy. In spite of his surrender, he's to be punished.
This is no surrender.
Give me the details, Captain.
I'd rather you ask the boy, sir.
All right, son. What did he do to you?
He didn't steal me. He found me. I ran away because my pa hit me with a stick. He does it lots of times, and I won't go back. I just won't.
Order the troops dismissed.
Yes, sir. Prepare to dismount. Prepare to dismount.
Come on, Billy. We'll find you something to eat. Wasiah, I'd stay out of the 7th Cavalry territory for a while. The high soldier is going to be moving that way.
There is very far place where there are many antelope. I think my people are hungry for antelope.
My thanks go with you.
Mine stay with you. You grow strong, boy. One day you can beat your stepfather. I leave my vengeance with you.
I go.
Goodbye.
Come on, Billy.
Captain?
Yeah, Gorse?
Old Ironside sure don't want to admit there's such a thing as a good Injun, does he?
He's a better soldier than we are, Sergeant.
What?
He operates strictly from the book. Maybe in the next situation, the book will be right.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry, with Vic Perrin as Sergeant Gorse. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by Gil Dowd, with sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper, musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Clayton Post, Ralph Moody, Jack Moyles, and Richard Beals.
Company, tension! Dismiss.
Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. Each Monday through Friday evening, CBS Radio rings you in on the fabulous adventures of insurance investigator Johnny Dollar. Just by decoding the cryptic items in his expense account, you'll learn how a dime spent in a phone booth can lead to a scene of the wildest suspense. Then on to a sum spent for an airplane ticket, or an item for a new shoelace, and again you'll find yourself smack in the middle of a thrill-packed situation. Each new adventure moves the story forward to its dramatic payoff when Johnny Dollar solves yet another case of arson, fraud, or murder. Every Monday through Friday night over most of these same stations, hear yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
At the gallop! Ho!
Fort Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier. The saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire. And the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
Easy, boy. Feels good, don't it?
You got the whole day, Harrison?
Oh, I'm moving, Sergeant.
Well, that mount will chill and die of pneumonia. You don't rub 'em brisk and get some elbow grease behind it.
Yes, sir, Sergeant. Why you suppose he does it, Sergeant?
Who does what?
Captain Quince. Up before reveille he was, and off and riding.
Habit, maybe. It was a clean morning, had a feel to it. Riding off alone? I'd like that myself.
There's a touch of spring in there, all right. Buffalo grass as green as can be. I was down at the corral this morning, and even at low water, the old Laramie was rippling along like it had a song in it.
Harrison.
Yes, Sergeant?
You think you could manage to blanket that mount before you write your next poem?
Oh, I guess I'm holding you up.
Captain says he threw a nail. I told him I'd see the farrier got a look at it.
Right forefoot, looks like. I meant to see to it.
I got business at the saddlery anyway.
Sergeant, I'd sure admire some outdoor duty today, if you could arrange it.
Stable detail, sort of outdoors, Harrison. In and out.
I was thinking more like the hay yard.
Or lending a hand in the post garden, or like that. I'd be obliged.
Anything outdoors?
Anything at all, Sergeant.
You see up there on the bluff by the old cemetery?
I'm looking that way.
That white patch, top of the rise?
Oh, sure. I see that.
Well, now, that's a patch of wild daisies, Harrison. Anybody asks, you tell them you got my leave to go up there and pick them.
Oh, Sergeant.
It's outdoor work.
I don't aim to get myself laughed right off this post.
It'd be a useful service you was performing, Harrison. Officers are having a fancy ball tonight at Old Bedlam. Well, they might give a stripe or two to the trooper who saw to their decorations.
I tell you, Sergeant, I like this stable detail just fine. More I think of it, more I like it.
Glad to oblige. Any time, Harrison.
Now, getting me 3 stripes someday, like as not, I'll mosey all over the post, too, on a fine spring day.
I could make them daisies in order, Harrison.
Why, look down there, Sergeant Gorse. Ain't that a stage coming over the bridge?
It is. Well, he's riding on a flat wheel.
Yeah, maybe that's why he's pulling into the fort this time of day.
Being the wheelwright so near the smithy and the saddlery, I'll just mosey on down there and see what's going on. Give me that lead rope, soldier.
No, here.
Get to your duty, Daisy.
Oh, yes, Sergeant.
Well, what do you mean we'll have to put up here for the night? This is an army post. Now, Opie, settle yourself this minute. There's nothing but men here.
Now, ma'am, there ain't a stage built that'll run on 3 wheels.
But an army post? Why, we're women.
Well, be that as it may, we gotta put up here. It took all I had and then some to bring us clean to the fort. Now, the wheelwright tells me he can put us on the trail by sunup, and that's the level best we can do.
I declare, I don't know what. Homer off there in Virginia City, waiting for Opie and me?
Well, you could maybe telegraph ahead if you think your husband will worry after you.
Well, I don't know what to make of you. Of course he'll worry. Homer's bound to worry. His wife and baby girl spending the night in the middle of nowhere at an army post.
Oh, Ma.
Opie, if you Ma me once more, I'll bang you with my umbrella.
Oh, but there's one, Ma, coming right up to us.
One what?
A soldier, Ma.
Oh, Sergeant Gorse.
Stand right behind me, Opie.
Wheelwright says you got trouble, Clay.
Yeah, all kinds, Sergeant. Oh, meet up with Mrs. Kleinhexel. Her daughter, Miss Opie, Sergeant Gorse.
Ma'am? Miss Opie?
Are you in charge here, young man?
Well, no, ma'am. Not exactly.
Then I demand to be taken to whoever is. I want to telegraph Homer. I want to see with my own eyes the quarters for my daughter and me.
Homer, ma'am?
That's Mr. Kleinhexel. He's in Virginia City.
Oh.
Are you listening to me, young man?
Why, yes, ma'am. I do. Clay, where you going?
Well, I'm pretty sure that wheelwright needs a hand. I sure thank you for taking over this way, Sergeant.
Hey, now, Clay,
We've had no food since breakfast, young man. That'll have to be taken care of. Now, those carpet bags over there are ours, and they were brand new when we left Omaha. So, mind you, tend them easy. Who did you say was in charge here?
Well, I didn't say, ma'am, but offhand, I'd say you was.
Opie, simmer down.
And I just wondered if you were in my position, what would you do, Captain?
What?
What would you do?
I'm afraid I haven't been listening, Mr. Syberts. I'm sorry. What would I do about what?
Would you go alone if you didn't have a young lady to escort? To the officers' ball tonight.
Oh, good Lord, I'd forgotten about that.
It's the first one since I've been here.
If you're smart, you'll get up a poker game. You could play right here in my quarters if you want.
Well, I was rather looking forward to the ball.
I'd sooner ride into an ambush.
You know, it's hard to picture in your mind a ball right here in Old Bedlam. It doesn't seem part of the West somehow.
It shouldn't be part of it. You want a cigar, Syberts?
No, thank you, sir. Captain, you don't talk like you're planning to attend this evening.
I'm not.
You sure?
Mr. Syberts, the last ball I attended was on an order. Besides, I have some work I want to do tonight, if I can get the Major's permission.
Well, I don't know, and it's your business, all right, sir, but she thinks you're going to the ball.
She?
Miss Willa. I was over at the sutler's store this morning, and Pliny, Mr. Burgess, gave me his leave to ask Miss Willa to the ball.
Well?
But she means to go with you, Captain.
I don't know why I didn't ask her.
She seems right sure you will, though, before the day's out.
Oh?
She seems content just to wait for you.
Miss Willa's a pretty thing. She makes a mistake, though, waiting for anyone.
Captain, I wouldn't have asked her, but there aren't many single ladies to choose from.
I've got no claim on Miss Willa, Mr. Syberts, if that's what you mean.
No, it's more her claim I was thinking about. She's set on you, Captain Quince.
That's a pure waste. Who is it?
Captain Quince, Lieutenant Syberts.
Major Daggett.
Sir.
As you were, gentlemen. This isn't exactly official business.
Yes, sir.
I just looked in the ballroom on the way up. Looks like things are taking shape for tonight.
Yes, sir, they are. Mrs. Daggett and the other wives are doing a fine job with the decorations.
Well, they enjoy that sort of thing. It's time we had some festivity around here.
Yes, sir.
That what you came to tell us, Major?
I expect to see you both there, Captain Quince.
There's something I want to talk to you about,
Both
Major.
of you there. I don't know whether you've heard yet or not, but we have some guests on the post. Mrs. Kleinhexel from Omaha and her daughter. Their stage broke down. They'll be with us overnight.
The daughter, sir.
What about her, Mr. Syberts?
Well, sir, in the interest of showing Fort Laramie's hospitality, what I mean is if she's not otherwise engaged, I'd be proud to see her to the ball tonight.
I think that's a good idea, Syberts.
I would like to discuss something, Major.
Yeah, so would I, Captain Quince.
Then if you'll excuse me, Major, Captain.
Mr. Syberts, you'll find the young lady and her mother quartered next to the sutler's store.
Yes, sir.
Well, Lee?
If we can forget that pink tea a while, Major.
I told you, Lee, I expect you at that ball tonight. This is no mere whim of mine, and if I have to order you to be there, I will.
We're not going to see eye to eye on that ever.
You understand all about troop morale in the field. I never knew an officer to show greater concern for his men. But I think you owe something to your fellow officers, Captain.
What do you mean?
There's such a thing as post morale, too. The junior officers admire you, they respect you. It'll mean something to them to see you sharing their off-duty entertainment, relaxation. You're a hard man to know, Lee.
Especially in a ball.
I wouldn't insist if I didn't think it was important.
I've been trying to tell you what I think's important ever since you came in.
All right.
Yellow Horse. He's still in the stockade.
Yes, I know that. But I can't send him to Leavenworth till I receive orders from Washington. So far, they haven't come through.
Can't you telegraph Washington?
In an emergency.
His renegade band of Sioux is still marauding.
Tell me, does this have any connection with the fact that you left the post alone before Reveille this morning?
I rode out to the reservation. Had a long talk with Eagle Wing.
I hope he understood it was unofficial, Captain.
Eagle Wing and I talked only as men interested in peace.
Well, at least he isn't a hostile. And no great friend of Yellow Horse, as I remember.
He says a few of Yellow Horse's old band have come onto the reservation in the last few weeks. That could mean trouble, Major.
A few hostiles on a reservation of 4,000? I don't think so, Captain.
I'm not talking about a Sioux uprising. I'm talking about maybe 6 hostiles thinking to set Yellow Horse free.
Eagle Wing said this?
I say it. It could happen.
Suppose it could. I don't think it's likely.
I do. This band's never had a leader like Yellow Horse. He never killed for gain or because the whites invaded his hunting grounds. He killed to kill because he loved to kill. He's their inspirational leader. They'll come after him.
All right, Lee. What is it you want?
Move Yellow Horse.
Move him?
Yeah, over to Fort Kearney. Small details starting at dusk.
I don't like it, Lee.
He'd be that much closer to Leavenworth.
No, I can't risk it. I'm on orders to secure Yellow Horse at Fort Laramie. I'd need more reason than you give me to go against him.
Then I've said my piece, Major.
Lee, you feel pretty keenly about this. Why?
Maybe it's not important.
I asked you a question.
All right. Call it a symbol. We could have killed him when we took him. But we held something out to the Indians. A fair trial. White man's justice.
Yellow Horse was tried fairly.
And sentenced fairly. The Indians know that. Yellow Horse should pay for his killing. Legally. If an escape is arranged, even if he's killed in the attempt, he's a martyr to every red man because a white man killed him.
Sure, I don't disagree with any of that, Lee.
But your answer's still the same.
It has to be. My orders are clear. I have to respect them. I wish I could count on your understanding.
I wish I could give it to you, Major.
All right, Captain. We both had our say. Now let's forget it. I'd like you to join my party this evening.
That an invitation, sir?
That is an order, Captain.
Yes, sir.
Well, I wouldn't have believed it. It's a regular store.
Yes.
I declare, Mr. Burgess, it's the equal of anything we have in Omaha.
Oh, yes, it is. Chicago, New York, Boston. Yeah. Pliny Burgess bows to no one when it comes to merchandise.
Now, this bowl of cloth. Ophi, just look at the quality.
Those threads. Pure gold, madam. Pure gold.
Why, there's no such thing.
Well, in color, I mean. Yes, pure gold.
Oh, well, yes. I see they are. Ophi, will you stop clutching me so?
Look, Ma, it's another one.
Oh, my. Well, he's just another soldier, Ophi. You'd best get used to the sight of them. They're all over out here.
Afternoon to you, Captain Quince.
Miss Willow around, Pliny?
To the back, with the account books, as usual, Captain.
Thank you.
My sakes, he's a big one.
Yeah, oh, yes, he is.
Now, Ophi, you stop making eyes this minute. You've been spoke for by that other one, and he's a lieutenant.
Lovely girl. Shy, but she's a lovely girl.
Miss Willa.
Well, yes.
Hello, Lee.
Hello.
Well, come on in.
If you're busy, why, we can forget about it.
No, you'll not get off that easy. I'm not busy, and I've been expecting you.
You shouldn't wait for me, Willa. You know that.
Sit down, Lee.
Thanks.
I don't wait for you. As you say, I know better than that. I wait for Major Daggett.
How's that?
Sooner or later, he always orders you to attend the ball. And when he does, sooner or later, you decide you'd rather escort me than dance with ranking officers' wives the entire evening.
That the way it is?
I'm afraid so. But that's not a complaint. I'll be ready at 8.
All right.
Don't look so trapped, Lee. You're not, you know.
I wasn't thinking about me.
Don't worry about me. I understand. It's a lovely day. It'll be a lovely evening, Lee.
Yeah. It looks like Mr. Syberts is going to have a lovely evening, too.
Oh, poor Ophi.
Poor Syberts. You could have spared him that if you'd accepted him instead of waiting around for...
For Major Daggett.
Yeah. Yeah, for Major Daggett.
Good heavens, what...
Get him out of here, savages! It's not safe! Savages!
Madam, please.
Get him off!
You're perfectly safe, madam. Now,
Me no do nothing. Walk in store, do nothing.
We'll be killed. We'll all be killed.
What's wrong out here?
Oh, got an awful fright. Get him out of here.
Hey, take the girl, Willie.
Come along, Opie. It's all right.
Yes, tell her it's all right, Captain. It's the Injun. She's not used to the sight of him.
Captain, white woman, bad spirit.
No, White Bird. She's just frightened.
White bird frightened too. Him do nothing.
He walked in here. Big as life. That's what he did. Right in the store, mind you, like he was a
Human being?
Yes. Like he was a human being.
Is that all he did?
Well, yes. But if I hadn't cried the alarm, we'd have all been massacred. That's what they do, you know.
White bird go. Come later to trade.
Well, now, you bring silver and more blankets, Whitebird?
Trade for food. Come back later when bad spirit and white woman go.
Well, I never. You people dealing with him, trading like he was a...
He's a reservation Indian, ma'am. He's all right.
Oh, yes. I would like to look at what he has to offer, Captain.
Well, go on into the storeroom. Make your trades.
Yes.
Go on. It's all right, Whitebird.
Why, of course. Come on, Whitebird. Come on.
And see you trade him fair, Pliny.
Oh, I'm the soul of honor, Captain.
Yeah. You, feel better, ma'am?
You've done nothing to make me feel better. I see you're mighty solicitous about your savage in there. But not so much as a kind word for a frightened white woman.
Sorry, ma'am. We know Whitebird. He's our friend. We've lived with him. But we've no mind to be unkind to strangers.
You mean to say that Indians have the run of this fort, young man?
Some Indians, the ones we know and trust. Ones who trust us. You'll find that in the West.
But what about all the killing? The massacres, that's all you hear in Omaha and near all you read. How many whites the red savages have murdered. Now I say that's true or it isn't.
Some of it is, ma'am. Indians are like us. There's good and bad. We've got a bad one on the post, Yellow Horse. But he's in the stockade.
That's as it should be. You think that, don't you?
I think that.
Well, it's a pity you can't tell by looking.
Oh, you can sometimes if you know what to look for. But that comes with knowing folks. White men or red men.
At face value. It's a risky business, young man. Many's the time I've been dead wrong in judging a body, on first sight, I mean. Of course, I'm talking about white folks.
You planning to live in the West, ma'am?
Virginia City. Homer's out there now. Opie and me are going to him. Sakes, I guess I got a lot of learning ahead of me. A lot of learning.
Sergeant? Over here, Sergeant.
Oh, yes, sir. Captain?
Finished eating, Gores?
Yes, sir. Ate plenty, too. Good thing I got no bars on my shoulders. I'd be right too stuffed to waltz tonight.
That's so?
Fine spring evening for a flock of fancy waltzes, though.
All right, Sergeant, you're making your point.
Yes, sir.
You, got any plans for tonight after tattoo?
Oh, I drew some duty, Captain.
Duty?
Kind of special duty, too. Orders come down from Major Daggett to double the guard at the stockade. Well, I figured you'd know that.
No. No, I didn't.
Ain't they sending Yellow Horse on to Leavenworth before long?
That's up to Washington.
Yeah. sure got a lot of time back there, ain't they, Captain?
Seems like it. Sometimes.
Did you have something you wanted me to do tonight?
No. No, nothing.
Well, before I told you about the duty, you asked about my plans, Captain.
You answered my questions.
Yes, sir.
That's all, Sergeant.
If anything comes up at the stockade, I'll see you hear about it, sir.
You'll report to Major Daggett.
Yes, sir.
Good night, Gorse.
Captain?
Yeah?
It's a right smart sash you're wearing.
Good night, Gorse.
Yes, sir.
She's been trying to get your attention for the last half hour, Lee.
Who has?
Mrs. Kleinhexel, and you haven't even asked her to dance yet either.
I know, but I...
Shh, here she comes.
Excuse me, you two, but I've got to have word to this young man. I'm sending the lieutenant to dance with you, dearie.
Captain Quince was just on his way over to you, Mrs. Kleinhexel. I'll find Lieutenant Syberts.
Well, shall we, Captain?
Proud to, ma'am.
I could waltz with a glass of water on my head and never spill a drop. That's what Homer always says.
You try it with me, ma'am. You stand a chance of drowning.
Oh, there's good humor in you, young man. I like that.
Thank you.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
I wanted to tell you, I went out on the veranda for a breath of air a while back. And when I first saw them, I came near to screaming like I did this afternoon with the other Indian.
You're developing a real eye for Indians, ma'am.
Guess I am. I've been trying to recollect, though. I don't believe he was wearing them in the store today.
White bird? Wearing what?
The feathers.
No, ma'am, he wasn't wearing feathers.
I didn't think so. Now, these Indians was. Well, maybe it suits their fancy.
You're sure they were wearing feathers?
I just told you. There was 5 or 6, I guess.
Excuse me, ma'am. I have to speak to the major.
Now, what's wrong with feathers?
Major Daggett, sir! Where are those shots coming from, Captain?
That's a stockade, Major. Syberts! Lawson! Let's go! Six of them. All dead, Sergeant?
Dead Injuns, Captain. Good thing you doubled the guard, Major.
What about Yellow Horse?
Oh, he was whooping for a while. But I checked him. He's got his health, all of it.
Captain.
Yes, sir?
Fall in a detail. I want Yellow Horse on his way to Leavenworth no later than noon tomorrow. Any questions?
Just one, sir. What about Washington?
I'll telegraph Washington tonight. Oh, Captain.
Yes, Major.
Thank you.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry, with Vic Perrin as Sergeant Gorse. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by Kathleen Height, with sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper, musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were Jeanette Nolan, Sam Edwards, Eleanor Tannen, Harry Bartell, Jack Moyles, Shirley Mitchell, Howard McNear, Frank Cady, and Jack Crucian.
Company, tension! Dismiss!
Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. Comes an emergency, it's savings that talk. When sickness strikes, in time of accident or emergency, it helps to be in good financial shape. That's why it pays and pays to invest in United States savings bonds regularly. Have the money deducted automatically through payroll savings or through your bank's bond-a-month plan. Let the bonds you've saved save you when you need money. The new 3% interest United States savings bond, better than ever. This has been a public service message from CBS Radio.
Listening to HOJO Radio. More classic old-time radio coming your way next.
The Romance of the Ranchos. Newhall, 1842. First gold discovered in California. Newhall, 1876. Railroad gives Los Angeles first link with East. Newhall, 1924. Old Rancho finally passes from hands of illustrious California family. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, a program dramatizing the wealth of exciting and fascinating incidents that color the history of Southern California. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, unfolds another authentic story of the days of the Dawns. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles wishes to thank the many officials and teachers of the city and county schools who have expressed so much interest in this series of programs. Every precaution is taken to ensure the historical accuracy of these dramatizations. When you hear the thrilling story of your own community reenacted here, you may be sure that the historical facts given are correct, even though the adventure and romance portrayed may seem stranger and more exciting than fiction. We are fortunate indeed to live in a land with such a colorful background, and one that at the same time presents so many advantages and opportunities for present-day living. And here to tell us the story is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Tonight our story deals with an interesting section of the Southland adjoining San Fernando, the region of Newhall and Saugus and the upper Santa Clara Valley. Not the least interesting part of this story is the fact that only recently has part of this land passed from the Del Valle family to whom it was originally granted. This is a tale rich in the romance of the ranchos. In 1839, Don Antonio, the founder of the Del Valle family in California, received 48,611 acres from the governor, and thus began the great Rancho San Francisco. But Don Antonio died in 1841, leaving his great estate to his widow and children, who later turned their interests over to the eldest son, Don Ignacio del Valle, lieutenant of the Mexican army. It was about the year 1842 that Don Ignacio brought his bride, the beautiful Isabel Varela, to live in his new rancho home.
Ignacio, it is beautiful, so beautiful.
You like it, Isabel?
See, how could I help it? Such a fine hacienda.
Ah, see. And the corrals and vineyards. Hey, look out there, across the valley. Such fine pasture land. Why, before long, Camulos will be one of the greatest cattle ranchos in all California.
Camulos?
See, that is the name by which this part of the Rancho San Francisco is known.
But what does it mean?
It is Indian for juniper tree or shelter.
Shelter. See, it is our shelter, is it not, Ignacio?
Oh, see, and it always will be. Oh, but wait, you have not seen it all.
There is more?
See, right this way. To the little room of the house.
But what more could we ask than all of this?
Now you shall see. There. You see?
Ignacio. Oh, Ignacio, it is a little chapel.
See, I built it especially for you.
Look, a small altar, everything. Oh, it is so beautiful.
Here you may lead us all in prayer each sundown.
See, in prayers of thanksgiving that such a wonderful home should be ours, for here is everything we could wish. It is indeed our shelter. Ignacio, my husband, let us kneel down and thank God for this home, our Rancho Camulos. May it be a haven for us always, and for our children, and our children's children, forever.
The life of Rancho San Francisco, and the section of it called Camulos, was a pastoral idyll, serene and filled with sunshine. A first warning of the great events to come took place one day when a cattleman by the name of Francisco Lopez was riding through the canyons with a companion.
Francisco, perhaps they're up this canyon, huh?
Bah, I am sick of looking for stray horses. Let us rest a while, eh?
Oh, but Francisco, they are valuable animals. We must find them.
The way I feel now, I don't care if I never find them again. Let them run up one canyon and down another. Let them hide behind the rocks and stand in the shade so we cannot see them. I do not care. I am sick of being led all over these hills by a roguish pair of horses. Is this why I spent years at the School of Mines in the city of Mexico? Is this why I spent weeks and months of study? To be playing niñera to a herd of four-footed vagabonds?
Oh, and a fine nursemaid you are, too. Niñera to a bunch of horses. That is rich.
Here I stop. I am hot and I am sticky and I am tired. Those decrepit antecedents of Rosinante may kick up their heels all they like. I'm going to turn mine up in the shade of that tree. Oh, I need to rest.
Very well, mi amigo. We shall take siesta in the shade, but only for a while. Soon we must be on our way after the Fort Hood Diablos.
See, but right now I want to just lie here. Let the horses graze in command. At last, I may rest my creaking joints. Wow!
You had better pick your spot more carefully, mi amigo. The cactus leaf does not make the best of resting places. Try the wild onion patch over there and be much softer, I assure you. And I did not have to go to university to learn that.
Why am I plagued with such a loco? Wild onions, eh? Now, that reminds me I must bring home some greens for Maria. For tonight we are to share a meal with guests. Oh, well, I may as well get them now. Lend me your hunting knife, Juan.
See, but do not dull it. Be sure you use it on the onions, not on any cactus.
Be quiet, or I shall use it on you, you loco. I hope these are not as tough in the eating as in the cutting.
Dig them out by the roots. I did not have to go to university to learn about that either.
But before I lose my temper, I know how to dig wild onions. I need none of your advice. Oh! There it is. And a huge one it is, too. Look at it, a meal in itself.
See, if you care for such a meal. As for me, give me a great, big, tasty...
Juan, look at this. Clinging to the roots. A sparkling pebble.
See, so it is. How it shines in the sun. Oh, it would make a pretty trinket for my little Juanita. She likes shiny pebbles. I shall take it home to her.
Wait. You shall not take this one home to Juanita. Do you realize what this is, Juan? This is not a pebble. It is gold. A nugget of gold.
What are you talking about, Francisco? Gold? Why, there is no gold around here.
You can tell me about horses. You can tell me about digging wild onions. But you can't tell me anything about gold. For that I studied in the university. This is gold. I know it.
You are sure?
See, Juan, take the knife. Dig more plants. Look for more of these little pebbles. Perhaps we have found a placer. A placer of gold.
and Francisco Lopez had found a placer of gold. More than 6 years before Marshall's discovery at Sutter's Creek electrified the world and changed the whole course of California's destiny, the yellow metal was found on Rancho San Francisco. Prospectors from Los Angeles flocked to the canyons of the Santa Clara. But the small quantity of water hindered any large-scale operations, and it remained for Northern California to become the mecca of the gold-hungry crowds. Life on Rancho San Francisco was largely untouched by the turn of affairs, but once again its pastoral solitude was broken by an incident which formed a part of great events to come. It was one day in March of 1850 that Don Ignacio was startled with the news.
Don Ignacio, come quick!
See, Juan, what is it?
Don Ignacio, in the pasture by the arroyo, the dead have risen from the grave.
What?
See?
Juan, what are you talking about?
I saw it with my own eyes. Men and women come back from the dead. Their cheeks hollow, their eyes sunk, like walking skeletons.
Juan, what is this?
The dead have arisen to murder us as they are killing our cattle right now.
What? Killing our cattle?
See, and eating the meat raw.
Then they are not ghosts, but people. And they cannot do that. It is against the law.
Law? What do the dead care for the law?
Come quickly and show me. We must stop them.
Oh, senor, so I would rather stay here.
Come, and hurry.
Senor, Madre de Dios. Juan, look. They are people.
They were people. They are starved, exhausted.
See, they are almost dead.
Senores!
Stand back. Stand back. I have a gun. I'll use it.
But, senor,
Don't try to stop us, mister. We need food, and we'll kill to get it.
But, senor, of course. This is my rancho, my cattle. I do not intend to stop you. Only, senor, won't you? All of you come to my house and rest. Let me give you food, cooked food.
Oh, mister, I don't know who you are, but you look like God to me. We've been lost in the desert for weeks. How many, I don't know. Well, you can see for yourself.
See, but come, let us not waste time in talk. Come with me. You shall have food and water.
Water. Kirk. Steady.
Catch the boy. He's fainted. Here you are, amigos. Our fattest beef. Eggs, corn, tortillas, frijoles, anything you wish.
And water. Gallons of water. Mister, I don't know how we can ever thank you enough for this.
Don't thank me, senor. I have thanks enough in seeing you eat, as much as you can hold.
Well, you're certainly going to see that. Mister, I don't know what's wrong with my stomach. I can't stand the pain much longer. And the others.
See, it is the same. Oh, mi amigo, I am so sorry. I should have known. You cannot eat so much after having eaten nothing for weeks. It is not good.
Can't you do something?
I have sent for the doctor. He will be here soon.
He'd better hurry. We'll all die a worse death than the ones we left behind on the desert.
A doctor arrived in time to save the agonized remnants of the ill-fated party, whose terrible sufferings gave Death Valley its name. But they were but one of the parties of valiant American pioneers who started one of the greatest mass movements the world has ever known, but one of the first ripples of that great wave of progress which was to transform the whole life and character of California. A few years later, as the value of most California ranchos was declining, Don Ignacio found an unusual interest centered on Rancho San Francisco.
Tell me, Senor Bard, why are you so interested in buying the Rancho San Francisco?
Well, now, Don Ignacio, I haven't said that I was interested in buying. I just wanted to know how much you'd ask. in case.
It is the same thing, and you know it, senor. Don't try to, fool me, senor. You did not even blink an eye when I said $50,000. You must want this land very badly, senor.
No. Well, that is, I might be interested in it.
And why? That is what I want to know. It could not have anything to do with your Philadelphia and California oil company, could it?
Well, now,
just as I thought. You have heard the stories about oil which seeps up on my land, eh?
Stories, you say? You mean they're not true?
Oh, see, they are true, all right. When they were first discovered, I had visions of great riches, too, but now I don't know.
Well, my men have looked over this land, and I'm willing to take a chance on what they say. Now, as long as we have our cards on the table, Don Ignacio, I may as well admit it. I'll buy your land if you'll sell it.
But, senor, I do not want to sell. I have no reason to. That is why I named such a high price.
Well, I'll pay your price and more if you'll sell.
Senor, you mean you pay that much money?
Now, look, I'll put all my cards on the table. I'm willing to pay $1.25 an acre. That comes to about $58,000. If you take that figure, I'll buy Rancho San Francisco.
Ignacio, my husband, is that you?
See, little doll, how are you?
Ignacio, you have sold the rancho?
See, I have sold the San Francisco. But how did you know?
A man was here. He said that we must get out of here, out of this house, off the land.
What? Out of here? No, Isabel. I sold Rancho San Francisco, but not our home. Not this part we call Camulos. This is ours, and it shall remain ours.
Oh, Ignacio, I am happy to hear you say that. I did not believe that ever you would sell our shelter, our Camulos.
Never, little dove. And I shall go to Senor Bard right away and find out what he means by this.
Jesús y María, háganme el favor de protestar nuestra casa.
Isabel.
Oh, my husband. Come, kneel beside me here before the altar. Here is such peace and love.
See, mi querida, you are burning a lamp?
See, it is burning in prayer that our shelter may not be taken from us.
And that is the news that I have for you. It shall not be. Camulos is ours and always shall be. A mistake was made. I had to buy back this land, but it is finished now. And no one can take it from us.
Oh, my husband, I knew God would grant my prayers. This shall be a perpetual lamp to burn for Camulos, as long as our children and grandchildren shall love it as we do.
Several times in these programs, we have referred to various causes of defective land titles against which a policy of title insurance provides protection. One of these risks is that of forgery. I'm going to tell you of an actual example of how this protection works. Several years ago, a highly respected citizen of a community near Los Angeles, the operator of a real estate and loan business, was found to be a forger. He had issued forged notes and trust deeds covering a large number of properties in Los Angeles County. He had forged the names of the owners of these properties and had sold the notes and trust deeds to investors, keeping for his own use the money thus realized. The men and women purchasing these forged notes and trust deeds had paid the forger for them amounts totaling more than $248,000. But some of these people had been wise enough to ask for policies of title insurance. Their investments amounted to more than $85,000. The title insurance companies reimbursed these insured investors both as to principal and accrued interest promptly after the forgeries were established. The investors of the other $163,000 who had not obtained title insurance were less fortunate. After 3 years of court proceedings, they obtained less than $9,000, or almost $154,000 less than they had put in. Forgery is but one of the several risks to land titles against which you can be protected by a policy of title insurance issued by the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles. When you buy land or make a loan secured by land, insist on this protection. The
the Philadelphia and California Oil Company failed. But years later, about 1875, two other men brought in one of Southern California's first oil wells in Pico Canyon. But the field was small compared to other Southern California fields, and although it created quite a stir then, its significance was soon past. Life on Don Inacio's acres remained peaceful and quiet, except for an occasional visit from the notorious bandit Tiburcio Vasquez, whose hideout of Vasquez Rocks was near the rancho. On one such occasion...
Ignacio.
See, Isabel, what is it?
You must do something. This must not go on.
But, mi querida, what are you talking about?
Here, Juan, tell him.
See, tell me, Juan, what is it?
Nothing, senor. Just El Senor Vasquez.
Is that all you have to say? Aye. This man, this bandit, this murderer steals your horse and you say, aye. With you I am disgusted.
But, Isabel, he has not stolen my horse. He has just borrowed it. He leaves me his in return, and presently, some night, he will return and bring back my horse to exchange for his own.
See, Doña Isabel, he always does. He may be a bandit, but he's a man of honor. About horses, that is.
But don't you see he is using your horse for his unholy business? Robbing, killing.
See, perhaps. But what am I to do?
What are you to do? Are you not a man? Are you afraid of him?
Afraid of him? Well, why should I be? He likes me. Trust me. Otherwise, he should not steal my horse.
That is just it. He trusts you. As a good citizen, you should not be trusted by him. You should turn him over to the authorities.
Turn him over to the police, eh?
Juan!
My dear, I could as easily turn over a mountain lion to the lands. What am I to do?
He will come back. You say so yourself. He will return your horse. Very well. Have men stationed and wait for him. Then when he comes...
See, then when he comes...
when he comes, you are probably a widow. You like that?
You are cowards, both of you. Letting a stupid bandit frighten you. I shall be most angry if you do nothing to stop his treachery.
Very well, my dear. We shall watch for him. Juan, you are to stay by the corral every night, watching for him.
See, but what do I do?
When he shows up?
See.
You,
run like El Diablo.
After the failure of the company to find oil, the Rancho San Francisco came into the possession of H.M. Newhall of the Newhall Farming and Milling Company, and on it he plotted the town of Newhall and later Saugus. And in 1876, the Southern Pacific Railroad holed through the Newhall Tunnel and completed the first transcontinental rail link between Los Angeles and the East. Americans flocked to the new paradise of the Pacific, crowding out the old families of Californians and the fast-dying Indians. In the early 1880s, the government sent 2 experts to California to study the unenviable position of the native Indians in the frontier society. One of them was a guest at the home of aging Don Ignacio del Valle.
Don Ignacio, your Rancho Camulos is heavenly. I couldn't dream of a lovelier place to live.
I am happy, senora. Make it your home as long as you will.
I only wish that it could be longer, but I shall always remember it. The hacienda, the chapel, that quaint rawhide couch on the porch, and... Oh, perhaps I shall put them all into my book.
Your book, senora? You are writing a book?
Yes. I've learned so much about the Indians on my trip that my heart bleeds for them.
See, I know what you mean.
But their story can't be told in stuffy reports. I intend to tell it in a way that will touch people's hearts. So I'm writing a book.
It is an excellent idea. And what will you call your book, senora?
I'm going to name it after my heroine, Ramona.
Ramona. I shall await its printing eagerly.
Helen Hunt Jackson wrote the immortal story of Ramona, and in it she used much of the scene of Don Ignacio's home at Rancho Camulos. And now the march of progress engulfed even the outlying Rancho San Francisco. The growing metropolis of Los Angeles quickly became an American city of industry and commerce, where once had stood the sleepy Spanish village. But there is disaster in every story of progress, and one of the Southland's greatest disasters took place on Rancho San Francisco. Towering high in the air within the bastion walls of San Francisquito Canyon, a great man-made barrier pinioned the waters of the vast mountainous acres, the St. Francis Dam. Like a great shadow, it loomed silent, menacing. And on that fateful night in 1928, without warning, it brought crushing horror to the valley of the Santa Clara.
What was that? That noise? I don't. Good Lord! George, look! The dam! The dam! It's cracked! A huge crack all the way down. Look at it! It's crumbling! It's breaking up! In a minute she's gonna let loose! Yeah, but the whole valley will be flooded. In Santa Paula, it'll wipe the whole town out. Yeah, and our families are there. Oh, good Lord, what can we do? It's too late to warn. Look at it! It's breaking! Come on, then! We gotta get out of here fast! Run! Run for your life!
A great 20-foot wall of water rushed down the valley of the Santa Clara to the sea. With it, it carried the wreckage of farms and homes and towns and scores of human lives. Millions of dollars of damage was done in one of the Southland's greatest disasters. But to the Rancho San Francisco, or that part of it called Camulos, a more personal tragedy had already taken place. It was one day in the year 1924, only a few years ago, when...
They're still in there.
Yeah. Almost an hour now.
Funny how people like to stay in that little chapel.
Oh, it ain't so funny. If you've been here at Camulos as long as I have, maybe you'd understand. You see, the boss, Don Lupiano del Valle, he was born here. This land has belonged to his family for 85 years. His father, Don Ignacio, built this house and that chapel.
Sure, I know all that. Oh, it's just an old ranch house, just a little chapel. It isn't used very much anymore.
Slim, you just don't get it. Now, look. You see that flickering light at the window?
Sure, you can always see that.
That's what I mean. That there's a lamp. It's been burning there for 60 years. It ain't never gone out. You understand?
Well, now, I don't rightly believe that.
But it's true. 60 years, and it's the same fire. Oh, Doña Isabel lit it way back in 1865. Yeah, and they've kept it going all these years.
What for Pete's sake? They can put electric lights in there now.
But don't you see? It's a tradition. It's part of the rancho, part of the Del Valle family. Oh, what's the use trying to tell a dumb ranch hand like you anything?
I ain't so dumb. Maybe I can understand them going in that there chapel, staying so long. But what I can't figure out is, what are we doing standing here in the shadows, waiting for them?
Because, Slim, this is the last time. When they come out tonight, they won't go back in again.
You mean, 'cause they sold the ranch?
Yeah, they sold the ranch. Camulos. For 85 years, Camulos has belonged to the Del Valles. Now...
Look. Lights are going out.
Yeah. 85 years and the lamp is out.
Well, I guess that's the end of it.
Yeah, I guess so. Slim, lend me your handkerchief. I got something in my eye.
Frank Graham will be back in a moment to tell you about next week's program. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles suggests that during the coming week you take advantage of the pleasurable opportunities afforded by the All-Winter Sun Festival, sponsored by the All-Year Club of Southern California. The All-Year Club has assembled information on all the scores of interesting and colorful events scheduled throughout Southern California during the winter months. This information is available for the convenience and pleasure of Southland residents as well as of visitors from other states. By familiarizing ourselves with these events, we can all be better hosts to our eastern visitors, and we can have more fun ourselves. Tell your neighbors, friends, and business correspondents about the All-Winter Sun Festival. And now, what's the story for next week, Frank?
Next week, we'll tell you the story of one of the great patriarchs of early California, Don Antonio Maria Lugo, head of one of its most illustrious families. There's romance and adventure, so be sure to hear it. And so until next week, This is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, is dramatized by John Dunkel and produced by Ted Bliss, with special music arranged by Irwin Yo. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You're listening to HOJO Radio.
The Romance of the Ranchos.
Los Angeles, 1850.
College founded at Lugo Townhouse.
Bell, 1856.
Cattle boom brings sudden wealth to rancheros.
Bell, 1927.
Firestone Tire and Rubber Company builds huge plant. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, a weekly dramatization of the historic events which formed the colorful background for our Southern California of today. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, narrates another fascinating chapter of romance and adventure. And tonight's story is indeed a fascinating one because of the fact that it deals with the land on which are now located the communities of Bell, Huntington Park, Vernon, Walnut Park, Southgate, Linwood, and East Los Angeles. We extend a special greeting to the residents of those communities. But the story is so exciting and romantic, and it had such an important bearing on the development of the entire Southland, that it will be of equal interest to all of you listening wherever you live. Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles is happy to present it for your enjoyment. And here is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, to spin the story.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Tonight, our magic carpet of radio takes us back through the years to visit one of the greatest of the ranchos, one of the most aristocratic of the Dones, the Rancho San Antonio of Don Antonio Maria Lugo. It is a story steeped in the romance of the ranchos. The story of the illustrious family of the Lugos starts in 1769, when, among the first Spanish settlers to come to California, Jose Maria Lugo landed and settled at Santa Barbara. A few years later, in 1775, a son was born. A son who was to become one of the patriarchs of California, Don Antonio Maria Lugo. Like most other Spanish gentlemen of his generation, he served as a soldier in the armies of the King of Spain. And in that capacity, he came to Los Angeles in 1803. And there one day, he made a chance encounter.
So you have decided to stay here, eh, Don Antonio?
See, I think so. It is more pleasant to live.
See, the climate is nice,
And
but...
some of these soldados have received grants of land around here. That is fine. Perhaps I, too, can manage one.
Not for me. I would rather be at San Diego. There is more to do, more life. Look at this sleepy little pueblo. Just look at it. Here we are in the main plaza, and what do you see? A few houses, a church, a merchant or two. Not for me.
Is that all you see?
Of course.
Then you are blind, senor. Look, crossing the street. On their way to church, no doubt.
Just the senorita, like any other senoritas?
Oh, now I know you're blind. She's beautiful.
She beautiful, perhaps, but not very resourceful. She seems to be stranded in the middle of the street.
Oh, see. There is a great puddle of mud for her to cross.
See, you are right. Perhaps we should...
We, senor? But to you, she's just like any other senorita. Oh, no, senor. You shall wait here. This is my honor. Hasta la vista.
Good luck, mi amigo. Adios.
Pardon, senorita. May I assist you?
Certainly not, senor.
I can manage quite well myself.
But I protest. Allow me to take your hand.
Senor, I do not know you.
Oh, senorita, that is my bad fortune. One that I shall try to remedy at the earliest opportunity. And why not now?
Senor, please, go away. I do not speak to senors to whom I have not been formally introduced.
Go away and leave you hopping about in the mud?
I can manage quite well. Oh!
Be careful, senorita.
Senor, how dare you? Take your hands away.
But you would have fallen in the mud if I had not caught you.
Never mind,
Here, stop this quibbling. I shall take you up like this.
Senor, stop!
Carry you across the puddle like this.
Oh, senor! No.
And deposit you safely on the other side like this.
Oh. Senor, you are bold.
A soldado must be bold, senorita. In love as in war.
Love, senor? You are more than bold.
Oh, a figure of speech only. But I could not stand idly by and see a beautiful young lady in such distress.
Oh, you must not say such things, senor.
But you are beautiful.
I will not listen to you.
Am I so unattractive as that?
No, you are not unattractive, senor. But it is not proper. I do not even know you.
Then you shall, right now. Senorita, lovely flower of the desert, allow me to introduce el senor Don Antonio Maria Lugo, your admiring servant.
Buenos dias, Senor Don Antonio Maria Lugo.
And you, senorita?
You shall have to find that out elsewhere, my hero of the mud puddle. Hasta la vista.
But, senorita, wait.
If you find out, you may ask my father if you may call. Hasta la vista.
But senorita, you may be sure I will. Oh, very sure.
And Don Antonio did call on Margarita Ruiz. In fact, he called up, and they were married within the year. Soon after, the young husband built his first home at a place called Sao Qual, or the Elders, which is the present site of Bell Station. But he didn't give up the dream of owning a great rancho, and 7 years later, he was successful in his petition to the governor for a grant of land. Over 29,000 acres were provisionally given him, and the Rancho San Antonio was started. On this great domain, life progressed peacefully and quietly. Rancho San Antonio became one of the great haciendas of Spanish and Mexican days, noted for its great herds, its fast horses, its magnificent hospitality. And Don Antonio attained the eminence of a patriarch as the years went on. Among other honors, he served as juez de campo, or judge of the plains, which was the ultimate authority for all disputes in that simple and peaceful era. The judge of the plains was a justice of the peace on horseback, the on-the-spot arbiter of every quarrel. Often, Don Antonio was called to an outlying rancho.
Don Antonio, I'm glad you've come. There's several matters for you to settle.
See? Well, let us hear the first, then, and we shall see what can be done.
Very well. First, there is the question of Don Ramon's calves. Already the calves Don Ramon found on his land.
See, that is better. They are not his calves, but mine.
And how do you know that, senor? If they were found on Don Ramon's land, then the Orejanos belong to him.
But, senor, those Orejanos were fallen de madres. See, it was plain to see. I have witnesses that they were the calves of cows which carried my brand.
Oh, so. Is this true, senor?
Si, it is, Don Antonio.
Very well, that makes a great difference. Even in dumb animals, the tie of blood must be respected, senores. We can suppose that these calves should not have strayed onto the land of Don Ramon had not their madres done so. Therefore, I rule that the calves do not belong to Don Ramon, but to this senor here.
Gracias, Your Honor.
Now, what else is there?
The question of the cattle thieves who have stolen 200 head of cattle from the rancheros in the valley. We have found out that the leader of the band is the Indian Joaquin.
See, I have heard of him. You have proof of this, senor?
Si, one of my vaqueros, Pedro, saw and recognized him.
Very well. I order the capture of this Joaquin on the charge of cattle stealing. I shall instruct a posse to attempt his capture at once.
Si, that is fine. And now, Your Honor.
Si, what else?
A dispute over one cow, senor. It is an unbranded Orejano, which Senor Ortega and I discovered. He was standing on the line between our two ranchos, half in his, half in mine.
And you both claim the creature?
Si, but my claim is the more worthy, Your Honor, for the cow stood with its head over my land.
And what does Senor Ortega claim?
That since the head is useless for hide, the part which was the greater value was on his land.
Perhaps you should cut the cow in half, senore?
What are we to do?
Where is the cow now?
I do not know. For while we were arguing about it, the Orejano wandered away and became lost in the brush. But we shall find it, Your Honor. For we marked its flank with a great cross of white.
Hey, a great cross of white, you say?
See, on the flank.
But, senores, that is the cow which wandered into my garden and began trampling my corn.
It is?
Si.
Then it is found. You shall return it, senor?
Oh, I fear that will be impossible, senor.
Eh? Why impossible?
Pardon, I am sorry. But you see, I ate it.
The pleasant, peaceful life of the ranchos went its even course for years. Then suddenly, California found itself the object of covetous glances from several different nations, including the United States. And presently, before many of the sleepy inhabitants were well aware of the situation, the American occupation was underway. And great events touched the Lugo domain, as the last battle of the war was fought on Rancho San Antonio on January 9th, 1847, the Battle of La Mesa. The spot, at the present site of the Union Stockyards in Los Angeles, is marked with a monument of stones. Now, the life of the sleepy pueblo began to undergo a gradual change as the American settlers came pouring in. But with them came another and less desirable element. The gold rush in Northern California had brought every kind of roughneck and desperado into the state. And presently, Los Angeles was overrun by a wave of extreme lawlessness. Respectable citizens of the little town were becoming alarmed. Strong measures were needed. Things came to a head one night.
Whoa, whoa. Well, Betsy, old gal, here we are, back home. Just a minute and you'll have...
All right, senor. Put up your hands.
What is this?
All right, Temple. Hand over your money.
I don't understand. Temple? My name's
I said hand over that money. If you don't...
But you're making a mistake. My name's... Oh, Clifford.
Dead by the hand of a notorious desperado and gambler, the citizen Pinckney Clifford. Quickly, the irate people of Los Angeles gathered around the tiny jailhouse where the captured culprit was held.
This is the last straw.
These things must stop.
Let's get him. Let's put a stop to this business.
Hey, bring him out. We'll fix him.
We'll show him. Bring him out. Give him up.
We got a necktie party already. Come on, everybody. What are we waiting for? Let's go in and get him.
Hold on.
That's Mayor Foster.
What's he yelling
All right,
for?
now just hold your horses, everybody. This isn't benefiting the citizens of a city like ours.
All
All right, now wait a minute. Here we are trying to clean up Los Angeles, making it a city of law and order. What do you fellas do? Throw over everything we've tried to do. All right. We ever expect to have order here, we got to establish it from the ground up. We got to let the courts take care of the criminals, not disregard their laws. When you talk about lynching, you're just as bad as the men you're trying to get.
I don't think...
Look who's talking.
Here, what's the matter with you, Steve? Are you getting soft?
You used to ride with the vigilantes.
All right. Yes, I know. I used to ride with the vigilantes. But now, we have courts and authorities to handle these things. It's their duty. And it's ours as good citizens to give them a chance. Oh, go on home now.
Yeah? Let that murderer get away scot-free.
He won't get away. I promise you that. He'll get what he deserves.
How do we know that?
I give you my word. As mayor of Los Angeles and a citizen like you, I promise you that justice will be done.
Well...
If this man isn't hanged for his murder, I promise you I'll resign my office and march at your head to see that he is.
Stephen C. Foster, one of the first mayors of Los Angeles under the Americanos, who was also Don Antonio Maria Lugo's son-in-law, risked his office to stop the lynching. But a month later...
Out of my way. I'm going in to see the mayor.
Come in. Come in.
So, Foster, you promised that Brown would be hanged for murdering Clifford, eh?
Yes, I gave you my word.
Well, what are you going to do now?
What do you mean? Brown was sentenced to be hanged?
Yeah, he was supposed to get strung up tomorrow morning.
Well?
But he isn't. I just found out the Supreme Court has granted him a stay of execution. He's going to get out of it.
So?
Is that all you can say? You gave your word, Foster.
I know I did.
And now let's see you make it good.
Well, how can we respect the law if we... No matter. I did give you my word.
Is that all you're going to do? Sit there writing?
I'm writing my resignation. I'll be with you, man.
Because a policy of title insurance is so readily procurable, you might think it must be simple and inexpensive to produce. But the fact is that the issuance of even the simplest title policy, no matter how recently the title may have been searched, requires no less than 21 separate operations, each of which requires the services of highly trained personnel. Furthermore, the operations I've just referred to do not include the routine work of maintaining the system of records or title plant, which of course must be maintained whether or not any title policies are issued. In other words, the Title Insurance and Trust Company must maintain an up-to-the-minute record on every parcel of land in the county in order to be able to issue a policy of title insurance on any parcel of land. It is only because of the size and completeness of its great title plant and the trained efficiency of its record searchers and examiners that the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles can issue title insurance policies so promptly. Remember these facts the next time you have need for title insurance. Remember, too, that the rates of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles are substantially lower than the average cost of similar protection elsewhere in the United States.
Fighting the lawlessness of early Los Angeles demanded strong measures, such as Stephen C. Foster was forced to use. And although conditions gradually improved, the little city was never to revert to the peaceful and quiet village of the Dons. And so it was that many of the rancheros abandoned their townhouses to retire to their more peaceful ranchos outside the city. Such was the case with Don Vicente Lugo, Don Antonio's son, who owned the Lugo townhouse.
Don Vicente? I don't know what to say. This is indeed a generous gift.
Not at all. I would rather that this house were to be used for some good purpose rather than another gambling den.
Well, I'm happy that you feel this way.
I am only sorry that I cannot change the location to a more desirable spot for a school.
Well, that's not important, senor. I believe the St. Vincent's College will prosper in spite of any unfortunate surroundings.
Senor, I hope so. It is a bitter thing for me to see this lovely plaza, once the center of the finest residences, the front yards of our finest citizens, turned into a thoroughfare of drunken, obscene, brawling gamblers.
Yes, it is unfortunate, but that, senor, is life. And life is changed, and we must accept it. I can only hope that this beautiful house, which you have so generously donated to our college, shall not change, but shall remain an inspiring memory of the great days of Los Angeles for all to see.
The townhouse of the Lugos still remains standing on the East Los Angeles Street, on the south side of the Los Angeles Plaza. Historic as the first two-story house in the Pueblo, it served as the home of St. Vincent's College, until in later years it was taken over by Chinese merchants and is now a curio shop. But the rancheros were still the leading citizens of Los Angeles, even though the Americans' progressive spirit was slowly forcing them out. They had a few more years of prosperity. In fact, the greatest they had ever known. For in the early 50s, wealth came to Los Angeles.
Come here, bird. Catch it, mis amigos. Whoever catches it can have it. There.
Come, stop this.
Oh, Don Vicente, mi amigo. Come, get in on the game. Catch the pesos.
Jose, stop it. You are mad. Come with me, come.
Oh, no, mi amigo. We are playing games. I cannot leave.
You are coming with me. Hurry.
We were having such fun, mi amigo. Why do you take me away?
Jose, I could not believe my eyes. You have suddenly gone mad. I never could have believed that you should be so foolish.
Foolish, mi amigo?
See, foolish. Do you realize what you were doing?
Tell me, what was I doing?
You were throwing money away, gold pieces. Throwing them to the crowd. Have you gone mad?
No, mi amigo. It was great sport.
But gold pieces.
Oh, fool. What are they to me? Nothing. Spare change.
Gold pieces?
See, you do not seem to realize me, amigo. I'm a rich man now, a very rich man, and so are you.
You are mad. What do you mean?
I have just returned from San Francisco. I took a herd of cattle there, and I came back with thousands of pesos of gold. Now I'm rolling in gold.
You have been gambling.
Oh, no, senor. It was not necessary. I sold my cattle, see, for $75 a head.
Senor, you are loco. $75 for a cow hide.
Oh, no, senor. Not for the hide, for the cow, for the meat.
What, for the meat? But the meat of a cow is not worth $75. It only makes some carne seca.
Oh, no, senor. Always there was the hide which was worth more, but not now. The Americanos, thousands of them in San Francisco, they want food, meat. And now the beef is far more valuable than the hide. 10, 20 times as valuable. And we're all rich. You with your thousands of heads, you can sell them for a princely fortune.
Is this true?
See. Hurry, mi amigo. Drive your herds to San Francisco. There a fortune is awaiting you.
The soaring cattle prices of those times brought undreamed-of prosperity to the rancheros of the Southland. And, not knowing that it could not last forever, they took advantage of their new riches to indulge in an orgy of extravagance.
Hey, look, here comes Don Felipe Lugo. See his splendid outfit.
See, look at this saddle on his horse. Inlaid with solid gold and silver mounted. It must have cost a fortune.
Oh, no, not at all. Only 2,000 pesos.
Lavish expenditures on clothes, lavish display in hospitality. The good-hearted Californians welcomed the chance to pass their prosperity on in happiness and good cheer with their neighbors. Great fandangos were held. Guests thronged the haciendas, and gaiety ran high.
Welcome, mis amigos. My house is yours. Come in.
Gracias, Don Vicente. I took the liberty of extending your invitation to a few friends of mine.
Wonderful. Welcome, all of you.
And the friends, they invited some friends of theirs.
Oh, no, the more the better. I am most happy to have you all. Come in, please. See, mi amigo.
Don Vicente,
See?
I just want to tell you I must be leaving.
Leaving? But, senor, you are not enjoying yourself?
I see, but I must go. I've been here 2 days already.
What? Only you have been here only 2 days? Oh, mi amigo. Then I shall not hear of you leaving.
Oh, but Don Vicente.
No. You must not leave until you have been here 2 weeks.
No, but really, I must go. I cannot waste any more time.
Time, senor? Have you ever heard what time is? Who it was made for? Time was made for slaves. Of course you have time. Come now, no nonsense. Enjoy yourself. We shall try our hand at the gaming tables, eh?
Oh, no, Don Vicente. I'm almost out of money.
Oh, then borrow some. See, that is what I do whenever I run short of gold. Borrow. It is very easy.
Oh, but the interest they charge you, senor. 6% a month.
Oh, it is not much, senor, 6%. Besides, you shall pay it back, no? Yes, you will pay it back when you drive the next herd to San Francisco.
Oh.
So why not? Oh, come, you are timid.
Maybe, senor, but this cannot go on forever. Money does not grow on trees.
Oh, no, senor, you are right. No, money does not grow on trees. But it does grow on 4 legs, on hooves. We do not have to worry as long as we can raise our cattle. Until that time, we have money to burn.
See, but have you thought perhaps that time might come soon?
Senor, Don Vicente.
See, Juan, what is it?
Senor, there is still no rain.
See, I know. How long has it been?
We have had no rain for over a year. Senor, it is serious. The earth is parched. The grass is dried up. There is nothing for our cattle to eat.
How many have we lost so far?
Oh, it is hard to say. They fall down and die out on the hills. We do not find them. But I have counted 100 carcasses on one little hill. It must be thousands.
Juan, I don't know what to do. I have borrowed money, expecting to pay from the cattle money.
I know. There has been no cattle money. For a year,
No. It is as you say, serious.
You mean the rancho must be sold?
I hope not. Juan, how many cattle have we left? How many could you round up?
Perhaps 500, perhaps 1,000. Can't say.
This is our last hope. Round them up. We shall try to drive them to San Francisco.
But, senor, they are half starved. They'll never get there.
We'll try. It's our only chance.
But, senor, from here on, we should be all right. With fresh grass and water, our cattle will be able to make the rest of the trip.
See, and the farther north we go, the more grazing land we will find. The worst is over.
See, and we still have almost 700 head.
Ah, that much will help. What is that?
Senor, look. Coming out of the canyon up ahead.
Men on horseback.
They are bandits. Cattle rustlers. Senor, they're after our cattle.
No, there are too many of them. We cannot hope to stand them off.
What shall we do?
We shall fight. Come on, hold them, men, vaqueros! Hold them up! Hold them up!
Juan, is he dead? See, 3 killed. We were lucky it wasn't more.
See, and the herd?
They got away with over half of it. But we still have about 300 head.
See, but that is not enough, Juan. Not enough.
Misfortune came to the aristocratic Lugos, as it did to most of the old families of California. Bit by bit, they lost their vast rancho San Antonio. Until today, all that remains is a small tract upon which stands the home of Don Vicente Lugo, one of the first wooden houses ever to be built in Los Angeles County. In the years that followed, part of the land which once had been the Rancho San Antonio came under the ownership of Jonathan S. Slauson, for whom Slauson Avenue was named. And on this part, a few years ago, the great Firestone Tire and Rubber Company factory was built. On other parts of the rancho, the towns of Huntington Park, Vernon, Walnut Park, Bell, Southgate, Linwood, and East Los Angeles were built. And today, the land of Don Antonio Maria Lugo is the heart of a great industrial area. Over this land echoes the hum of factories. Its houses the greatest concentration of industry and commerce in western North America. Such is the story of progress, and such is the romance of the ranchos.
In a moment, Frank Graham will tell you the subject of next week's true story. He has already told me that it's going to be one of the most interesting thus far. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles hopes, however, that these stories are providing you with more than just a half hour's entertainment each week. More than a series of history lessons sugar-coated with drama and music. The real hope of the company is that these broadcasts will increase your interest and pleasure in living in Southern California. For all of us can enjoy our Southland more when we're familiar with its rich and adventurous background, when we know the romantic origins of its colorful names and landmarks, when we can picture our individual communities as they look to the strong men and brave women who pioneered them for us. And what's the story for next week, Frank?
Next week, we're going to react the adventurous life story of one of the early American pioneers in Southern California, Don Benito Wilson. It's a thrilling and exciting chapter in the romance of the ranchos. And so, until next week, then, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as your wandering vaquero, is dramatized by John Dunkel and produced by Ted Bliss, with special music arranged by Irwin Yo. Bob Lamont speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for listening to HOJO Radio. We'll be back again very soon.